And hello everyone, it's a Saturday night, it means that I'm playing visual novels. Well, it's the third time when I'm doing this and I think I will stick with this, because Saturday is the only day when I can stream till 3 AM. So this time it's Everlasting Summer, I played it only once, this means I saw maybe less than 10% of the game. So it's actually first playthrough, because the main goal is obviously a true ending. Okay, so let me turn off this music. Oh well, I played it before it was released, so in alpha, because I was in some kind of testing team QA of this so-called indie project, despite that, well, it has no publisher, it's free, but it was made by more than 100 people from Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Estonia, Latvia, and maybe some other countries, I'm not sure. So the list of authors that you might find in it is definitely not full because people were anonymous on the Russian 4chan website. It was called Batch2CH. What is it? This game is for fiction, obviously, and you think the heroines are of 18 years old and have careers that what participate in this game in writing form. Well, obviously it's a joke because it's about Soviet pioneers, little girls and boys, etc. And where's the music? There's no music. And let me check this. And that. Okay, music is here. Wait a second. Светись кострами? Синие ночи? Nice. Мы пионеры, дети рабочие. Why they added this one? Well, obviously this one. What else could be in the Soviet Russian game? And it's very nice remix. Радостно с песней. Wait a second, I remember the words. So, радостным шагом с песней веселой мы выступаем за комсомолом. Близится эра светлых годов. Клич пионера, всегда будь готов. Клич пионера, всегда будь готов. Alright, let me check the sound by the way. I still didn't check it. It is my sound option, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing, testing, testing. I believe it's okay. So, I had never played it obviously in English, and it's kinda interesting how did they translate, because it's impossible to translate all these memes and other stuff into English. How it was adapted. Let me check the settings. Okay, full screen, skip scene, it's very good. Music. I don't know, music is fine right now. Text speed, no need. I mean, how it appears, so maximum of course. For time no need, so it's off. Font normal big, language, game achievements no need. Don't need achievements. User scenarios. I remember there was one single user scenario. One pioneer story. Okay, we'll check it later. Let's save everything. Alright. Wait a second, I'll just back. Gallery. And this is our photography club. Your comrades are always ready to capture the most important moments of the camp's life. By the way, comrades, it's not Russian words, but when somebody pronounces it in English, I don't know, they sound like, again, typical Russians, but wait a second. I don't know how to explain it. It's definitely not a Russian word. It's not related at all. comrades is actually regular friends. But in English it means differently, isn't it? It's people who you know or you see. Not a close friends, of course. Alright. And you can see many house of terrors. Keep yourself tidy and be a role model for those around you. It is the history of our can't be scared. Out there, write down all your observations and thoughts of days past. In this sense, you will always be able to come back to the already completed episode and interpret it again. Good luck with your undertaking and that's it. Do you really want to quit this game? Nice start. New game, Dear Pioneer. You in the verge of wondrous discovery. The door of the most wonderful place in the world, our favorite camp, Savionak, have opened before you. You remember this session for the rest of your life. Welcome. And by the way, they didn't translate the word. It's actually like little o. This... Is there any word for the owls, like dog puppet, fox, I don't know, kids. Doesn't matter. So for this word, was untranslated, okay. I was having the dream once again. And what do we have here? This is safe. Auto? Let's see how it's working. This is main menu, save game, again the same. Exit. Hello Starlight. When will you read Christmas story? I don't know. And this is slot. But you didn't miss, by the way, anything. Welcome Starlight. It's the first screen of this game. A very Soviet game. I was having the dream once again. That dream. Same thing every night. But it's all forgotten. In the morning, as usual. Maybe it's for the best. Only a glimpse of memory will remain. Of gates half open, as if inviting me somewhere, with two frozen stone pioneers standing close by. And also that strange girl. Back to 1943, wait a second, it's exact year where you be taken right now. Also that strange girl who keeps asking me. Will you come with me? Come? But where? And why? And where am I anyway? Of course, if it all happened in real life, I would certainly have been scared. Well, what else would one expect to feel? But this is just a dream. The same one I see every night. There must be a reason. You don't have to know where or why to release. Something is really happening. Something desperately seeking my attention. Since everything that surrounds me here is real. As real as things in my own flat. I could open the gates, hear the hingers reek, brush the crumbling rust away with my hand, inhale the fresh, cool air and shiver from the cold. I could, but to do that, I would need to pick myself up, take a step, move my hand. But this is a dream, I understand that, but what of it? What does my understanding change? Because it's just like on the other side of the cracked screen of an old TV, which struggles to fight against static noise and strives to show its audience everything without missing a single detail. But the picture's getting blurry. I must be waking up soon. I think translation is not very perfect, but okay. Maybe I should ask her something? The girl. What's her name? About the stars, for instance? Why the stars, though? I'd rather ask about the gates. Yeah, the gates. She would be so surprised. Or better, why that dot over an I was called a title, but the dot over a J was called a superscript? I don't know what is this. Nice letters. As if they don't exist anymore. Still, what do letters, gates and stars have to do with this place? Because even if I'm having this dream every night, which will be forgotten soon anyway, I've got to look for answers here and now. And there, if you look carefully, you can see there, Magellanic clouds, as if I ended up in the southern hemisphere. In a dream, there are the small things that catch your attention, a natural color of grass, impossible curves of straight lines, or your own distorted reflection, while the real danger, which could put an end to everything right here and now, seems trivial. It's natural, since here you cannot die. I know it for sure, I've done it hundreds of times. But if you cannot die, is there a point in living? I should ask the girl, she's a local, she should know. Yes, exactly. I should ask you about the owl, for example. One strange bird it is, though it doesn't matter. Will you come with me? And every time I have to answer. It's the only way, otherwise the dream will never end and I will never wake up. And this is the first choice. No, I'll stay here, or yes, I'll come with you. Oh gosh, at the very beginning of this game you already have a choice, and I don't remember this. Let's go with her. Every time it's so hard to decide on the answer. He's totally right. Where am I? What am I doing here? Who is she? And why does so much in my life depend on this answer? Maybe it doesn't? It's just a dream after all. Just a dream. You lost Starlight. Alright, so as I remember, we are some kind of developer. Sitting at home, hikikomori. And for some reason we went outside, I don't know why. I don't remember anything. I played it in the beginning of 10th, 2012 maybe. And as I say, I played only around 10%. I didn't play the full game. It's Dwatch. And see, it's actually like 4Shop. I can't believe this. Can't believe this, really. I still remember this site. I wasn't here like maybe 10 years? No, not 10 years, of course, 5 years last time. It's very nostalgic. The computer screen stared at me as if it was alive. And wait a second, you want to say that they got permissions to put here Lazy Town characters? Seriously? Gosh. That's very awesome. Sometimes it really did seem to me that it was conscious of itself, has its own thoughts and wishes, ambitions, and had feelings, could laugh and suffer. As if in our relationship, the screen wasn't an instrument, it was me who was a lifeless piece of plastic and textile. There's some truth in that, probably because the computer provides 90% of my communication with the outside world. Like for me right now, anonymous image birds, thumb chats from time to time, rarely ICQ or Jabber, and forums even more rarely. Jabber and ICQ still exist? I don't know. People on the other end of the internet, cables simply do not exist. Well, it's protocol, or wait a second, it's not protocol. No, ICQ is protocol. I'm not sure. All of them are simply creations of its sick imagination, an error in the source code, or a kernel bug, which started living a life of its own. Very nice background noise, by the way. And what is this? Lamp? If one look at my existence from the outside, such a thoughts would seem crazy, and a psychologist would surely give me a bunch of sophisticated diagnoses and maybe write me a doctor's referral to the loony bin. I don't know how it sounds in English, but I do understand how it was in Russian, and it's well. So they didn't adapt the translation; they actually literally translated everything. Okay, a small apartment with no signs of repair or any semblance of order in it, and always the same view out the window on the grey megapolis. Megalopolis, running somewhere day and night, such are the conditions of my life. Well, of course, it didn't all start like this. I was born, went to school, and finished it like all the others. I didn't finish the school, by the way. I was accepted at a university where I spent a year and a half trailing behind and struggling. Well, this happened to me, but after the college. I drifted through several jobs. For me, I changed the job only once, but actually it was not a change, it was like I was forced to work too, yes, because I spent college time without paying anything, it was free. So my job is the only job that I have. I had never changed it since 2010. And I think that's for good. Because from the very beginning, from the first try, I found what I actually want. Sometimes it was working out quite well, sometimes I was even getting decent money for it. But it all felt like it was not mine, as if I taken from another man's biography. It's kinda sad. I wasn't living life to its fullest. It was looping over and over in monotonous cycles. I wasn't living, like in the movie Groundhog Day. It's just that I had no choice in how to spend my day, and every day repeated itself, the same vicious spiral. A spiral of emptiness, misery, and despair. For the last few years, I just sat in front of the screen all day. Sometimes there were manual jobs, sometimes my parents helped me. All in all, I was able to provide for myself. No wonder really, since my needs are quite minor. I hardly ever leave my home, and my communication with other people almost exclusively consists of online correspondence with the anonymous, who have no real name, no gender, no age. So in brief, a quite typical life of a quite typical antisocial person of his time. Kind of Donnie Darko in a minor scale, without doomsday-related visions. Wait a second. What? It's related to what? I need to check it. Is it what I think it is? Yeah, it's from the movie. Maybe some highly respected author will write a novel about me and it will become a contemporary classic of modern literature. Or I will write one myself. However, what's the point of fooling myself? I tried many times but couldn't even come up with a simple short story. I tried to learn many other things as well. Not gifted enough to draw. Programming? Got bored. Got bored in programming. Foreign languages takes too much time? It's wrong, because I'm not spending time at all except streaming. The only thing I loved doing was reading, but still I never would have called myself a scholar. Perhaps I was an ace at watching anime and a grand master of lame internet jokes. Very bad in jokes. If I were to get paid for it, I would probably be a happier person, and a richer person too, but I doubt it would fill the hole inside me. Very nice picture. It's definitely Russia, Starlet. This is Russia. Well, actually it's Soviet Union, because it's maybe Stalin key? I cannot see that it's Khrushchev key. No. Stalin. No? Yes? There's no back window. Doesn't really matter, I'm not a specialist. Today was another typical day of typical failures typical life. And today is the day when I have to go to my university reunion. Reunion. Never attended anything like this. Frankly speaking, I really didn't want to. Because what is a reunion? Just like everyone is boasting to show how good they are despite that they are not? And do I want to boast? No. What is the point? The time I spent with them was so short, and even if I want to go to a reunion, I must spend tons of money to actually buy tickets and go there. And nowadays, due to this COVID, it's impossible. However, I was persuaded by a friend, my former university mate, and one of the few with whom I kept in touch other than through the internet. So you still live in the same city where you was attending university? Strange. It's not capital, of course. Some region. What is this city? St. Petersburg, Moscow? So that's why he went outside. Without hat. Gosh. What is this? What is this, bro? Oh, it's a reference to torture? I'm not sure. A frosty evening. A frosty evening bus stop waiting? I never liked winter. Like me. At least we have something in common. Though hot summer is not my season either. It's just that I see no reason to point out any particular time of the year. It doesn't matter much what the weather is outside when you stay at home 24 hours, 24 hours, 7 days per week. The bus today was running so late that I was about to curse it all and spend my last few hundreds rubles for a taxi. The idea of just returning home didn't cross my mind for some reason. As usual, millions of thoughts flew through my mind, but there was not a single useful one to seize on. Such a thought that you could bring into existence, give a shape, turn into an idea, and put into practice. Maybe I could start my own business? But where would I get the money from? Or maybe I could go back to working in an office? Oh, no way. Maybe I should try freelancing? Better not. But what skills do I have and who would want me after all? Well, freelancers, people know that you have no skills, so it's totally okay. Well, I'm not expecting anything very much from freelancers if I need to hire them. And I hired some, yeah, some from time to time. Last time, maybe a year ago, suddenly remembered my childhood. Or rather my teen years, the time when I was 15, 17 years old. Why exactly those years? No idea. I guess it's because back then everything was much more simple. Seriously, especially for me, not. This was a hardship, starting from 13 till 21, I believe. Even 12, even 11. Well, starting from 11, I hate my life. Simple, it was very complicated. I really harsh. It was easier to make decisions. No, so complicated now and so simple then. Kinda reverse for me. It's simple now, it was complicated then. Waking up in the morning, I knew exactly how my day was going to pass, and I always eagerly looked forward to the weekend. Then I could get through some rest, have time for the things I like, computer, football, going out with friends, had no computers this time. And then, at the beginning of next week, I take up my studies again. Back then, there were no such worrying questions like why, who needs it, what will change if I do it, or what will not change. A simple lifestyle, so casual for any normal person and so odd to myself today. That careless childhood age. Careless childhood. You was lucky having this. It was also then that I met my first love. Gosh, her appearance and personality have vanished from my memory. Only her name remains, like a brief line from a social network profile, along with the feelings which overwhelmed me when I was with her. Affection, tenderness, the desire to care for her and to protect her. Sadly, it didn't last long. Today I can hardly imagine something like that happening. I would probably like to meet a girl, but I don't know how to start a conversation, what on earth to discuss, and how to attract her. Well, I haven't met any suitable girls for a long time, but where could I meet one anyway? In the internet? No, Tinder? What other applications? I don't know, really. 410. Is it internet error? The sound of an engine brought me back to reality. Let me check this error number. Let's see. 410. What does it mean? 410. Gone. In Google's terms, the server returned this response when the requested resource has been permanently removed. It's similar to 404, but sometimes used in the place of 404 for resources that used to exist but no longer do. This actually is a reference, that's for sure. A bus pulled over. There was something abnormal about it, I thought. Then again, it doesn't matter, only the 410 runs this road. Nice. It's very good. Streetlights pass me by. It's as if there are cold light sparks inside of me, trying to ignite feelings long death. Oh, seriously, artwork is very nice. I believe I had never seen this. Especially this cat. No, no, no. It's totally different. Or maybe not ignite, just awaken them. Because those feelings, they have been living in me for a long time, slumbering and waking up again. The driver's radio was playing some very familiar tune. Is it? Not sure. But I wasn't listening to it. I was watching the cars passing by through their fogged up window. Because people are always rushing somewhere, chasing something they need, stuck in their own little worlds. Why would they care about mine? They probably have their own serious problems, or maybe they have much easier lives. It's constantly puzzling me, what are serious problems that everyone have? I don't have it. You can't know for sure, since all people are different. Or us, I maybe have them, but I don't know about this. Sometimes someone's actions can easily be predicted, but if you try to look inside his soul, you will only see impenetrable darkness. The bus was approaching downtown, and my thoughts were interrupted by the bright city lights. Downtown, wait a second, there's no downtowns in Russian. Well, at least they were not in zeros and tens. Hundreds of billboards, thousands of cars, millions of people. I watched this light show and somehow I got terribly sleepy. Downtown. My eyes closed just for a moment and then... What about uptown? No, there's no such things. Nice music. So here it is. The opening video. The music is much better than Doki Doki, the Sushi Club. I'm sorry about this. This music is much better. It's a different level. I hope people who actually played Doki Doki Literature Club will play this. It's also a very simple visual novel. It's very simple, there's no puzzles or something. But it's way better. Bright daylight struck my eyes. At first I didn't pay attention as I wasn't fully awake yet. All my legs carried me towards the door. And we now see the name of the character. So his name is Simeon. Despite that, wait a second, it was written in a way of Japanese, by the way. So in Japanese, Simeon, but Simeon. Damn, looks like I fell asleep and missed my stop. But there was no door. I look around the bus and realized that it wasn't a good old worn out Liaz. Instead, the bus was an Icarus model, a new one. A frozen shock. How? Icarus? This is Icarus. I was in Icarus so many times and I don't know. How? What? Am I dead? Have I been kidnapped? No, I must be dead. I patted myself down ferociously, slapped myself painfully in the face a few times, banging my forehead on the back of one of the bus seats. It's clear, either I'm still alive, or you can still feel pain when you're dead. But how could this happen? Maybe I slept for too long and ended up at the bus depot? And then what? Did they put me onto another bus? Rushed out and took a look around. Nearly wherever I looked, tall grass on the roadside, trees, flowers. Yeah, very nice bus. It's very nostalgic to see this one. Summer! But how? It was winter just a moment ago. My head was aching unbearably, as if it was going to explode. Slowly I began to remember. A long road running off into the distance. Forest, plains, fields, lakes, and forest again. I think I was sleeping, but then how can I remember all of it? And then, a gap. Some girl leaning over me. She softly whispered something in my ear. Then a gap again. And then I woke up here. Yeah, also what I didn't like in Doki Doki Literature Club, because from the very beginning it was well, I don't know, it was so boring, nothing actually happened in it. The first 8 hours were like without any meaning. You're doing poetry, it's not like your typical visual novel. Here, at the beginning everything has happened, next in the middle it's boring, isn't it? I don't remember, let's see. Who was that strange girl? Or was she just a dream? For some reason, thinking about her made me feel better and calmed me down a little. I felt warmth all over, coming from the inside. Could it be her who brought me here? Then I need to find her. And the best place to look for her is away from here. I rushed to the left, then to the right, then stopped, hesitating over where to go. Finally, I ran in the direction from which the bus had probably came. Physical exercise does refresh one's mind, so it's become clearer and it gets a little easier to evaluate the surrounding reality. Second. Not in my case, however. I was sitting on the roadside, wheezing and trying to ease my sore throat by gulping breaths of hot air. In any case, the run did its job. The affair withdrew for a while. Maybe really I'm just dreaming? Though recalling myself harm on the bus, I immediately rejected the idea. I'm neither dreaming nor dead. A narrow road ran through the field and far into the distance. The exact same road from my dream. I must be very far away from home. And it's not just that it was winter yesterday and it's summer now. It's the whole environment. Of course, summer is usually like this, green and hot, but here everything is not entirely lifelike. Everything looks like it was taken from the paintings of Russian landscape artists of the 19th century. The grass is just too lush. The bushes are not like what bushes should be. They're so thick that you can't say anything with them, like treetops, honestly. And the trees themselves. The forest was quite far away, but the trees look as if they had closed their ranks and were now just waiting for the order to advance into their fields and plains. I caught my breath and looked at the bus, which was now barely visible. That was a good run. Fear overtook me once again. What is this cow? Is it reference to the S from Jim? Those power lines. What's wrong with these power lines? They are very typical. I saw so many of them in Texas, they're totally the same. There must be people here. Oh yeah. But what does it mean? In fact, that means nothing at all. Couldn't they have power lines even in hell? Roasting sinners over hot coals? That's so last century. Must have reached the point of no return after which you should either lose your mind completely or finally try to understand what is going on. And while still have a choice, I should pick the second option. I slowly headed back to the bus. Of course, it was scary. But I'm not likely to find an answer in the fields or the woods, and this wretched bucket of balls is the only kind of link that I have with the real world. Пионерлагерь Совенок. It means, Starlight, do you know the word for the little owl? I mean, owl child. Like, dog has puppets, and owls have... what? Chicks? But no, chicks is for chickens. This one is owl for sure. So... Pioneer Camp. Bus stop 410. I mean, this is their bus line number. Seriously. I should carefully scout the area. Savionek means OLED. Wait a second, they provided the answer. It's OLED. I didn't know about this. A brick wall. And its gates crowned with Savionek sign. Statues of pioneers standing on either side and road sign nearby showing their bus route number 410. Trip taking a bit too long today. I smirked. What did he do? A person may start acting inappropriately in extreme situations. Something like that is probably happening to me now. This place didn't look abandoned at all, no rust on the gates, no damage to the walls. Savionek. What could have a name like that? Judging by the pioneer status, it could be a kid's summer camp. Well, it appears to be open. Wait a second, camp or camp? It's camping, but... for camps? I don't know. I need some transcription. Camp. Camp. It's camp. Doesn't matter how it is. I pronounce it as like camp. Okay, of course the simplest explanation, logically speaking, explains nothing at all. The strange girl, the altered bus, Summer, the pioneer camp. Thousands of theories went through my mind instantly, from alien abduction to lethargic sleep, from a hallucination to a time and space shift. None was worse than any other, but there was really no way to pick a single one. Wait a second, Starlight, this cow on stream looks looks horrible. I just noticed this. Well, because it's not picking up the black background. Well, on my skin it's okay, but on stream, gosh, it looks very horrible. Did I miss the praise one? Oh, yeah. None was worse than any other, but there was really no way to pick a single one. Okay. Then it occurred to me, I can try to make a phone call. I took out my cell phone and dialed the first number from my contact list. Not working. a robot arrow. But instead of signals strange bars, the screen was showing a thick cross. Alright, there may be no signal in such a remote place. So I cannot be the only one who came here. Buses don't drive themselves. I examined the bus from all sides to make sure that it wasn't a hallucination. Bits of dirt on the button, some rust here and there, faded paint and worn out tires. No, this is definitely a very ordinary cars. Yeah, exactly the kind of bus which takes you to places beyond your understanding if you carelessly fall asleep. I gave a nervous chuckle. It came out by itself, sporadically, because this wasn't the right place or time to laugh. But where on earth is the driver? I cautiously sat down on the curb beside the bus and started to wait. Curb? It must be curb. I have several questions about this translation because I would translate it and use the words differently. Anyway, my patience didn't last long. My anxiety seemed to have reached its peak, and I started to go slightly mad. In such a situation, anyone would have probably felt something similar. Aliens and parallel universes were gone from my imaginations, leaving only void and darkness. Is this how everything will end? How my life will end? But I wanted to do so much, there were so many things that I had no time for yet. I was overwhelmed by the idea this was definitely the end. But why? It's not fair, surely I am no worse than anyone else. God, why? Are you falling asleep again? Come on. Tears were burned my eyes unbearably. I curled up and started rolling it in the grass. Why? What did I do? Why me? But my cries were only heard by the speechless status of the pioneers and the burden tree. By the way, pioneers, it sounds so strange because in English it means people who first were discovering the North America continent, right? But in Soviet Union, pioneers are actually little boys and girls who are, wait a second, on their way to communism. It's not a Boy Scouts, it's not a Boy Scouts, it's not related to Boy Scouts itself. Pioneer is totally different, it's an organization. You're part of it, like trade union or something. It's very hard to explain. And a bird on a tree, which immediately flapped its wings and took off, crying out something in its own bird language, as if laughing at the idiot who dared to interrupt its after-dinner nap. I was left breathless from weeping and just lay quietly sobbing occasionally. After a while, I managed to pull myself together. My mind cleared up a bit, as if terror and the fear of death gave me a little break. All in all, if someone wanted to kill me, what is all this for? It doesn't look like an experiment either. If this is just some crazy coincidence, then there's probably no threat. Anyway, for now it seems there's no danger. The panic was soon gone. Of course, the blood was still pounding in my temples and my hands were still shaking, but at least I could think clearly now. Right now, there's nothing can really change anyway. So no matter how much I think or how mad I get, it would only make things worse. Until some actual facts appear, there's really no point in making guesses. In any case, I won't learn anything by lounging about here. Finally, let's go in. This camp, if of course it is really camp, looked like the only place where people could be, so I decided to go there, and hardly had I reached the gates when a girl came out from behind them, wearing a pioneer uniform. Yeah, this is typical pioneer uniform, that's right. I mean, necktie, yes. Other things, I'm not sure. My logic didn't let me down this time. Then again, a pioneer uniform in the 21st century. Well, I don't know about uniforms. When I became a pioneer age, it was already no USSR. But I was born in USSR. By the way, my initial national is Soviet Union. I am really settled. Really. Then again, pioneering from in 21st century, and then again a girl here. I froze, unable to take a step. I felt very much like running away, running as spies, far away as I could from this place, far from this bus, gates, statues, and far from this bloody bird with its siesta. This I will return. Better not. USSR is a product of the revolution. It's like a state when everything falls apart and you have a stupid dictator who is actually living for himself. No, 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 no. I don't want to explain this, and many people who live back in there will disagree with me and say that it's the best country in the world. Why? Because now they live in even worse country. That's right. They had never seen anything better than USSR. So USSR is some kind of, I don't know, if you take a joke way in New Jersey in the United States of America. Well, I have nothing against New Jersey, just, you know, some kind of joke when I first heard in the X-Files. And next, oh, Robot Chicken. I don't know why, but it is. Just running, free like the wind, faster and faster, waving to the planets, passing by, winking at the galaxies. Running, becoming a pulsar rain and turning into vestigial radiation. Running to fate the unknown. So this game is actually a perfect USSR, that how it should be, but it had never been like this. Had never. Run no matter where, as long as it's far away from this place. Meanwhile, the girl came closer and smiled. I could not help but notice her beauty, even though I was trembling with fear. Human instincts work independent of consciousness, and while only 5% of the brain is responsible for cognitive processes, the remaining 95% are always busy sustaining life, and in particular ensure stable functioning of the hormonal system. I desperately wanted to get less complicated and stop thinking in formal codes for an encyclopedia, though my thoughts appeared one by one, being stupid out of a place as if taken from an internal monologue of the hero of some junky softcover crime fiction book. Pretty Slavic face, long braids that look like two armful of fresh hair and blue eyes you could drown in. By the way, it's very interesting that typical Slavic, I don't know, like say, race, right, is actually Aryan type, which were German in it. You know, they actually wanted that everyone must have, they must have blue eyes, be blonde, light skin, etc. like this. But it was typically Slavic type, right? It is. Is it coincidence, or they actually were into Eastern Europe rather than German, which was Central? You know that Hitler was typically not like this. Hi, you must have just arrived. Do not reply, or reply. Oh, it's a very hard choice. What should you choose? Okay, this time reply. Yeah. Alright then, welcome. She smiled broadly. Strange, it looked as if I had just a normal girl in front of me. I shouldn't have returned here, the boots and fields seemed better. But what shall I do next? Try to speak with her as if she was a human, or run away, or what? The blood was pumping unbearably in my head, tearing it apart from the inside. A little bit more of the poor being a girl would be splattered with the gruesome contents of my skull. What's so funny about that? The girl looked me over. It sent shivers down my spine, and my knees started to tremble. Nothing? Great then? Great? What's so great about that? Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. To hell with it all. Forget about the bus behind me, the fact that it was winter yesterday and summer today and wanted to rip off my itchy sweater and just accept that all this is actually happening. Everything is as it should be. All this is for the best. Would you happen to know? You should go to our camp leader. She'll tell you everything. Look, you go straight ahead to the square, then turn left. You'll see several small cabins. She pointed at the gate, as if I knew what was behind them. What? Between is patronymic? Why do you need all these explanations? Let's not read them. No, let's read it. It's kind of funny how they actually adapted. So, she said, well, you can ask someone where Olga Dmitrievna's cabin is. So, Dmitri is patronymic, a derivative of a person's father's name, in this case Dmitri, put by Russians after the person's first name as a sign of respect of or formal address. Yeah, it's kind of very sad because people actually hate when you call them like do, you mean the other way of saying you, and if you say it without actually this, or this patronymic, they will be furious. Oh. Got it? Of course, I didn't. Well, I've got to go now. Yo, wait here. Hands at me and disappeared through the gates. Seems as if to her was something ordinary. And all the show with the bus and the travels while awake or asleep were troubling only to me, while everything here is just the way it is supposed to be. Camp leader, pioneer, uniform. What are they doing? A historical reenactment here? Reconstruction, it's historical reconstruction, isn't it? I hope I won't find Lenin standing atop an armored car in the square. But even that would not surprise me right now. After standing alone for a while, I headed into the camp. A mere 50 meters ahead, a small one-story house popped up on the left side. Kluby? Shashki? Wait a second, what's this second one? So it's clubs. Wait a second, I don't remember what is the other chess game. What was the second one? I don't care. The sign near the door said clubs. Was about to come closer, when the door suddenly opened and a short girl wearing a pioneer uniform came out. Pretty face gave me the impression of one suffering for the fate of the whole of mankind with a truly universal sorrow. As soon as she saw me, the girl froze, as if frightened. I froze too, considering what was the best to do, to approach first or wait until she showed some initiative. Or maybe run away, after all. Also, this last option was constantly being suggested only by my self-preservation instinct. At least that's what I'd like to believe. Not the worst human instinct, but far from the most logical. If this instinct played poker against detective abilities, the outcome would be predetermined. And those deductive abilities, or at least their semblance, were hiding to me that there was no need to be afraid of this girl. Suddenly somebody jumped out of nearby bushes. A girl wearing a bright red t-shirt with USSR right under it. By the way, it's pronounced, as I remember, SSSR. Such a perfect reproduction of the age. She looked quite short from a distance and was probably younger than both pioneer girls, the one at the gates and this girl at the door of the clubs. At last I decided to come closer, but the USSR, as I called her in my mind, jumped toward the first girl and started telling her something while wildly waving her arms. The other girl in turn seemed confused and lowered her gaze, remaining silent. I would have probably continued to observe the amusing dialogue, but the USSR suddenly pulled something out of her pocket and started waving it in front of the first girl's face. This something turned out to be a grasshopper. My first girl squealed. She must not be too keen on insects, as she instantly rushed off towards the place, where Lenin presumably made his speech about the workers' and peasants' revolution. That is to say, toward the square. The USSR glanced at me, grinned playfully, and dashed after her. Not a bad start to the day. I have absolutely no clue where I am, besides that there are some kids here role-playing as pioneers. And as far as I can tell, this place is located thousands of kilometers away from my home. It might even be a different reality. And this was indeed reality. I mean, everything around me seemed so real, if a little embellished, and I was starting to think that in fact my previous life could have been just a dream. And what am I supposed to do now? Live here. I was picking at the cracked paving stones with my shoe and staring aimlessly at the club's building. Just few more seconds before I have to come up with some decision. That's when I recalled myself rolling on the grass, weeping. I cringe in disgust. Perhaps it's another instinct. When all energy for whimpering and self-pitying is used up, the body either goes into hibernation or mobilizes its reserves. Mine seemed to have chosen the second option because, out of the blue, I found the determination to figure out what was going on. In order to do that, I had to act like a man, like a human, to maintain the dignity of representative, gosh, representative of my own world. I followed the path to the left. On the right side of which stood small cabins, apparently the homes of the local pioneers. Actually, they looked quite cozy from the outside. Even though I was born in the Soviet Union, had never been part of its children's organizations, neither the pioneers nor even the younger October children. It means Oktyabrята. I imagine the daily life of a typical pioneer camp a bit differently. Huge barracks with long rows of metal bunks, wake up call at 6 o'clock, played by a siren 1 minute to make your beds and join in the formation of the drill square. Oh wait, could I be confusing it with something else? Suddenly something struck me on the back. I staggered but remained on my feet, turned around and prepared to fight heroically for my life. But all I found was another girl standing before me, and by the way, it's a mascot of Dvach. A Russian fortune. Yes, indeed. My mouth hung open in surprise. So, regular people who will play in this, even if they're from USSR or Russia, will never understand what's going on in this game because they had never been on Dvach. It's a popular place, but not for everyone. It's underground. Hello, dear pie. Pick your jaw up of the ground. I closed my mouth. The same pioneer uniform, but the way she was wearing it looked, let's say, provocative. Like all the girls I had met here before, this one was rather cute, but her overly arrogant expression killed any desire to get to know her better. New here, are you? Fine, see ya. She threw a threatening glance at me and walked past. I waited for the beggar girl to turn the corner. Who knows what else she might have been up to? The most interesting thing was that even this hostile girl seemed completely normal to me. She did not give off the feelings of some deadly danger. Except maybe the danger of getting punched in the nose. Wait a second, it's a... Genda? So, from Evangelion, right? Yeah, it's even said here, Genda. Well, it was Genda. At last I managed to make it to this. Can't believe this. There was no Lenin on an armored car, also one could easily expect something like that after all this had happened. Instead, have a monument to a certain comrade stored in the People's Square. The letters on the pages are red candy. Must be some big figure in the party. There were some small benches at the sides. It's quite pleasant here. Where did that girl tell me to go? To the left, to the right. To the left, to the right, to the left, to the right. To the left, to the right, I'm not sure. And why am I going there anyway? Alright, I've decided to pretend to be normal. So, to the right, to the right? Though a small grove. I came out to a pier. I must have taken a wrong turn, indeed. Hey, wrong way! I turned towards the voice. That first girl stood before me. What the heck is this? An elegant weapon is playing Halo Infinity. It just pop up here. Now what did I tell you? Take a left at the square, wasn't it? She had changed from her pioneer uniform to bikini. Oh, I still haven't introduced myself. My name is Slavia. Actually, my full name's Slaviana, but everyone calls me Slavia. So you can too. Yeah, I still felt a bit confused, so I could not come up with more meaningful answers. And what's your name? It felt like she could see right through me. Semyon? Nice to meet you, Semyon. Alright, I'm almost done here. Could you wait here a minute? I'm going to change and we'll go to Olga Dmitrievna together, agreed? Agreed. After this exchange ran off, I sat on the pier and let my feet hand into the water. Союз, нерушим. By the way, at the beginning of this game there was another song about Pioneer game and actually sonnet? I was wearing heavy winter boots, but in such weather there was nothing wrong in getting my feet wet. Furthermore, it let me cool myself a little. Looking at the river, I was brainstorming and processing everything that has happened. If this is some kind of conspiracy, it's weird one, even too friendly at times. Yeah, I did indeed, because when I started this game there was some music from this song and I really sung it. I don't know how it was, because I still remember the words, I don't know why. No, it really looks more like a random event. Some entirely incomprehensible random event. Shall we go? Slavia was standing beside me, dressed in the pioneer uniform again. No, you will never like it. I'm not a singer. That's for sure. Let's go. I've been here for a very short time, but of all the people I've met, she looks the least suspicious. However, this fact is already suspicious itself. By the way, we need to make a collaboration with Starlet and everyone else. With some karaoke game. Wait a second. It will be banned on Twitch, isn't it? Due to copyrights, I'm not sure. Zidia did this in the past, I remember. I'm not sure about Starlight. Alright, however, this pack is already suspicious itself. Which pack? I don't remember. Walk to the square. The USSR girl and the girl who hit me on the back were there, chasing each other. What will be muted? It will be very sad. Well, I'm not going to do this on my channel. Is it some kind of game they're playing? Ulyana? Enough running? I'll tell everything to Olga Dmitrievna. Aye, Captain. I decided not to question Slavia for a while about what was going on or the local residents. Better meet with this mysterious Olga Dmitrievna first. Sounds like she's the boss here. We walked past the rows of almost identical cabins, some of which looked like fat beer barrels, while others looked more like household sheds. Finally, Slavia stopped in front of a smallish one-story cabin. Doesn't matter. Go. make a new channel to do those things. Hmm. But I'm not going to sing alone, that's for sure. You should present as well. Look like an artist painting. The faded paint, chipping hair, and the abyss age was sparkling in the sun. The window's shutters, slightly ajar, were swaying almost unnoticeably in the wind, and huge lilac bushes were growing at the sides. Seemed as if this shackled heart was drawing in a storm of purple silk, and the lilacs? Like some elemental force, were inexorably destroying the troop leader's house. I don't know, in this translation, there's so many words that are not common in English. What are you standing around for? Let's go. Slavia snapped me out of my daydreaming. And stop teasing Lena already. Lena. Rena from Higurashi. I didn't play Higurashi yet, but there's a lot of reference to other visual novels here. Sounds like there's someone inside. Indeed, a moment later, the door swung open and Uliana ran out and dashed past with the same mischievous grin. The pigtail girl came out next. Don't let it bother you, Lena. It's Lena. So her name is Lena. Gotta be thankful it's not Oriana, at least. But I don't. Instead of finishing her sentence, she blushed and quickly headed towards the square. Seriously, I'm not sure. Did they really got all this, no rights to put all these characters here? There's a lot of references to anime and visual novels. For some reason, I felt like turning and following her with my eyes, but Slavia said, Come. Come with me if you want to leave. We entered the cabin. Phantomas! On the left. Oh gosh. I wasn't sure that in America he's not famous, but in Europe, in France, wait a second, Ziopa, you must know him. On the right, I don't know if you can see it. I think you cannot, because it's my face here. It's typical resident from Image Birds. Father of the Blue Man Group? No. First of all, he's green, actually. Anonym on the left. Yeah, very nice room. Inside it looks something similar to what I'd imagined: two beds, a table, a couple of chairs, a simple carpet on the floor, a wardrobe. Why two beds? I don't know. Nothing special, but at the same time it felt like home-like and cozy. Also, this room was almost in the same state of disorder as my own flat. The girl standing near the window appeared to be about 25 years old. Nature had obviously gifted her with a pretty face and a good body. At least one thing can keep you happy in this pandemonium. Locals are beautiful. You're finally here! Excellent! My name is Olga Dmitrievna. I'm the camp leader. Nice to meet you. I'm Semyon. I decided to talk as I wasn't surprised by anything that was going on. She came closer. We've been expecting you since early morning. You've been expecting me? Yes, of course. And when does the next bus come, Kozai? And why do you need it? Yeah, right. Why would I need it? Guess I shouldn't ask direct questions. The people here may react to them quite unlike how I'd prefer. And I doubt I get any answers. No reason, just curious. By the way, where are we exactly? Our mailing address, I mean. I wanted to send a letter to my parents to tell them I got here fine. For some reason, I had the desperate idea that if I played alone, I would find something out. Oh, but your parents called us half an hour ago. Send their regards to you. Now that's a surprise. So, can I call them? Cause I forgot to tell them something before I left. No. She gave me a sweet, spontaneous smile. Why not? We don't have a phone here. Then how could my parents make a call to here? I've just come back from the district's central town. I talked with them there. Oh, so that's how it is. And can I somehow get to the town? No. She kept the same smile. Why not? Because the next bus only comes in a week. I decided not to anger how the troop leader managed to get there and back. I would get no answer anyway. All this time, Slavia was standing next to me and seemed to find nothing odd in our conversation. Oh, we need to find a uniform for you. I've got absolutely no desire to put on pioneer shirts or to wear the ridiculous red neckerchief. Wait a second, so it's neckerchief here, no necktie, but doesn't matter. However, wearing winter clothes in summer isn't a great idea either. Right, thank you. I wonder if I'm the only one here who finds it strange that someone's wearing a coat and winter boots in such heat. Right, so I'll be off then. You can get yourself acquainted with the camp. Don't forget to come to dinner in the evening. Having said that, she walked out of the cabin. No, walked is not the right word, she rushed out. I ended up alone with Slavia. I must go too, got things to do. Take a walk, look around the camp a bit. See you in the evening. If there's no threat or catch to this, then this reality, as embodied by Slavia, becomes more and more appealing. For the first time today, I realized that it was awfully hot here. Also, obviously my winter clothes were to blame for that. I took off my coat and dropped it onto the bed. My pullover followed it. I was now wearing only a shirt. That's much better. All I could do now was follow their advice and go look around the camp. I'll try to find something out in the meanwhile. Passing the local residential district, I saw pioneer guy coming my way. And it was really a pioneer guy, not a pioneer girl. Apparently there were men even in this kingdom of Amazons. Hello, you've new here. You must be Simeon, right? And how do you... Everyone knows already. I'm electronic, by the way, the real one. You can call me that. And this is from actually a series of book and even a movie. Series of movies. Very famous in ex-USSR countries. Let's see how they actually explained here. Electronic was a robot character appearing in the popular Soviet film and book series. He looked like an exact copy of a school kid called Sergei. What? He was Sergei Syroyeshkin, not this. Who actually used this? Electronic's real one, since we're going from crazy to completely insane. Alright. Uliana also calls me cheesy. Interesting, because I want to know how it was in original, because I'm not going to call you cheesy because it's not related to cheese at all. Let's see. What is his name? I can call him electronic without any problem, but I want to know what was his name actually. You must know. I don't know. Can we switch? By the way, can we save and switch the language to check it out? What is the screen? Yes, alright. I want to know how did they use it. Language. Russian. Are you going to restart? I don't want to restart the game, but okay. It's restarted. Achievement unlocked? Let's see. We can load here. You didn't delete anything. Syroyeshka. His name is Syroyeshka. I got it. Сыроежка. It means you eating raw food. Raw food. Raw eaten. Raw eaten. His name is Raw Eater. I don't know who decided to translate as cheesy because it sounds very misleading. One more time. Loading. Come on. Jeez. So, here's electronic. Cheesy. On toast with mushrooms. What? Because my last name is Sыроежкин. It was me. This is me. If this is me, I am very glad because I really like this character in my childhood. This is a real character. I see. Let me show you around. I accepted his offer as it would have taken much longer to get to know this place alone. Fine, let's go. We ended up at the square again, as this place was all base to this camp. Lena was sitting on one of the benches, reading some book. Electronic confidently approached her. Hello, Lena. Meet the new guy, Semyon. He started briskly. Hello. Well, you should say we already met, in a way. Yes. She looked away from the book for a moment, glanced at me, blushed and went back to reading, as if not noticing that we were still here. Alright, let's go on. I was at first surprised that meeting this girl was reduced to a couple of words, but then I thought that it was better that way. Electronics' vigorous activity did not fit well with Lena's shyness. Let's go. Next we came to a building which I instantly identified as a canteen. Canteen, it's actually eatery. Why canteen? I really question several translations. I disagree with how they translate. And this here, I know, this way you consume organic foods. Yeah, something like that. On the canteen's porch stood the unfriendly girl who hit me on the back earlier. At the sight of her, my joking look vanished in a blink of an eye. Really, now is not the best time to be pulling this guy's leg, even though he is quite hilarious. First I need to figure it out what's what here, or at least where I am. Here or there, it's Alisa Dvachovskaya. Be careful around her. He spoke in a whisper. What? Don't ever risk calling her Dvacha. She doesn't like that. Dva means two, obviously. The whole nickname sounds exactly like Tucha in Russian, a reference to the late Tucha.ru anonymous image board. Like 4chan, but 2chan. Oh, what did you say? What did you call me? She must have heard him. In the blink of an eye, Alisa jumped down from the porch and dashed towards us. Alright, you'll manage from here onwards. Electronic took his heels. Run after him, or do nothing. Interesting choice. What we should do? Holy shit. Well, obviously I'm going to get the true ending to this game, so we must select almost every single choice, but I will do nothing. Alisa, brain bust, stopped for a moment and growled. I'll deal with you later. Deal with me? What did I do wrong? I added first guilty smile to my words. But what am I guilty of? She made no reply and carried on chasing Electronic. Nice game, very nice game. Looks like I'll have to kill some time alone, waiting for dinner. I decided to go east, at least in the direction where east would be in my world. Soon after, I found myself near a football pitch. Game was in full swing there. I guess watching it for a bit wouldn't do any harm. Wait a second, if it was winter in Russia, so we are in Australia, that's for sure. In my childhood and teen years, I was not a bad player myself and even thought of going professional, but a few injuries in a row killed my desire to risk my health for the sake of a certain chance in the game. Kids of different ages were running around the pitch. Could see a boy of about 10 and a girl of about 14 years old. Yes, that's the problem with comes in USSR. There's all ages, all alone in the same place. There's no age groups. Strange indeed. A girl. Yes, it's Ulyana. Alright, so she plays football. That's so surprising. She seems a restless one, after all. I was standing quite far from the beach, but she still noticed me. Hey you! Ulyana shouted. Wanna play? I didn't know how to answer. On the one hand, running around for 10 minutes is no big deal. On the other hand, any wrong move in my situation could be my final one. But in any case, my attire wasn't suitable for the weather. We played in winter boots and warm jeans, I would sweat like a pig. And playing barefoot and without jeans would be simply unethical. Maybe another time, alright? I shouted in response, turned around and walked back. I was followed by Ulyana's screams about my puns or about me being a puns or something like that. Well, it was actually coward, because puns and cowardness it's the same almost word in Russian. I don't know, I don't want to switch the languages. Evening was falling, making me feel tired and empty after a day wasted with no real purpose. I came back to the square, sat down on a bench, and gave an exhausted sigh. I'd better sit here and wait for dinner. After all, it's easier to search for answers when you're not hungry. They do give food to the people here, right? You know, it's curious how the simplest human needs can break the will to ponder things to strive for something. For example, I feel hungry now, so I care much less about where I am or what is happening to me. Could great people also be affected by this? And in that case, how did Spartacus start the slave uprising in ancient times? I can only conclude that I am not a great person, and it does not really matter which mechanism I serve as a juror in Soviet, the Matrix, or World Pioneer Camp. My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of bells chiming from a loudspeaker on a light pole. By the way, was nice timing when I started drinking this. It must be the dinner call. I headed towards the canteen. It was a good thing that now I knew where it was. Olga Dmitrievna was there, standing on the porch. I stopped and looked closely at her, as if I were expecting something. She looked back at me for a while, but at last came closer. Semyon, what are you waiting for? Come in already. Guess nothing bad can happen if I go with you. My stomach backed me up here. The two of us went inside. Let me check this. Nothing special, I must say. Таких конфет нам не надо? Such sweeters we don't need or something. That's right, работница борис за чистую столовку. Столовую. Oh, you can see this poster. It's on the right. Nice. My canteen looked like a canteen. I don't know. I had a chance to visit factory canteen at some point in my life. This one was exactly the same, just maybe a bit cleaner and more modern. Metal chairs and tables glazed tiles on the walls, and on the floor a sophisticated tableware with the occasional crack. Guess that's what a canteen in a pioneer camp's supposed to look like. Semyon, wait a moment, we'll find you a place to sit. She looked around the place. Vashevskaya, hold it right there. Olga Dmitrievna shouted at Alisa, who was passing by. What? What's up with your clothes? Anything wrong with them? Indeed, your turn looked somewhat provocative. Get your uniform nice and neat right now. Alright. Alisa got her shirt right and walked past, shooting an unpleasant glare at me. So, where can we find your place to sit? There went a lot of free seats. Go here, next to Ulyana. Maybe I... Yeah, it's fine, the food's already on the table too. I had no other choice but to accept. Of course, there was probably the cutlets. Cutlets? Were poisoned with cholera. The mashed potatoes generously seasoned with arsenic and the glass filled with excellent antifreeze instead of compote. So what is it? In common Russian language, kotleta means wait a second. Kotleta is actually ground meat that you actually fry it, and this means it's actually hamburger meat. That's right. Why do you say it's kotleta? Which is hamburger without anything by wheat. Fried and baked in the shape of ball or a cylinder close to American patties. Yeah. Ball cylinder, never saw them in like a ball. Never seen this. Compote is a drink made of boiling fresh or dried fruit and a large amount of water, compote in French. So, punch, etc. But it all looked so tasty that I had no chance to resist. I mean, this food is actually kinda common even in the United States, so why do you need to name it the Russian way? What do I want? I replied rather rudely to Uliana, who was sitting next to me. Why didn't you play football with us? Because of my clothes? Said I, pointed at the source of the problem. All right then, eat. However, there wasn't much left to eat. My cutlet was missing from the plate. Котлета. Wait a second. Cot. Only she could have done it. No more precisely. None but Uliana could have done it. Give me back my cutlet. In a big family, you snooze, you lose. It can cost you a cutlet if you are careless. Give it back, I'm telling you. What is the important choice here? We can use an attempt to take the cutlet, and do not attempt to take the cutlet. Grab it. I looked at her menacingly and was about to reach out my hand. See, I don't have it. And indeed, Uliana's plate was empty. Seems that this little girl eats as fast as she still summons cutlets. Take it easy, we'll work something out now. She grabbed my plate and ran off. There was no point in following her. If they wanted to poison me here, they could have done it in a much easier way. About a minute later, Uliana returned and handed me the plate with a steaming hot cutlet on it. Here, one was a story. Nice. I mean, nice utilities. I had never seen something like this in any Soviet eatery. Or how did they name it here? Canteen? I don't know why. Thanks. It was all I could say. I was so hungry that my suspicions were gone in a flash. I picked up the cutlet with my fork and... The hell is this? Some bug, it's very dangerous bug. No, not a bug, an insect. Wait a second. Every insect is a bug. It got legs and it's wiggling. So maybe you wanted to say beetles, and it's definitely a poor translation. The plate fell to the floor and broke into pieces. The chair hit me hard on my leg while falling. I've disliked insects since I was a child, but when these creepy crawlers appears on my plate, that's just way too much. You little... Uliana seems ready for such a twist and was already at the door, laughing as if she had just heard a fresh stand-up comedy joke. Hello, Mr. Zedek. Nice to see you here. I dashed up the hill. We ran out of the canteen. We were just a few dozen meters apart and I felt I would catch this little girl easily. We ran through the square. By the way, did you see the Evangelion? You must. So you must know this man in the middle. Not anymore. But the club's house. And ran into the forest path. I started to gasp for breath. I should have quit smoking, I guess. Uliana passed out of sight on the next door. Can't be true that she managed to get away from me. It simply can't. I stopped and tried to catch my breath again. He's even a smoker, as his main character. Night was falling. Looks like I'm lost. It's a bad idea to stay in the woods at night. Better get back to the camp. However, I had absolutely no clue which way to go. Gendo? Yeah, Gendo carries statue. Indeed. Well, gotta choose a trend one. Just several months ago, I finally watched the new Evangelion and the last movie, and it was quite great. Well, in general, because they explained everything, but ending was kinda lame, I must say. It could be better. I wandered for quite some time in the forest and even thought of crying for help, but finally I saw the camp's fence beyond the trees. Everything fell back into place. The bus is gone. I murmured quietly. On the one hand, there was nothing strange about that. The bus couldn't just stay there forever. On the other hand, it meant there was someone driving because buses do not drive themselves. Well, if it's the real world, of course, not Matrix. Or do they? Can just despawn or something. This would seems too normal, but every event here had at least two explanations for it. An ordinary, real, everyday explanation and a surreal one. Certainly, the driver could have just been off for a snack and I left too soon, and that's why. In any case, this is not the place for me. Whether that bus drives itself or not was probably an important question, but it was much more important to know how I had got here at all and where this here was. The fields and the woods stretching toward the horizon had no answers. There was nothing familiar about them. A strange, odd, and alien world. However, at the same time, it was absolutely not frightening. Either my self preservation instinct decided to resign from its job, or all this running around the camp and the local pianos had lulled me so much with their carefree normality that I was simply forgetting what had happened to me just a couple of hours ago. Also, I probably just had no strange left to worry. All I wanted was some peace, calmness. I wanted to just have a break from it all, and only after that would I continue looking for answers. Ready and reloaded. Yeah, we're still hungry, isn't it? However, that would be some time later. And what about now? Can I allow myself to relax? Nighttime. It got completely dark, and in any case, it was better to spend the night in the camp. I was about to head back when someone came up silently from behind. Hello, what are you doing here so late? It was Slavia standing before me. I was so surprised that I jumped. So, you didn't catch Uliana, did you? She smiled. I nodded disappointedly and sighed. No wonder. No one ever has. Yeah, she's a real rocket girl. She could have found better use for her energy than looking for adventures. You must be hungry. You didn't manage to have dinner after all. It wasn't me. Indeed, I had completely forgot about my hunger, but after these words of yours, my stomach drew attention to itself by giving a traitorous rumble. Slavia smiled. Let's go then. What, in the canteen still? Is the canteen still open? It's alright, I have the keys. The keys? Yes, I have keys to all the facilities in this camp. Must be important, by the way. How come? Well, I'm something like the camp's leader's aide here. I see. Well, let's go. It was an offer you can't refuse. When we reached the square, Slavia stopped in her tracks. Excuse me, I should warn my roommate that I'll be late. She's so punctual herself that she'll be worried otherwise. You go to the canteen and I'll come in a minute, alright? Alright. I really didn't expect to find somebody aside from myself there at such a late hour. And that somebody was apparently trying hopelessly to open the door. Without any secret thoughts, I walked up into the porch. The lockpicker turned out to be Alisa. I should have probably kept off and waited. She looked at me intently for a while, then said, "Don't just stand here. Give me a hand or something." "A minute? Help me open the door!" "Why?" "'Cause I want some buns and kefir. Dinner wasn't big enough." "Is that really a good idea? Aren't you hungry yourself, huh? Juliana didn't let you have a normal dinner, did she?" She smiled sarcastically. "It's true, she didn't. It's fine, Slavia will come now and..." "What?" "Guess I shouldn't have said that. I'm off then, and you'll pay for this. You owe me two already." Having said that, Alisa disappeared in the night. And what was the first one? I don't know. Slavia didn't keep me waiting for too long. "Is everything alright?" "Yeah, why are you asking?" "No reason, it's nothing. It would be better if I didn't tell you about Alisa." "Everything fine." I said that and immediately heard a note of dishonesty in my voice. Well, shall we go?" As for Slavia, she seemed not to have noticed anything. At least she was pretending she hadn't, or something. We entered the canteen. "Wait a bit, I'll go get something." I sat down in a chair and obediently waited for my savior. My dinner was simple, a few buns and a glass of kefir. By the way, no more anymore. It's kinda strange, so he was teleported here in his own clothes, but actually he changed his appearance. Interesting. No wonder, but 100 pioneers finished everything off. However, even that was far better than most of my usual diet. Slavia sat across the table and looked at me while I was eating. Is there something in my face? "Oh, just..." She smiled. "So, how did you like your first day in the camp?" "Well, I don't really know. It's silly to ask someone who suddenly found himself in a different reality whether he liked the food in the canteen, the camp leader, or his assigned hut. It's alright, you'll soon get used to it." Slavia started on the window dreamily. Frankly speaking, I have no desire to get used to such things, but as for her, she doesn't know. Or at least she wants me to think that she doesn't. Well, all in all, it's nice here. I had to somehow break the awkward silence. "Do you think so?" she asked without any interest. "Yeah, this place is so... I wanted to say retro, but I managed to hold it back. After all, it was retro for me, but what about them? It might be the only kind of life they knew, if the term life was applicable here at all. So how?" She watched me closely, as if something important depended on my answer. "Well, I don't know, lovely. It's lovely here." "Yes, you're right." She smiled again. "It's very good that you think so. Why?" "Well, not everybody likes it here." "And what about you?" "Me?" "Yes, I love it here, it's great. Then you don't need to worry about what other people think." "Well, I don't really worry." Slavia laughed. This conversation seems to be leading me for astray from where I wanted to get to. And you're worried yourself. "Really? Why do you say so?" "Well, when someone is sharing so intensely..." "I'm sorry." "It's okay. I couldn't bring myself to be more cautious around this girl. But why her in particular? Why not any other local inhabitant? Every one of them looked completely normal to me. I say normal, so normal it sends chills down my spine and into my marrow. Normal, not like a neighbor with a power drill in one hand and a subwoofer in the other. Not like a passenger you can often meet in a subway on public transport. Not like a co-worker at the next table in an open plan office. And not even like a friend who only differs from other humans in his constant existence. All of them look normal. as I would expect them to be, with their own downsides but without any superpowers. And Slavy was also cute. I glanced at her stealthily, not knowing what to say. I'm sorry, I wanted to show you the camp, but was run off my feet. I didn't miss anything, well, my own, I guess. Are you sure you haven't missed anything at all? She smiled so brightly that I had to drop my eyes in confusion. Well, how would I know? It's my first day here. Okay, and what have you seen so far? I've seen the square, this canteen, the football field, and what about the beach? Just from afar. You really should go there, or let's do it together? Yeah, okay, we will. Your naturalness started to scare me, but then I thought, what if everything that happens here is how it's supposed to be, and this world looks strange only to me, while for them it's normal? Maybe I was thrown into the past? Yeah, that would explain a lot. Can I ask a stupid question? No. Slavia smiled and stood up from the table. It's late. Can you find a way to organize a meeting by yourself? Of course I can, but why should I go there? She'll settle you with someone? What for? Probably this question seems stupid because Slavia merged into good-natured laughter. You need to sleep somewhere, right? That makes sense. Fine, I'll be off then. Good night. Night. It's strange that she left in such a hurry. A bundle of keys left on the door caught my attention. I was going to catch up to Slavia, but where does she live? And knocking on every door during the middle of the night didn't sound like a bright idea. Take the keys, or leave the keys. Interesting. Well, obviously we must take them and close this place. Or not. Or yes. Take them. I better take them. I'll give them back tomorrow because who knows what happens here at night. Such thoughts gave me chills. It's me who needs to be careful here in the first place. The night, though dark, wasn't silent at all. One could hear chirping crickets, the sound of the night birds, and rustling trees from everywhere. A sudden desire to follow Slavia's advice and go to the camp's leader's cabin appeared. By the way, there was a car on the right, so they actually can move from here to the town. Maybe it's not working, I don't know. I don't know why, but the sight of the unknown bronze builder of communists put me in a constructive mood. Wait a second, Ganda is communism. I sat on the bench and started to recall everything what happened today. Well, Yendo. That was all my constructive mood could offer. He was much brighter than near the canteen, and the pioneers were running by, so this place didn't seem scary at all. Bus summer camp, girls. I was so tired from everything new and strange that I could not come up with a single explanation for what was going on. I heard a barely noticeable rustle nearby. I shivered and looked in the direction. A girl reading a book. Lena. Lena. Second time today, I actually saying something without actually reading this. I decided to move closer and talk. She was the only new person I had met here without exchanging even a few words. Wait a second, this music reminds me of Anime Air. It's also an adaptation of some visual novels that I didn't play, because it has two different endings, like in Higurashi. Yeah, it very reminds me of the opener. Hey, what are you reading? Elena was so surprised that she even jumped. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Never mind. She blushed and stared at the book again. So, what are you reading? and the cover was written, "Gone with the wine." Price the book? Keep silent? I cannot really price it because it's not a... Well, it's classic, but I don't really say that I like it. Wait a second, I like it, but I disagree with several ideas in this book. Now, the book is very nice, but I'm not going to price it. Honestly speaking, I haven't read it, but I think that such literature suits her up very well. You haven't read it? Strange. Lena didn't seem to be interested in continuing the conversation. "Well, if I'm bothering you?" "No," she answered while still looking at the book. "Can I sit beside you for a while?" "Why?" "And really, why?" Maybe just because I was very tired and having company is better than being alone? And maybe I wanted to try to find something out from her. I carefully examined Lena. But no, I doubt that. "Well, I don't know. I'm not allowed to? Feel free. But if I'm bothering you..." "No, you are not. I can leave, just say. Everything's alright." "Okay, then." I sat on the end of the bench carefully. After such an intense talk, staying here was the last thing I wanted, but it wouldn't be nice to just stand up and leave. That didn't really go well, hmm? Lena hasn't answered anything. It seems I made a fool out of myself. I bet if Uliana was here, she'd have a good laugh at me. "Do you enjoy being here?" I recalled these lively questions and thought it would be a good start for conversation. "Yes." She smiled slightly. "I guess I like it too." Lena definitely isn't very sociable and probably can't carry on a meaningless conversation as easy as Slavia. But there was something about her that attracted attention. Like a momentary glimpse of a reflection in the glass on a rainy autumn evening, which makes you turn around and stare into darkness, searching for something that you saw out of the corner of your eye. Of course, you weren't able to distinguish or understand what it was, but it still felt so tempting. And I was still reading the book without paying any attention to my presence. And I had no intention of asking you anything about this camp or this world in general. "Beautiful night?" "Yes." "How in the world would you start a conversation with her?" "It's late, have to go." "Yes, it's quite late. Good night." "Night." There was something strange about this girl. At first glance, she's typically shy and modest pioneer girl, but the mystery of Lena took its own place in the massive list of mysterious about this camp which I had started to put together in my head. A lazy evening, there's nothing like a good time with nothing to do. I headed towards Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. The light in the house was on. "Hello, Semyon. You're quite late." "Yeah. I went for a walk to look around the camp." "Alright. You will be sleeping here?" She pointed her finger at one of the beds. "That's why there's two beds? Are you kidding me?" "Right here?" I was a bit surprised. "Me too." "Yeah, something wrong? We are out of free cabins anyway." The camp leader smiled, but I rather think it was just out of politeness. "You do want to be a decent pioneer, don't you?" There was a clear emphasis in the word decent. "Yep, sure." I was lost in thought for a moment. "Don't you mind it, mademoiselle?" She looked at me oddly, with surprise and some offense in her eyes. "A pioneer should respect the elders," Olga Dmitrievna said strictly. "Of course, he should. No one argues with that." I blustered, not realizing what was wrong. "Shouldn't you also?" She stared at me. Under such a gaze, even mithril forged by the best dwarf masters from the deepest dungeons would melt. "Should I what?" What's up? Toots? Annoyance and lack of understanding made me raise my voice. You must address all those appropriately. Yes, of course, there are a lot of strange things here. But the girl is just a couple years older than me. Or maybe even younger? But I decided not to argue. Well, just a few minutes ago I would never have called her an adult. I have to admit that she was also given a strong character. And in any case, I wasn't in a position to argue. As you say, ma'am, I mumbled. That's much better. That is how a decent pioneer should conduct himself. And now it's time to sleep. Honestly speaking, I was going to become neither a decent nor an indecent pioneer. Just yesterday I wasn't going to become a pioneer at all. But do I have a choice now? If you don't want to, we'll have to make you. This is the motto Olga Dmitrievna was probably going to use. I climbed into the bed and closed my eyes only to realize how tired I was after the day. Something hammered in my head awfully, as if my brains had started a night shift. What a strange sound here. And they seem to be aimed more at rolling still than working on something more sensitive. The buzz flew through my mind. And the square with the monument. The canteen full of pioneers. And the malicious face of Uliana. Malicious. Slavia. Elena. And even recalling Alisa didn't give me too much of a negative feeling. What if I'm here for good? Day 2. How many days will be here? 3? 5? Usually it's always a 3-day. But who knows? I was having a dream. It seemed like I was in some kind of vacuum with nothing but nothing around me. But not only around, I was the only creature in the universe. As if the universe had returned to a state of singularity right before the Big Bang. And something was just about to happen. Suddenly I heard a voice. I could not make out the words, but it sounded familiar. The voice was whispering something gently, as if soothing me. And then I realized it was the voice of the strange girl from the bus. The girl from the dream. Wait a second. The bus driver, I saw her. It was a girl from the ending screen. Cat girl, something is. Was it here? I doubt. I don't know. But what is she trying to tell me? Who is she? I woke up. Bright sunlight struck my eyes. It was almost noon. After stretching lazily on the bed and yawning, I started to recall the previous day. In few seconds, all these events passed before my eyes. The bus, the camp, the local inhabitants. No, that's just wrong. Not this whole situation, not me being here. It was wrong by default. My attitude towards what was happening was wrong. Because yesterday, I fell asleep here just like that. Before that I chatted nicely with the local pioneers and managed to crack a few jokes. How could I act like this in such a situation? I should be frightened, startled by every little rustling, should avoid all contact with the potential hostile creatures. The last day's events were getting hazy like I had a hangover. It really feels like the morning after a heavy drinking party. Yesterday's natural, flavorless, absolutely normal contact becomes a nightmare in the morning, a grotesque illustration from a divine comedy. Yes, it's just like that, and I can't change the past now. Then again, I had probably assessed the situation and was acting accordingly. I glanced around, trying to figure out whether I had been thrown somewhere else, but Olga Dmitrievna's cabin looked the same as yesterday. Everything seems to be in its place, except for a pair of uniform which was hanging from the bedhead. I fumbled with it in distract and tried it on. At least this is better than walking around in winter clothes. Wish I could see myself, but I look like a clown. And for that, I needed a mirror? We actually have mirror on the right, you cannot see it. And for that I needed mirror, at least a tiny one. I finally found one on the wardrobe door. Holy! I look at the newfound pioneer and jumped away in surprise. There was some teenager on the other side of the mirror. He sounded me, but he wasn't me. Yes, again, how we were transferred here by having these winter clothes, but we changed our appearance, it's very strange. Where did the big stubble go? Where the bugs under my eyes? The slouch, that ghastly fatigue on my face. Seems that I had not been thrown back in time or into a parallel reality, but instead had simply changed bodies with someone else. Wait a second, if you change the bodies, what about your clothes? It's impossible. Right, that's real simple. Such things happen every day. I took a closer look at the stranger, and only then I realized that it actually was me. It just wasn't today's me. Maybe the one from between my school and university years. Well, at least it's something. There you go, the person in the extreme situation did fail to notice the elephant in the room after all. But the camp leader noticed it, and last night she told me off for undressing her without proper respect. Oh, screw that. I doubt my appearance affects anything else. If the clock was not lying, breakfast was long over. Oh well, I tried to find something in the canteen. It worked out well yesterday with Slava, didn't it? Those memories made me smile involuntarily. The sun was shining brightly outside, a light breeze was blowing. A beautiful summer day. Had not felt so good in the morning for several years. All problems were gone, vanished into clouds that were white as snow. Olga Dmitrievna came out of nowhere. Good morning, Semyon. Morning. I smiled, doing my best to show that, no matter what, my morning was indeed good. You only arrived yesterday, so I decided not to wake you up, but breakfast. Wait a second, did she wear this hat before? Not sure. Never mind, here, take this. She handed me something wrapped in paper. Judging by the only stains, there had to be sandwiches inside. Sandwiches? It must be a butterbread. Oh, thank you. Now go wash yourself. Wait a second, so they didn't translate котлеты and compote. I mean, they didn't adopt it, but they adopted butterbreads, which is actually kinda regular European words. Anyway, I was about to leave. Wait a second. Olga Dmitrievna quickly ran into the house and came out to show a small bag into my hands. Inside it I found a toothbrush, soap, a small towel and something else. I did not look too closely. A piano should always be clean and tidy. Let me do your neckerchief properly. The first time Yosis asks you. You should do it yourself once you learn how to. Wait a second, how do you know that I don't know how to use it? Do we have to? I'm going to wash myself now. Yeah, alright, it could get hooked on the top and strangle me. Fine, letters then. And don't forget about the lineup. Pencils, paper, drawing lines. You don't forget such things. What lineup? What do you mean, what lineup? She frowned. It's Monday today. So what? Words, by my approximation, it should have been Sunday. Then again, a shift in the day of the week is hardly the worst thing. Usually we have lineups early in the morning before breakfast, but it's Monday today, so we are having it at 12 o'clock. I must say I know nothing about the routines and the Soviet camps, so it's kind of surprised me. Don't be late. Alright, but where? It's a square. Where else? There was no reason to argue. I headed to the bathroom place. What? It's an open place? It looks very Japanese. I believe I saw it in many anime such place, but I didn't expect it was in Soviet Union as well. I knew I could forget about separate showers and toilets, but at the sight of this malfunctional symptom of decaying socialism, a funny turtle with a tin shell, all tops and a ceramic belly felt sick. I was not a squishmish person, but nevertheless, standing there, I realized that there was still some minimal level of habitual comfort which I found it troublesome to do without. Something like that, when you do things that you thought were ordinary and common, you suddenly understand just how essential they were. The truth is if I have any choice. The water was ice cold. While washing my hands was not an issue, washing my face and my mouth became a big problem. There was no toothpaste in the bag which Olga Dmitrievna gave me. I could brush my teeth without it, but there was a small round box wrapped in the towel. Tooth powder. I still remember them. Cute, one point for me being somewhere in the past. I washed myself quite quickly, also due to the ice-cold water. Someone was coming quickly, or more like running towards me. I turned around. It was Slavic dressed in a tracksuit. By the way, pretty modern one. This girl would probably look good in anything, piano uniform, bikini, probably even a spacesuit. Hey there. Ohayo, I mean, what's good morning, yeah. Ohayo, gozaimasu. Oh yeah, real smooth. Why didn't you come for breakfast? I overslept. I said it as if I was proud about it. But Olga Dmitrievna gave me some sandwiches. Oh great then, don't forget about the lineup. Yeah, sure. As if I could forget. Already forgot about it. Right, I gotta run, enjoy yourself. She waved goodbye to me and disappeared around the past bend. Looks like it's a couple of minutes until the lineup. I should quickly pass by my home and to drop off my washing bag and eat the sandwiches, and then head to the square. As one opened the door, the camp leaders came in and rushed inside as if jumping in the last car of the departing train. What the heck is this music? It didn't turn out to be the best idea, because inside I found Olga Dmitrievna. Who was changing? I froze on the spot, trying not to breathe. Finally, the camp leader noticed me. Simeon! I looked away immediately. Have you heard of knocking? Now get out! So obviously the screen was black because in this release there's no hentai here. That's for sure. And you can enable it by installing some patch, and I believe in alpha version there was hentai here. There was something like this. That was a real clumsy. Also, I did enjoy the site. Olga Dmitrievna followed me out in a minute. Here, take this. Now it's your home too. She handed me a key. I put it in my pocket. Home. Of course, if you disregard how fantastical the current events were, one second, this camp was far from being the worst place on earth, but to call it home? Just after one day spent here, I doubt I'll ever be able to do so. Alright, let's go, we are late. But what about the sandwiches? Just eat them on the way! We were passing along the lines of the pioneers' cabins while I was tucking into the ham sandwiches, and Olga Dmitrievna kept on talking and talking. She was buzzing like a game of Operation with Parkinson's? I didn't get it, but I cared about nothing but the food. Understood? You weren't listening. Sorry. Today is the first day of your new life as a pioneer, and you should do your best so that it becomes a happy life. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm serious, a pioneer has many duties. Great responsibility is conferred upon him to participate in social work to help his juniors to study and study and study again. We here are all like one big family, and you will become a part of it. Yeah, part. I've even signed a party membership card if it could save me from listening to this nonsense. Hope that after your term here is over, you'll keep the most pleasant memories about our camp. Memories that we lost your whole life. And when will this turn around? Why do you keep asking silly things? Seems I won't get any information from you. A shame, really. This world appears to be so friendly, but it never bothered to introduce itself to me. Perhaps now I can take things somewhat easier than yesterday. Seems like I have some unspoken. She's fine with it. It wasn't trying to hurt me, but I'm forbidden from asking questions. Of course, the situation isn't a pleasant one, but what can I do about it? A bad peace is better than a good dispute. The most important thing for you now is to make the best of the time you'll spend here. I'll do my best. Honestly, I was very tired of this conversation. It would be good to know where that hair is. But we came to the square. The pianos were already lined up. What? Is somebody not here yet? Nope, alright. She look around at your brave pioneer troops. Alright, go stand somewhere. Bird. Why did she tell me there are no more sleeping places? Okay, I don't know who is this girl, but everyone else? Okay, we know them. While the chief was running her mouth about our plans for the week, I stared at the people. A few heads away from me stood Electronic, a little further, Elena and Slavia, and at the end of the line Uliana and Alisa. Everyone I had met was here. Olga Dmitrievna spoke about some competitions and I turned my attention to the monument. Genda. I could not remember any revolutionary with a similar name. He had a word posture too, as if he was looking around with distrust, maybe contempt or even disdain. Probably some local leader? Daydreaming again? Slavia brought me back to reality. Olga Dmitrievna stood nearby. Still remember the plan for the week? The plan? I will never forget the plan! Perfect. She looked at Slavia. Did you bring it? Yes. Slavia handed me a piece of paper. It's a checklist. Here are 4 tasks to check off. Do it all today. Before you start, sign up for a club. There are some clubs in the clubhouse and a musical club in the separate building. Then visit the infirmary. And finally visit the library. Got it? Yes. The checklist seemed a good chance to find out something since I had to go to places I haven't been before. Then come on, start right now. What about lunch? Don't worry, I'll bring you more sandwiches. The checklist is more important. Good luck. They departed too fast for me to ask anything else. Missed the breakfast. Now I missed lunch too. This aren't good. Maybe I'll manage it in time somehow. Lunch starts at 1 p.m. certain hours in European time. Then again, if I'll go there, I might miss a place from the checklist. Okay, it's too early to go to the canteen anyway. Alright, we have a map. And we have selections. Nice. Let's see. Beach? Yes, what is this? Long Island, closest one island. Some old building, a creepy one I believe, bus stop where we started. So we're going here into the gates into clubhouse and these 2 clubhouses. Toilet, music club, nearby the forest shower, boiler room. Oh, wait a second. We can see where everyone else here on the map. So Uliana and Alisa in the room building number 23. Okay, electroniki and who? No idea. This looks like Miku and who again? Wait a second. Who is this? This more characters that we actually met. Uh, Olga Dmitrievna, maybe? I don't know, some tooltip which actually says who is who. Definitely Anna. Oh, wait a second, this is Lena, right? Kitchen, dinner hall, infirmary, another toilet, library, stand, agenda, square, admin building, showroom, warehouse, volleyball, gymnasium. It's also a question why it's gymnasium when it actually should be gym because gymnasium is a place where you study like school. Badminton, football, locker room, shower, another toilet. Okay, so clubs, music club, kitchen, infirmary, it's too early to go there. Library. Let's go here. What's the point of visiting the infirmary? My health was fine, the fresh local air clearly did me some good. I felt fresh than usual, but I just have to visit it. I entered. A common infirmary, like my school doctor's room. Is it? КГ это 5, автор ржешь, сука. What? There's even root words on the right. You cannot see this. Незачет, позитив. Yes. Can I remove myself from here so you can see it? Here it is. But I cannot read what is bottom line. Anyway, it's very nice. It's full of Albanian language. Seriously, it's this game is not full about Soviet stuff. It's more full about zeros, like 2007. It's the year 2007, that's for sure. Right here and right now. Very nostalgic for me. And on the right is this SCP. It is? Oh gosh. Разводите овощи. Like make vegetables. Very nice. Cool. A middle-aged woman sat at the table with two different color eyes. Obviously, she was a nurse. She gazed intently at me, assessing me while continuing to write something. Well, hello, Penner, said the nurse without being distracted from her work. Good afternoon, ma'am. I have something. Sit down, please. I look around the room. On the couch. I sat down. Strip. She said all of it with an even tone. What for? To inspect, to auscultate, to check on your health, you know? By the way, my name is Violetta, but you can call me Viola. She turned to me. What are you waiting for? Strip. But I have no health issues, I've got this. I neatly gave you the paper. Later. She took the stethoscope off her neck, seeming like she intended to probe me with it. But then someone knocked on the door. The nurse answered unwillingly. Come on. In a moment, the door opened widely and Electronic rushed inside. Is he really a robot here or not? Hello, I fell during the football game. Nonsense, of course. I'm okay, but Olga Dmitrievna. There was a massive bruise under Electronic's eye, so he's a real boy. I doubt that this could be a football injury. Sit down, I have a look. Maybe it's Alisa? She said to him. And you, pass me your checklist. The nurse quickly signed it and continued. If something hurts, come to me immediately. Pioneer. I decided not to answer and went out, closing the door behind me. That nurse is surely something else. Okay, we must go to the library? Hmm? What is this building on the left? Actually, I love reading, but spending my days in a library under the current circumstances was well beyond my scope. So I'd better hurry up with that checkpoint. This checkpoint. Oh, look at this. Nice. Пионер, учись сражаться за дело рабочего класса. Книга учитель, близкий товарищ, друг. За родину, за Сталина, забил за коммунизм. What is in the middle? Всесоюзный Ленинский коммунистический союз молодежи. A step inside a memory from my childhood emerged in my head. It was very vivid. I'm 7 or 8 years old. I'm in the library with my mother. While she's looking through the books I might need for my studies, I'm sitting in the corner looking through their collection of comic books. Back then I didn't know why they had so many or why couldn't I take some with me. The notion of collective property was something my mind hadn't grasped yet at that age. However, back then, whole concept of property was pretty hazy to me. This memory seems even stranger now while I was standing in this particular camp, where they might have managed to build communism in 3 years. Soviet symbolism was all over the place and the shelves were full of related literature. Of course, I wasn't planning to read any of this. Getting acquainted with a full collection of books by Marx was the last thing on earth I would think of. Where's the librarian? I didn't spend much time looking for him. I looked closely. I looked closely, short hair, thick glasses, rather cute face. She was snoring so peacefully I couldn't just wake her up. I can wait. If she doesn't wake up in a half an hour, maybe then. Wait a second, we have no time. Come on. Couldn't just sit there, so I took a random book from the nearest bookshelf. Arthur Schopenhauer, The World as Will and Representation? I opened it roughly in the middle and started reading. We're going to read the book here! The life of a man, with its endless upkeep, wants, and suffering, is to be regarded as the explanation per paraphrase of the procreative act, i.e. the absolute claim of the will to life, and furthermore it's also the reason the man owes nature his death and sins with anxiety of his death. Gosh, it's so boring. Is this not the evidence that our existence involves guilt? Wait a second, it's related to the plot? At any rate, we always exist, from time to time, playing with death for our birth. We always exist and turntly bear all the joy and sorrow of life, since neither of both can pass us without some effect. It is a result of a stated will to life. This one is not translated. This case, horror of death, which is, despite of all sorrows in the life, keeping us in it becomes general illusion. But the way the illusion and evolving that actually spoils us into the life or something. How can I translate it? This attraction itself may be seen objectively as the mutual longing glances of two lovers. They are just purest expression of the will to life in its affirmation, how gentle and tender it is. They actually didn't fix it. Maybe there's no many English speaker who is playing this game. It wants happiness and quiet pleasure, and mild joys for itself, for others, for all. Someone knocked on the door. I closed the book quickly and put it back in its place. What a nice habit, knocking on the floor. I should pick it up. It was Lena. Oh. Hi? I smiled. Hi, I just wanted to return a book. She had the copy of Gone with the Wind that I saw yesterday. Oh, Jane is sleeping. I'll come back later. I'm awake. I turned around in surprise to look at her. She eyed me closely from behind the table. What is it you wanted? I need you to check here. Give it there. She quickly signed the paper and gave it back to me. She had this look on her face that made me want to keep quiet. Elena came up to her to return her book. I thanked her and went out. Okay, only music club and clubhouses left. Let's go to the music club. It must be about Hatsune Miku, isn't it? The music club, a small one-level building, was located some distance from the other camp buildings. I opened the door and entered without hesitation. There were enough instruments for a whole orchestra here: drums, guitars, even a piano. Wait a second, it's a bass guitar Ural? Which is actually like a Ibanez. Might be. Maybe it's Ibanez itself, because I really have something like this, but it's not so bold. What else? It's 11 o'clock. Lunch in 12? Wait a second, 12 already has been here. So clock is irrelevant. What else? Bach? Mozart maybe? I don't know. Can you close it? Oh, this one. Wait a second. Do you think I know how composers looked like? I don't remember. Some of them maybe once. Okay, and the left is Zork. Wait a second, Zork? Oh, the names of the games here. I must say, I can't see clearly to understand. But Zork is definitely here. And I didn't play it yet, and there was a remake with actually visuals on it. I might want to play it, but at the same time it sounds like a very complicated game. Spent some time looking closely at every instrument, wanting to guess the time period they were from, but suddenly heard a crowing sound coming from underneath the piano. There's nobody underneath the piano. Well, there is. A girl seems like she was looking for something, and Panzer shot here. She was standing on all fours in such a suggestive pose that I hesitated to speak at first. Excuse me. Who's there? She tried to stand up, but the bottom of the piano prevented her from doing so. Ouch. She struggled out. Sorry, I scared you. It's nothing. Oh, you got a checklist. You must be new here. Yes. My name is Miko. No, really, I'm serious. Nobody believes me, but it's my real name. My mother is Japanese. My dad met her when he was building. Building what? Well, it wasn't him who was building. He's an engineer. And he was working on a nuclear power plant here. Or a dam, a bridge, whatever. She was talking so fast, she swallowed out the words she tried to pronounce. I'm Simeon. Great, want to be in our club? It's only me here now, but it will be two of us then. Do you play anything? When I became antisocial, I bought a guitar and learned a few chords. Sorry. But then I forgot about it, since I quit everything that required more than a couple of hours to learn. By the way, same for me. But I spent more than a couple of hours. You know, I wasn't planning to do anything like that, really. Oh, it's okay, I'll teach you. Maybe a trumpet, for example. How about a violin? I know it all, honestly. There was no point in arguing with orchestra girl, since there was only another cascade of words waiting to blast at me. Hey, I'll think about it. Can you just sign it for now? Yes, sure, give it to me. You should come around. I sing too. I'll sing you some Japanese folk songs. Or maybe, if you're not into it, something more contemporary? Sure, thanks. Gotta go now. Of course, come anytime. The end of your sentence stayed in sight. It might be nice to hang around with a guitar in the evening, but in such company? I turned to leave, and came face to face with Alisa. She eyed me suspiciously. Why did you come? The checklist? Got it signed? Yes. Then move it! Alisa went inside and I hurried to leave the place. She's playing guitar, maybe? I went to the clubhouse. To tell the truth, I never really like extracurricular activities. At school, I used to find any excuse to skip extra classes. At university, I had no interest in participating in the student council. I wasn't interested in boxing, aeromodeling, or sewing. What is sewing? Oh yeah, I know this. I wonder if Sega is okay with Hatsune Miku making a cameo? Cameo? It's not just cameo, she's one of the girls we can date in this game. And she has two endings for herself. It was just cameo. I read about endings a lot because I was trying to figure out how to get the true ending. I mean, how many times we should play it to get it, so it's not possible to get the true ending from the very beginning. We must spend a lot of time here. Just cameo. So I came here to check on the... And not just Miku, by the way, there's many other characters, like Electronic. By the way, the author of Electronic, I believe he's already dead, like several years. So they must acquire rights from, I don't know, his relatives? Who else? I just forgot. Genda, of course. Well, Genda is not character here, but Electronic is character. Nobody was there. I found myself in something like a heart of a junior robot enthusiast. There were wires and simple printed circuits scattered everywhere, chips, and on the table proudly stood an oscillograph. I heard voices from another room, and then two panels appeared. The second one on the right is also well-known character, Russian character. And the actor who played this character is already dead, by the way. One was Electronic, and other one I didn't know. It's for sure Shurik, his name will be. Hi Simeon, we've been expecting you. It seems he knows everything about everyone. Why were you expecting me? Well, of course, because you came to sign up to our Summer Night Club, didn't you? He didn't let me answer. And this is Shurik, as I said. He's in charge here. I assume there's only two of you in the club. Well, the second, they didn't even change the name, so Miko, Electronic, Shurik are like trademarks names, and they using them. Characters are not looking alike, they're exactly these characters in the style of this novel, of course. Is it sound of modem? Maybe. Well, you can say that it's 3 now. Familiar with Electronic. He's super famous. There were like 3 different books about him, and it's very long, like, it was not a series, but movies, like 3 of them, each one related to each other. Well, you not familiar with him because he's definitely Russian. And about this character, we actually was Starlight Pumpkins. We saw a movie about this character. Well, he was the main character. There's like 10 or something movies. He's like 3 stooges from the Western series. Yeah. There were also some kind of 3 stooges in his movies as well. So we were watching this movie, so he's familiar with him. Shouldn't come up to me and certainly offered his hand. His face was somewhat familiar. Somewhat familiar, obviously. Welcome to the club. Yep. Now I'll show you around. By the way, Electronic is actually from the book, so his appearance can be anything. But let me show you the character on the right. This one is on the right. Okay, now I believe you can see it. And on the left, let me open it. Movies are actually adaptation. But Okay, there's the one on the left. Of course, first I read the book, next I saw the adaptation. And I don't really like the adaptation. Book was much better, but mostly same as with everything else. Now I'll show you around. Make yourself at home. Oh guys, I just wanted to be always welcoming new members. You said it in such a way that the anthem of the Soviet Union suddenly started playing in my head. Yeah, well, on the right is real person, because first was movies, and they took the appearance from the movies. In the book, this one on the left, there were illustration. It's different. In the book, he was different, so it's more like the actor in the movie. It's amazing. I even remembered the words. In the first grade, I had a textbook with the lyrics in the back. Oh no, I just wanted you to sign my checklist. Yep, you sign up to the club, we'll sign you checklist. He grinned. I was getting ready for long and boring arguments, but then I heard someone enter. I looked back and saw Slavia. Oh, Simeon, I hope they are not giving you any troubles? She narrowed her eyes, looking at the future of the Motherland's robotics industry. I know this too. They can. Well, actually, I just need to get my checklist signed. I decided to take advantage of the situation. No problem, give it to me. Slavian took the paper and marched up to Shurik. Sign it. Hold on, we are not done yet. You're done. Sign it now. She gave Shurik such a threatening look that it made him lose every possible objection. He wrote some squiggles on the checklist. I think Slavia, then I move on in a mellow mood. What is it? Finally, I got all the signatures. Now I had to go back to Olga Dmitrievna and give it to her. Well, all other characters believe they are original. I don't remember them anywhere else. She was sitting in front of her cabin, reading a book. Doesn't look like a good role model for the perfect pioneer that she was planning to turn me into. I wonder if her responsibilities extended beyond giving fiery speeches at the lineup, scolding Uliana, and getting involved into my moral, physical, and ideological growth? Here, I offered her my checklist. She placed it in her pocket without even looking at the signatures. Great. I could have signed it myself without going anywhere. Perfect. So, did you meet our nurse? Yes. For some reason, her questions sent shivers down my spine. Which club have you signed up for? I didn't. I need to sing first. That's a pity. It's so vital for your sign to in somewhere tomorrow. Of course, sure. Right, it's time to go to dinner. About time, I was getting hungry. I headed to the canteen together with Olga Dmitrievna. By the way, we didn't return the keys. But okay, I looked at the sky and noticed the sun was already setting. That's quick. On the porch stood Alisa, Electronic, Uliana, and Slavia. As we came up, I heard that they were talking about. And never call me Dvachi again, or you'll get another one. I didn't call you that, you heard things. He did, I heard it all. You weren't even there. I was in the bushes. Come on, you guys, stop it. So, it wasn't a football injury. Electric suffered early today. Gosh, he gains this song. I can't believe this. Shut off. Oh gosh. The nurse did a good job. I couldn't even see his black eye. Olga Dmitrievna came up to them and asked about their rascals. What happened? Alisa Syroyeshkin? I didn't do anything. She shrugged with antipathy and went inside. Right, dinner time. I entered last. There weren't too many free seats. There were few free chairs near Alisa across the canteen, but I sooner starve for a week or two than risking my head near her. Why? There was also a seat near Uliana, but I'm not into traditional Chinese or whatever cross cuisine. Finally, a free chair near Miko. Looks like I'll have to pick my person. You mind if I sit here? With Miko. Oh yeah, sure. I mean, no, I don't mind. I mean, yes, you can sit there. I sat down. Look, it's buckwheat today. Do you like buckwheat? And chicken? I don't like chicken. Well, not that I don't like it. But if you ask me, what would I prefer? Say stroganoff beef or ragout, or maybe just a hamburger or rump steak. Do you like rump steak? I'm not that picky about my food. And that's the simple truth. Oh, is it so? But the desserts, they aren't really good here. I like ice cream. Do you like ice cream? Just love 48 копеек and Ленинградская. Sorry, I keep talking about myself. So, 48 копеек, Ленинградская. Ice cream brands popular in late Soviet Union. That's right. Maybe you like Eskimo better? Dinner was starting to get on my nerves, thanks to such company. And I'm not the kind of person that can just ignore someone who's talking to them. Even here. We're at the same table after all. I once bought a waffle cone and started eating, and then you know what? I found a screw there. A real screw. Can you imagine that? Or was it a bolt? I don't really know. Screws are those that you tighten with screwdrivers, and bolts are those that you turn with a wrench, yes? There was a speed-eating constance. Going home, I would probably be in the top 3 years by now. Right, I'll be going. Enjoy your meal. I got up and headed outside. Mika was saying something, but his words were drowned by the crowd of lively dinner pioneers. I went out and sat on the stairs, waiting for my dinner to settle down a bit. I just sat there and watched night falling. Everything is so lively here during the day. Kids laughing and yelling happily, fooling running around, constant chatter, games going on, swimming at the beach. But after dark the become changed entirely. The sounds of day were swapped for silence, only now and then broken by crickets, chirping, or a night bird. The camp was going to sleep. In every shadow, you could see things, maybe ghosts, or a spirit of the forest, or wild animal. Human being would be the last thing to expect. That is how it looked last night and now. The locals followed their routine very strictly. In the day, the camp was theirs. In the night, it belongs more to the forces of nature than to humans. Someone touched my shoulder. I looked back. It was electronic. Let's go play cards. Cards? Yep, I invented a new game, a good one. Good? Like how? Well, first we got to find the cards, then I'll tell you. Then go find them, what's the problem? Only Olga Dmitrievna has them and she won't give them to me. Why so? Well, the last time when Olga Dmitrievna and Slavia came out into the porch. Olga Dmitrievna, Semyon just wanted to ask you about the possibility of getting playing cards. Actually, for what purpose? We went in a new game. Not me, you did. What game? I need the cards to show you. I don't like this. Well, if Semyon is with you, then perhaps it's okay? Why not? To be really honest. Well, go fetch them together, Olga Dmitrievna. Okay, we can go get the cards with Slavia, or go alone. I'm going alone. I'll go get them. Fine, they in my cabin, in the desk drawer. I headed to Olga Dmitrievna's place. Why did I agree anyway? There was no choice to go alone or with someone else. Then again, what choice did I have? There's nothing to do here at night. At least I'll have some fun. But my mind kept nagging me about this not being a good time for having fun. On the other hand, if there actually exists a camp with pioneers, then it must be someone's doing. And even if it's not true, then the most logical thing is to seek answers here, not in the forest or fields. But at this very moment, the answer is going to play cards. I opened the door with my own key and went inside. By the way, totally different look now. So every single scene here in background has different variations. To my surprise, there were no cards inside. Instead, it was full of cups, forks, and knives, plates, scotch tape, scissors, rubber gloves, a piece of rope, few plastic bags, pencils, and few broken pens. Everything except the playing cards. Maybe I should look in the closet? It was full of old bitterness, clothes, but a small drawer with a keyhole at the top caught my eye. I pulled, but it didn't open. I wonder if she hiding something. Forcing it open wasn't the best idea, even the cards were in there. I was just turning to leave as I remembered something. Slavia forgot her keys yesterday. They here. What if? For a moment I hesitated. By the way, it was possible not to get them. For a moment I hesitated, but then approached the closet and started picking a key for the lock. Of course, it would be strange to expect a result. Indeed, why would Slavia carry a key for Olga Dmitrievna's personal chest? But to my surprise, another key slid into the lock and turned a few times without a problem. By the way, it was very common problem in Soviet Union when you was building and getting a new apartment. Mostly, every 10th apartment door was be able to open with the same key from your neighbor. So every single time when someone getting a new apartment for free, by the way, mostly in the USSR, because they actually forced you to move to. Wait a second, it's very hard to explain. So everyone wanted a flat, an apartment, but there was something tricky about this. Anyway, I'm not an expert, so I'm not going to talk to it, but what's the first thing that everyone was doing by getting one is to change the lock, of course. Suddenly, the door squeaked behind me. I jumped and turned around, but there was nobody in the cabin. Was it the wind? Carefully looked outside, not a single person inside. Perhaps it was nothing, but I still felt uneasy. Somebody saw us. I will look in the bushes by the cabin, but then decided to go back and seek out all the dark secrets of our chief. Simeon, what's taking you so long? Yes. With a shaking hands, I turned the key and jerked it out of the lock. Slavia came closer. Oh, my keys! I thought I'd lost them. Where did you find them? They were in the bushes outside. Found them just now. Thank God, I managed to close it before she saw. Wait a second, he's lying, and why is he lying? I don't know. Shall we go? I wanted to get out as fast as possible and preferably forget about my attempt to violate someone's privacy. When I got back, Olga Dmitrievna informed me. Sorry, I remembered that cards were in Slavia's cabin. She fetched them while you were looking. I looked at Slavia. She meekly smiled. Come on, you guys, don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Slavia and Olga Dmitrievna went inside. I was going to follow, but someone grabbed my hand. Alisa, what the heck? Your gaze sent a shiver down my spine. Not a nice one. You want something? I asked carefully. You going to play this stupid game? Yes, something wrong with it? Nope, nothing. She was turning to leave, but then slowly looked back and smiled. So you play cards? A little. Couldn't figure out what she wanted. So only Durak, and that's it. Durak card game popular in USSR, similar to President? I know nothing about the President game. As if you're a poker star. Well, yes, technically. Then you don't have a chance. Why? Because. So you know the rules? Of course! Well, then you'll have the upper hand. I can't see why would we go on talking and motions toward the door. Why do you keep trying to leave? Is there anything else you'd like to talk about? Let's make a bet. What do you mean? You're such a slowpoke, the cards, what else? And what do you want to bet on? That I'll win? That's quite a possible outcome, I agreed calmly. So, are you afraid I chicken McFly? No, I'm not. I am not big on bets when I don't like my chances. And you're not a big on taking risks too. Such an attitude. Wait a second, such an astute observation. I'm impressed. Right, then I. No, you're not. No, now what? I sighed in exhaustion. She was starting to annoy me with your rubbish talk about some pointless bet. If you won't bet with me, I'll tell everyone that you tried to seduce me. What? You heard me. I could imagine her doing this. Don't be stupid. Who's gonna believe you? I've been here less than 2 days, besides. Want to try your luck? Right. And what will happen if I win? I won't tell anyone anything. And if I lose? Slovak motor game. I'll tell everyone you tried to seduce me, I told you already. So you're telling me now that I have to work to prove that I didn't do something when I didn't actually do it? If that's how you want to look at it, not a simple decision. On the one hand, it was stupid to agree. I didn't know the rules and gambling wasn't my scene. On the other hand, she could really make my life hell. Then again, can I even trust her? She can do it even if I didn't. So have you made a decision? I was going to answer, but suddenly Lena came around me from behind. What? Nothing? Lena hurried inside. So. Oh, let's bet, I think. I made a great it 100 times. Fine, I'll do it. She smiled. But if I win... Yeah, all fair, no cheating. Alyssa turned, went up the stairs, and inside the canteen. Why am I doing this? Because she can set me up regardless if she wants to? Since she decided to anyway. I let out a heavy sigh and followed her through the door. Inside, everything was ready. A few pianos stood here and there chatting. The tables were moved out of the way to make room for players and spectators. Wait a second, if you're going to play, maybe I should save? It would be really funny if I lose to her. By the way, if there will be a play. I look around. Something was going on in the far corner. When I came close, I saw a large piece of paper with a diagram drawn on it. Holy shit! Slavia, Zhenya, Alisa, Miko. This is me, I presume. Lena, Shurik, Uliana. So all the characters except Base Electronic. He's not here. Alright, my name was among the players. And who came up with all this? I patted Electronic, who was standing near. Well, of course, it was your most humble servant. He bowed to me jauntily. This made me uncomfortable, to the point of squirming. And why in the world am I among the players then? I was disappointed. A few seconds ago I thought I still had a slim chance to win this tournament. Then I wouldn't have to fear Alisa's revenge for losing the bet with her. So first of all we must win against Lena. We must win against I don't know who here. And only after this it will be a final battle against Alisa. And I think we must win twice. And what will happen if I lose, by the way? But now that hope was gone, it was pure coincidence. Yeah, right, coincidence, except that I was already acquainted with every one of the contestants. Well, there were a few dozen other pioneers standing in the room. I was seized by anxiety. It's the feeling of being watched while standing in an empty room with no windows and doors. Will there be a prize? I asked him lazily. I wanted to distract myself with a pointless conversation. Electronic was just about to answer when Uliana came out of nowhere and started jumping around him. Prizes! I had something about prizes! Do you know what is the main ethos of the Olympic Games? It's not the winning but the taking part that counts. Wait a second. This phrase is some ethos of the Olympic Games? I really don't like this phrase because it's wrong. Not winning, but the taking part that counts. No, winning counts. And only winning. A what? No. You'll understand when you grow up. She made a wry face and jabbed Electronic in the ribs. So what about the prize? Well, I don't know. It's not up to me. He made a helpless gesture. Really, if they came up with a stupid game, at least they could give the winners a chocolate medal or something. Uliana suddenly jumped and raced off to somewhere. I wish I was that optimistic. So, what about the rules? Wait a bit. Not everyone is here yet. I look around, can't see. Alisa, Slavia, Lena, Miko, and Shurek were here. Wait a second, her name is Miko. There should be no stress on any of these parts of the sword. Miko, I believe. It seems like everyone is here. Not everyone. Jenny isn't here. Does he feel uneasy? Was it just me? She's not here, so what? Pick someone else instead. No, I can't do that, he answered slowly. I decided not to ask exactly why can't he do this. Well, go fetch her or something. I don't know. He can't go, he is the host of the event. The camp leader appeared as if from nowhere. But Olga Dmitrievna! Electronic winked. Semyon will go. Right, Semyon? She looked at me and smiled. Of course, who else? Where is she? In the library, I guess? Okay. I dragged my feet towards the door. Please hurry. What's Electronic's problem anyway? Night is coming soon. I was going to take my time, so I slowly passed towards the library. So why? Soon, maybe he must do something at night, I don't know. But I found Zhenya before I even expected. She was sitting on a bench at the square, staring at Genda, who was silent as always. What are you doing here? Everyone is looking for you. Sitting here, as you can see. She frowned. Well, let's go. I don't want to. She looked away. Oh, why not? I don't want to. I sat beside her. Listen, I don't like the idea of this contest myself, but we can't let everyone down. Surely didn't sound like myself then. A couple of days ago I wouldn't even think of saying something like that. Zhenya looked at me with surprise on her face. So everyone is waiting for me? Isn't that exactly what I said? Yes. I won't go anyway. She frowned and hid her face. But why? I guess with my arts wandering. I don't know how to play cards. So what? Same problem here? Then how can you play? What, you can only do things that you read about in books or something? Of course. She was surprised. And what if you end up in Antarctica and have to rely on hunting polar bears to survive? Polar bears don't live in Antarctica. Jaina smiled. Doesn't matter, it's just an example. Come on, it's not like someone's life depends on the result. She took her time to think. I just don't want to let anyone down. Right? I agreed, sarcastically. And don't you think anything funny about it? I didn't get what she meant, but anyway. Obviously, everyone has their weak spots. In a minute, we both were back at the canteen. By the way, it puzzles me, are we the only one who were teleported here or someone else as well? One of these characters? Like Zhenya? Everyone look at Electronic. So, he cleared his throat. Each round consists of one game. In case of draw, you replay the game. After this, the loser drops out and the next round begins. Since the number of volunteers, you look at me, since the number of players is just 8, you'll have only 3 rounds. Is everything clear? The crowd cheered. Let's save one more time. First 2 rounds I'm not going to lose, that's for sure. And what are the prizes? The prizes, what are they? Uliana, cut it out. Slavin stepped forward and tried to catch Uliana. I won't rest until the prize is mine. Seems like this girl alone had enough energy for a warp jump to Alpha Centaur. Prizes, prizes! She repeated it over and over. Stop it. Slavy tried to reason with her. Electronics seemed to be getting dizzy from all this running around. Let's start already, I said calmly and added to Eliana. Or you won't get any prizes. Looks like my argument got through to her, so she took her place. Slavia followed her, giving me a grateful smile as she passed. The pioneers finally settled down. I approached the table that Lena sat behind. You don't mind? She looked up and blushed. Don't worry, I don't know the rules myself. And how can I be sure that it's not only myself? I sat down. Turns out we'll have to play the first round together. Yes. One electronic started to explain the rules. The rules, so they will be the game. Look at the cards carefully. There are exactly 6 of them in front of you. I hope everyone here knows how to count. Now, can you look at them? What are those cards? After everyone had a look at their cards, Electronic moved on. The rules are similar to poker. I hope everyone knows how to play. I knew the rules but wasn't so sure about the others. First of all, it's a top card, then 1 pair, then 2 pairs, then 3 of a kind, and so on, no flashes or straights, bow. Okay. In first round you choose a card which you would like to take from your opponent. In turn your opponent can choose to swap 2 of his cards around twice. Gosh. Or he can choose not to do so, he doesn't need the card which you are taking. Take a note here that your opponent can see which cards are trading places. In the next step, your opponent takes a card he chooses. And so on. I think it's pretty clear. It wasn't clear to me. Yeah, it's not clear at all. Hey you, Einstein. Rihanna yelled at him from her table. I didn't get a scene. You'll figure it out as we go. Electronic went to the table with a diagram leaving Uliana to smolder in solitude. You go first. I hoped I could get my mind around the game fast enough. Okay, let's save one more time. Lena, more perplexed than usual, reached out for my cards. I hope there will be no timer. In the middle of the table, her hand stopped. Will you? Oh yeah, I should be protecting my cards. What was it Electronic said? To try to confuse my opponent, I can swipe 2 of my cards. Twice. Or I can choose not to. Should I protect it or not? By the way, I can also agree and give her the card she chooses straight away. Otherwise, Elena can change her mind and take another card if she wants to. Or she might not. Okay, so we must get some pairs or something. So we have Queen, Jack, 8, 5, 10, 4. All different kinds. And what about types? Should we pay attention to the steps? Where's the instructions? Whose turn yours? Aim first defense, round left 3, exchange left 2. Well, we can let her get it? How can I do this? Cross? Things were becoming clear, or at least comprehensible. Now it's my turn. I can take back my card from here, or I can choose another one. So this is card number 4. The second one? Then I can try to protect your card. But if I watch you closely, I can take the card I choose regardless of your movements. Still the same card. Oh, it's test game right now. Got 9. Did nothing. Electronic, who was silently watching our game, nodded in approval. Looks like now we are getting somewhere. Now during the round, opponent straight cards 3 times. Keep an eye on each other. Penetrate your opponent with your eyes. I chuckled. Penetrate. What's so funny? No, never mind. Try to keep a straight face. He stared at me for a moment, then moved on. And then we turned the cards up to see whose hand is better. Electronic went back to his diagram. Now this is a game. Right? And she's trying to pick our queen. Wait a second, so he said only pairs are working, nothing else, right? So you can switch something. Do you need to switch? So what? What is it, Starlight? What is SpongeBob doing here? Okay, we must select. Wait a second, where's my queen went? Here? The first one? Not queen, 6. Queen is still here. This one? This one? Okay, give me this. Double 9. She's aiming for the king. We can switch king with 7? Okay, 7 goes here. Now I must select. What about this card? Two queens, 2 nines. We are winning right now. She's going to grab 10, okay. No. I don't remember what was this. Seven. I failed! I failed! You must replay this. Why did I fail? Oh gosh. So she has doubles, but she has tens, not nice. Oh gosh. Fail? It's still frustrating to lose anyway. I left the canteen. Oh, we can continue. Okay, I lost, so what? I left the canteen. It was still too early to sleep and a short walk looked like a good idea. Where should I head to? Because we have now more time to actually travel around. Bus stop, boathouse, beach, football, volleyball, okay. Genda Square, infirmary, or Sten. I don't remember this Sten. Let's go here. I decided to walk north, at least in the direction that I believed it was. After several minutes, far ahead, I saw a concert hall, several rows of wooden benches, and a similarly wooden stage. I climbed on the stage. So much varied musical equipment, loudspeakers, a microphone stand, and even a piano. Imagine that I was in front of a massive audience, shouting and chanting my name, my eyes hardened from the spotlights. Imagine a guitar in my hands. I tried to perform a long and striking solo. Supposed to look pretty funny from a stranger point of view, a weird guy swinging his arms on stage, jumping around like an ape and making faces. Hope no one can see me there. Here. What's that? With that in mind, I jumped off the stage and hurried away. For the first time today, I finally felt how tired I was. There was no light in the window, so Olga Dmitrovna must be sleeping already. Strangely enough, she waited for me yesterday. I entered the cabin, quietly stripped and laid in the bed. When you think about it, my situation hadn't gotten any clearer today. In fact, I've spent whole day doing useless stuff. Would have never have even thought about doing something like this in the real world. Also, I had plenty of time. How much time I would have here in total is still a mystery. Maybe an eternity, or maybe there are only a few minutes left. I just didn't want to think about the past, about how I got to this camp. For the first time in a long while, I felt really tired. Not only emotionally tired, but also physically tired, physiologically tired, and God knows how else tired. I just wanted everyone and everything to show off. Starting with my own thoughts, I wanted this mess somehow resolved by itself, or at least without my active participation. And what if I'm stuck here forever? Then I have to get used to it. So, just like that? I'm not ready. My consciousness slowly drifted away from me, and it became progressively harder to concentrate on something distinct. Perhaps it's better to wait until tomorrow. I rolled over and fell asleep. Alright, so what will happen? We lost the game from the very beginning. Day 3, is it the last day or not? Have no idea. The night left a feeling of anxiously behind. I woke up exhausted both physically and mentally. It happens to me all the time. You see incredibly lucid images in your dream. So you fell into a Hollywood blockbuster with a plot full of twists, well-paid actors, and multi-million dollar visual effects, and then you wake in the morning without remembering a scene. That's what I was trying to do, to restore the images shown by my relaxed brain. But that part of my memory was empty, either achieved or formatted, completely archived in this case. At 7 am, according to the clock, I seem to be an early bird today. Olga Dmitrievna was still sleeping, wrapping tightly in her blanket. Wrapping so tightly? In a hot summer? I got up, stretched, and went to the mirror to have a look at myself. I'll better shave. Strange idea, before twice a month was enough, but now nothing depends on the way I look. I haven't found a razor anyway. Why do I even need it, if I look like I'm 17 at most? So, breakfast can't start earlier than 9 am, and this means I have plenty of time, which I can spend on washing, for example. The water didn't seem as ice cold as the previous day. On the contrary, its refreshing coldness helped me to brace up and come back to reality, but all these events could be called real. The tooth powder didn't seem to be such an outdated thing. A quick thought struck me that it's not that different from toothpaste. Best way, I need to buy it and try it myself. I had it back in time, but as I remember it was expired, so we didn't use it. When I returned to the cabin, Olga Dmitrievna was already up. She was standing in front of the mirror and fixing her hair. Good morning, Semyon. Morning. Because of a lack of sleep, my head was still singing. And my thoughts were all jumped together, have I didn't regret waking up instead of my usual habit of sleeping in for 2 or 3 hours more. How come you got up so early? It just happened. And no neckerchief once again, let me. I'll do it myself, not a big deal, on my way to the canteen. I don't think so, do it now. Did you forget about the lineup before breakfast? How could I ever forget? And what's the lineup going to be about today? We'll discuss the agenda for the day. So, what's the agenda? Frankly speaking, I didn't care for what might be on the agenda for our courageous pioneer troops. I was mostly interested in where our brave leader will send our little pioneer army for the following 12-15 hours. Maybe I could manage to avoid enemy locations. I'll find that out at the lineup. She gave me a willing smile. Look at me, Tiruna. You know, my stomach is getting upset. I'd rather... Well, you know, I believe that's okay to miss the lineup once. It could get all nasty if I fail to control it right here. Where did all the courage come from? You have 5 more minutes. I'm afraid I need more time. Could you tell me right now, please? Sure, I'll try, but just in case it all goes down? Okay, fine. On our list for the day is cleaning the camp locations, organizing the book in the library, some other minor tasks, and of course, we have a ball in the evening. Watch yourself. You must take part in the camp activities today. You bet. Definitely. And now I'd rather... Come on, let's hit the road. I came out of the cabin and hid in the bushes behind it waiting for all comedians to leave. Actually, I didn't have any particular reason to behave this way, but the voice within me kept telling me that I have nothing to do at the lineup. After the camp, a leader left. I went back to the cabin and decided to wait for breakfast here or there. Well, I'm not planning on taking part on community life today. Cleaning and organizing, that's not what someone in my situation should be doing. 2 days have passed and I'm still right where I started. All the residents seems to be perfectly ordinary people, some weren't involved in any conspiracy and weren't communicating with aliens and had no idea about time warps. Of course, each of them is a bit peculiar, but those peculiarities do not seem out of line at all. Moreover, if I had met any of these pioneers in my familiar world, I wouldn't suspect anything wrong. They seems to be even more normal and natural than, let's say, yours truly. His line of reasoning was quite logical. The logical part was the absence of answers. Ordinary people in an extraordinary place. I've had and seen that already somewhere. Dozens of pioneers, or even more, live their familiar lives and do their regular stuff day by day. They don't understand that the world around them is not what it looks like. Okay, but this is their point of view. As for me, I'm not acquainted with the world of the Saviona camp and its residents. Enough they seems to behave the way normal people would under the same circumstances. Have to decide here and now. Are those people involved in what's happening to me? Can they give me any answers? Or do I have to seek the truth somewhere else? It seems I overdid it a bit with the thinking. There's no usual crowd of 100 pioneers near the canteen. Or even inside the canteen. Most of them probably had their breakfast before 9 am. That's even better. Two's company. Three's a crowd. Lena was sitting in the farthest corner of the canteen, lazily picking with her fork at an amorphous lamp that vaguely resembled porridge. Having a breakfast with you seems like a good idea. We can have a chat in peace. Or at least try to have one. I was on the way to her table when suddenly somebody grabbed me by the sleeve. Zhenya, the librarian. Get your meal and come, we need to talk. What are you waiting for? I was a bit confused. Pardon, isn't this a bit too sudden? What's wrong? Get your meal and sit down. I suppose that she considers your behavior completely normal. Sorry, but I promised Lena. Fine, wait a minute. Fine? I'm not sure why, but accepting the invitation. What if I can learn something new? She's such a bookworm. A minute later, I was sitting in front of Zhenya with a tray and the simple meal on it: porridge, 2 eggs, 4 pieces of white bread, a sausage, and a glass of compote. Bon appetit! Thanks. I decided to act as politely as I could and also eat more neatly, without chomping and spilling crumbs of food or drops of compote. So, what do you want to talk about? Today in the library. I wasn't listening from this point onwards. I immediately recalled Olga Dmitrievna's words about the scheduled events for today. Don't forget. What? I said don't forget to visit the library after lunch. For what? Were you even listening? Nope. I admitted honestly. Jane's face turned red, then appeared green, and then took on a soft purple color. Today, after lunch, you in the library got a dance. Dance? What kind of curse is that? Though a pioneer must never use a curse word, how could I forget this rule? Oh yeah, sure, I apologize, of course, I'll be there. Actually, I wasn't really planning to go anywhere, but if you want to make someone speak, you need to sacrifice a bit first. By the way, what year is it now? I totally lost count. I decided to play fair. She looked at me perplexedly and answered, "Have you gone completely bananas?" Honestly, that's how I felt for the last few days. Jenny didn't reply. So, what year is it? I smiled calmly. Listen, why don't you visit the infirmary? Will they tell me what year is it here? What is this? Okay, Starlight. Good night. It's, by the way, 11 p.m. for you. Good night, Starlight. See you on Monday. Definitely, I will be sleeping full Sunday, including evening, night, etc. because I am not going to stop at least for 5 hours. Alright, will they tell me what year is it there? Oh, certainly, and even more. So, we don't know, but it's definitely 1953, isn't it? Zhenya stood up and headed to the exit. Wait, you didn't finish your meal? But it looks like she won't turn back. I was finishing chewing on the sausage when tasted like a twisted pair of cable. I wonder if they have internet access here. I guess not. Pioneer sitting at the next table noticed me talking to myself and started me. I smiled and waved to him in return. After such a friendly greeting, he, for some reason, left the canteen quickly without finishing his breakfast. What? Done with the food, it's time to search for some clues. Sometime later, I finally came to the infirmary. I have nothing to do in that place. But some of the nurse seemed quite caring. It's better to keep it distant from her. Such benevolence is actually scary. She may not know something, but I just hadn't the courage to enter the infirmary. Moreover, I had no reason to. Not a single one. Immersed in my own thoughts, I didn't notice the nurse who was standing on the porch. Hey there, Pioneer. She came closer. You must be sick. Did you come for medicine? No, I was just wandering around. Oh, a trout, I see. But if you're here, I have a serious task for you. I gave you a look of inquiry. The word task made me feel uneasy. It sounded like something inevitable. The nurse smiled spitefully. Your boss will help me to make an inventory of the supply of medicine, which arrived today. Boss? Chloe. Perhaps I misheard? But what word could be confused with both? Hi. Lena emerged from behind the nurse's back. It seems strange that I hadn't noticed you until now. Come here after dinner, I have explained everything to Lena. She will tell you what to do. Medicine? Supply today? But Olga Dmitrievna told me that no bus would arrive in the next couple of days. So, there were visitors to our camp today? Yes, they arrived from the city this morning. Why are you asking? Just curious. Alright then, pioneer. So, tonight, after dinner, you'll be here. Maybe I... Lena was barely noticeable this whole time. Surely she's able to remain invisible like a skilled ninja. I could do it on my own. No way. There are lots of boxes. And a pioneer is always ready. It's a trademark phrase, by the way, by Soviet Union. Isn't that so, pioneer? She gazed at me and smiled menacingly. Don't want to spend the whole evening doing something like this, and also I've got more important things to do. But rejecting this request would be really improper. If it wasn't Lena who was standing here, I could definitely think my way out. Okay, I'll come, or Olga Dmitrievna asked me to help her tonight. I don't want to come. Second, maybe I shouldn't have lied to her. I should think before I say something. Oh, really? And what exactly are you going to be helping her with? It was turned out bad, but I decided to stand my ground. Your cabin. She asked me to clean it up, sort out the things and so on. Said you know what a mess the cabin is? Sure, she asked you to tidy up your closet too? The nurse looked at me so intensely that Napoleon's fiasco and the Battle of Waterloo seems now a small annoyance compared to my current flop. I was going to say something, but she continued to speak. Okay then, pioneer. We'll manage it without you. I apologize, but you see... I said and looked at Lena. She stood looking at the ground like before, blushing more and more. It's alright, I'll manage it on my own. Okay then. An awkward silence followed. I wanted to sink into the ground because of my lame lines that had probably offended Lena. Well, goodbye then. Bye. The nurse was still smiling spitefully. I turned and walked away, almost running. Though in fact I really wanted to run, common sense advised me not to. I came back to my senses when I reached the square. So what's next? Decided to visit my cabin in order to collect my phone. Don't know where I'll find myself today, but having a watch is always useful. So having a wristwatch is much easier. Suddenly I heard a different tune, which was cutting through the usual noise of the camp. Again this music. Всегда будь готов. I listened to it carefully. Sounds like an electric guitar. 3 repeating chords, no more. But this melody still felt somehow warm, as if a vacuum tube-based audio amplifier was used. Could there be such a luxury here? The sound was definitely coming from somewhere near the stage area. I wonder who that could be. Guess I'd better keep on looking for answers. No, let's check. Coming to the stage area, I caught sight of Alisa on the stage. The girl was giving it all. With her eyes closed, she placed one of her legs up on the speaker and was swaying her body with the rhythm of the music. I couldn't recognize the melody, but I was pretty sure that I heard it before. And sponsor shot again, isn't it? Probably something from Soviet rock. I could have named a dozen bands in this genre right off the bat, but I was hardly an expert. The song seems really simple, literally just a 3-chord progression. Probably even I could have played it given some time off to practice. I wonder where Alisa got her playing skills. In the use as such music had never been nationally acclaimed. The future rock star wasn't taking any notice of me. It was like she was trying to become one with the music, to resound in every note and every bar, in every triplet. Rock heroes of the 80s instantly came to my mind. Many of them were devoted to the music in a similar way. If she got dressed in something more suitable for that period's fashion instead of her pioneer uniform, no one would notice the difference. Her performance was coming to an end. Picking out a last couple of chords, Alisa finally noticed me. Did you like it? She doesn't seem as surprised as I would have expected. Yes, that was cool. As if you could do any better, smiled Alisa slyly. I'm not saying that I can do it better. I'm not a pro in music. No doubt. Yep. I didn't know what to tell her next and was heading on my way. Wait a minute. What? And about the evening dance party? I thought it was a ball. Well, dance party, what's the difference? She frowned. Yes, I did, and so what? Are you going to go? After throwing those words, she turned away. I'm not sure, and you? What are you going to do there? What, you heard of morons? There was some truth in Alice's world, but this open disrespect surprised me. It's clear that it's not the idea of a ball that she hates. But why? What do you mean by why? Well, why don't you want to come? Dance parties ought to be fun. Do you really think so? Annoyance flashed in her face. I don't know, but I thought that you would. Never like them. She interrupted me. There's absolutely nothing to do at such parties. I see. So, what's your plan then? I asked just to keep the conversation going. I'll just carry on practicing. What do you practice on? The song Donbass, you ever heard it? Alisa had gone totally mad. A few more wrong questions and I will have to run for my life. Who wrote that song? I did. So you wrote it by yourself? By myself. Cool. An awkward silence hung in the air. Okay, son. Don't you wanna listen? Didn't I just hear it? That's not what I meant. She pouted. The whole song is just a gem for now. Oh, come on, do it then. Not right now. Well, don't do it then. I felt uncertain about what she wanted from me. You mean you don't want me to play? Seems like I frustrated her. I got ready for her to smash the guitar on my forehead or something even worse. But there was only an upset expression on Alisa's face. I want to, I told you. Come here tonight then, I'll play it for you. For me? How cute. Tonight is a dance party. You said that you wouldn't go. I didn't say that. Frankly speaking, I didn't want to go, but messing around with Dvacha was no good either. All could be done, I won't like it. Screw her! Said Alisa, getting steamed up. No, I won't, sorry. No, let's go. I don't want to be dead. By the way, on the right there's something closed door at the cell. Between shame at the dance party and Bachevskaya mad guitar skills, I'd rather pick the latter. Goodbye. She smiled strangely. I was just wondering if the decision I made was the right one when suddenly I was interrupted by a ringing calling the pioneers for lunch. I looked towards the canteen. Suppose it's time to go. Hunger is a sharp turn. I turned around with an intent to call Alisa to come along. But she looked so cheerless and down. Every musician should know when it's time to leave. I ground under my breath. Who is marching forward in a row? It's our pioneer squad. Кто марширует дружно в ряд, пионерский наш отряд. Sounds much better. You can adapt it. Pioneers in a row usually march to the canteen in the Saviona camp. I was looking for a place where no one would disturb me, like what happened before, just so I can eat in peace. And for that, I have to at least not be the last one to come. But I was pretty sure whatever happens here happens when I want it to or not. The canteen was crammed as full as an egg. Olga Dmitrievna was standing at the entrance, guarding it like a hawk. Well, Simeon, were you working hard today? Hard enough. Yes. Well done, truly well done, and the hardest is yet to come. Just bet. Fine, take a seat next to the girls. She pointed at the table next to the pillar. Slavia, Uliana, and Lena were already sitting there. Not bad company. At least not the worst. At my meal and went up to them. Do you mind if I sit here? I caught myself sounding a bit clueless. There were no other free places anyway. No, of course not. Please do. Lena remained silent. Today's meal consisted of a plate of borscht. I suspected there was some meat lurking in it, but I had no evidence. Some poultry, chances are chickenus domesticus, with fried potatoes and a traditional glass of compote. I found myself liking the local food, liking the local food more and more. I guess I just came to the conclusion that I have no other choice, which means that there's no use in complaining. Thank God there's something to it. Coming to the ball tonight? I don't know. Though I already had my arrangements with Alisa. Hell come, he got nowhere to go. Uliana said happily. You'll come for sure. Of course, I can miss the opportunity to watch you make a fool of yourself. She got it right, so I decided not to reply. And what about you? I asked Lena. Yes, she replied briefly. See, you should go too then, said to Slavia, as if leaving me no choice. Don't forget to wear your tailcoat? Apparently, Uliana was so pleased with your jokes that she laughed out loud. But I really had nothing to wear. My wardrobe was just a pioneer uniform and my winter clothes, which would be inappropriate even in the evening. And what will you be dressed in, entertainer? Secret. Keep it so. Will it be a little dress just like a kindergarten's matinee? Uliana turned red. Looks like I managed to offend her. No, I will wear a biohazard suit, just so I don't catch an infection from you. I wonder what kind of infection are you afraid of catching from me? Enough, you guys, don't quarrel. Idiocy, of course. Looks like Uliana was highly pleased with her, and she sought a brilliant answer again. You know, if you already have the flu, you can't catch a cold. Oh, actually you can. Two can play at that game. What are you implying? Nothing at all. Wait a second. Flu is a virus and cold is a virus? And you can get several types of viruses without any problem? Or what? They will fight each other? I don't know. Nothing at all. I looked away slyly. Do you mean that? She went right again. I don't mean anything. Guys, you knew that it was Lena who interfered. It probably really was time to stop. You're asking for it, you're gonna get it. What? You finally wise up? Instead of replying, Uliana grabbed her plate, filled with borscht and tipped it over my head? What the heck? This game met an unexpected finale. Oh, you little... Hello, Figaro. Soviet Union girlfriend sim? Yeah, it is indeed. But it's more like Zero Escape game just without puzzles. She jumped up and tried to run away. But this time, she won't get away. I grabbed her hands and hello figure. Oh man, now what? I can't just smash your head against the table. This pantomime lasted a few seconds. Suddenly, Uliana skillfully grabbed a glass full of compote and splashed it in my face. That way she managed to get free of my grip. She dashed off towards the counter and I chased her. This resulted in several flipped tables, a pile of smashed tableware, 5 pinners killed by various injuries, and full exhausted of both parties. I draw, sort of. A belligerent draw. With too much belligerent. We stood before each other and breathed heavily. Tell me you won't behave this way again. And you? Olga Dmitrievna snuck up on us from behind. When you think about it, such a riot couldn't go unnoticed. Well, are you satisfied with yourself now? Your voice appeared to be calm, but I was sure she was just about to explode. And who's gonna clean up all this mess? Exactly what happened. Well, who's working here, of course. Who am asking you? Who? Him. Replied Uliana with complete confidence. Sure, objected less confidently. Boss. The calm leader brought a conclusive end to this ongoing argument. Generally, I wasn't sure that my share of the blame is more than hers. Also, Uliana didn't have a drop of guilt on her face. Beat it. I am not cleaning, and nobody got time for that. This is his fault. He started first. No, it isn't. Oh, yes, it is. I'm not going to sort out all that nonsense. Semyon, go grab a mop, a bucket, some clothes, and you know, that kind of stuff in the closet. And as for you... She looked at Uliana with such a burning gaze that I felt a bit sorry for the girl. You start to pick up the broken tableware immediately. Olga Dmitrievna took a deep breath and continued. You're nothing but trouble. How many times have I told you? I decided to skip the lecture and went to the closet that appeared to be near the exit. Suddenly a perfect idea flashed in my head. Why don't just run away? Sure, Olga Dmitrievna has got us already, but I'm not the one to blame. Of course, I'm not the true pioneer she keeps talking about, but in comparison to Uliana... Anyway, she's the principal culprit. It's not like I have nothing better to do than cleaning up the mess here. I have to seek answers. The truth is out there, somehow flashed through my mind. It's X-Files. Okay, run away, stay and help Uliana with clean up. Well, we must meet with Alisa only at night, so we can stay right now, I believe. Let's stay. Now, running away is currently a good idea. For starters, Olga Dmitrievna has got me already, and dashing off would only aggravate my punishment. As well as that, I was indeed partially guilty. Of course, it was all your fault. But if I hadn't wrecked like that, probably we could have avoided this thrashing. Probably. I opened the cabinet and took out a broom, a mop, and a dustpan. Olga Dmitrievna wasn't anywhere near Uliana by the time I returned. She's gone? Can't you see for yourself? Uliana looked upset. All her youthful spirit vanished without a trace. Okay, hang on a second. I go and wash myself a bit first. I shot Hugh an angry glance and headed towards the exit. I watched the scraps of lunch of myself and returned to the canteen. Well, no skipping it, we have to clean it up. By the way, I can actually hear what they're talking about. And wait a second, what is this face on the right? I just noticed it. I bet if you can't see, let me maybe remove this. This face on the right. Oh, I'm not sure if you can see it because of this chat that Starlight sent. Maybe I will send something like this, and now it's clear. This face. And this face. So there's something laughing, but what is this guy behind of it? Gosh. I just noticed this. Was it he here before? Not quite sure. Okay, let's return it. Alright. It's all because of you! Just a single gaze from her gave me the creeps. Of course it is. It's me who's guilty of everything. It's me who's guilty of everything. It's me who's local natural hazard. Oh, shut up. Still, it's kind of strange that she's not trying to avoid this cleanup duty. Uliana had a solid opportunity to just run away and leave me alone, but somehow she did the exact opposite, elegantly gathering broken plate fragments, mopping the floor, picking up chairs and tables. In fact, she was so fast that I had a tough time keeping up with her. Well now, aren't you suddenly acting all goody-goody? Sound like I want to spend the whole day here, you dork. She still sounded irritated. Listen, you've got to understand that you can't behave like that. At least not to such an extent. For some reason I decided to try and give her more lecture. I haven't done a thing! It was you who was calling me names! Juliana grabbed a bucket and a mop and went to the farthest corner of the canteen. Looks like she's still angry. Looking back at the mountain of broken tableware, I finally began to understand the scope of the catastrophe. We are lucky that at least the forks and spoons are made of metal. We still have something to eat with. But they're hungry. Hardly any plates left. Hey, Juliana called me with a shout. I went on to her. I don't get it. Why do you hate me so much? Her face became so serious that I was ready to believe that it wasn't just yet another trick of hers. Why do you think? Why do you think so? I have no idea. That's exactly why I'm asking you. I don't hate you. It's just that sometimes you behave like, well, you know. As simple as that, but still true. Like what? I have no idea. She lifted her gaze at me, boiling with curiosity. Well, for starters, what's the big idea in pouring the compote all over me? You were asking for it? She smiled for the first time since we started cleaning. Yeah, sure. I have... What's deep sign? So, what do you expect from others then? Nothing, she replied acidly. The discussion was over, so I just continued cleaning up in silence. It took us a few hours to fix up the canteen. At last, all the broken tableware was gone. Chairs and tables were in their designated places. The floor looked clean. We were sitting together with Juliana next to the floor counter, breathing heavily, deservedly resting. Now you can see how much effort has to be put in because of a silly trick. But I'm not tired at all. Though the sweat pouring down her face told the opposite story. Oh well, good for you. So, what are we gonna do next? I don't know about you, but I'd rather go. Oh, that's not all. You have to... She hesitated. To tell me this another little thing. Thinking of another silly prank? You bet. She was smiling broadly. I'm not your man here. I'm more than fed up with just one punishment for the day. Okay, here's the deal. If you help me now, there won't be any more pranks. Sure, that was an inviting prospect, but somehow I couldn't bring myself to trust Juliana in for a moment. I hope it's not at night. Well, it wouldn't hurt to ask. So, what is your cunning plan? We've got to steal the candy. What? I should have expected something like that. Candy is for kids. Soon the chef will go out to dump the trash. Nobody's gonna see us. Count me out. Whatever. She grunted and turned away. Then I'll do it myself. And I won't I couldn't even finish the sentence as Eliana already jumped over the counter, ran to the cabinet, opened the door, and started rummaging through it. Hey, cut that! It's not like you haven't got enough problems with Olga Dmitrievna. She didn't reply. You won't get away with just cleaning duty for something like that. Uliana closed the cabinet. She held a huge bag of candy in her hands. Oh, you little, put it back! She stuck out her tongue at me and dashed off through the back door. I couldn't just leave it at that. I darted off in pursuit. She was a girl had quite a head start, but I still funneled all my energy into the keys. Jeez. I won't lose her again. We ran through the square. What is this awesome music? It's so good. This game is actually full of very good music. Turned the music lab building and came out into the forest trail. I might actually listen to it while I'm doing another cup of coffee. Be right back. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Oh gosh. Maybe I should not do any haircut. I'll have a very long hair. Oh my back. Alright, now much better. Alright, I'd almost got Uliana when she stopped abruptly. I couldn't pull up as sharply, so I crashed into her, sending us sprawling. We rolled down into the grass. Gotcha. I have a victorious shout. No, you didn't, she replied with an ashamed tone. Oliana was lying under me. Your face was right next to mine. I felt her erected breathing and the heat of your body. Sure, right now she's only a child, but soon enough she'll become a woman. It was pretty embarrassing. You gonna rape me? She said, coming back to her senses. You want me to? Anyway, it was more like a game to her. Sure I do. She gave a cunning smile and snorted quietly. Or was it just my imagination? I'm not really into it. Whatever. Oliana reached up and bit me on the nose. I wasn't expecting that and even pulled back a little. Just a moment of hesitation was enough for her to rest out and run a dozen feet away. Watch it. You're gonna regret this later. She laughed out loud and disappeared into the woods. The candy bag was left lying on the ground near me. I wonder if she dropped it on purpose. It's getting near dinner time, so I had to hurry up and return the candy. And preferably, very preferably, stay under the radar. Of course, I'll explain the situation. It was Uliana who had stolen them. But who's gonna believe me? Ulrika Mitrina was already waiting for me at the entrance to the canteen. Good job, Simeon. On what? I hid the bag of sweets behind my back. The bag was transparent and too big to put it in my pocket. I was talking about the cleanup. Everything is clean and tidy. Oh, well, yeah. And my Soliana. I wish I knew. She'll come soon. Okay, then, go and have your dinner. It's already dinner time. We're eating and eating again. I entered the canteen. To my utter lack of surprise, it was full. Now I really don't know how to return the bag without being noticed. Sure, I could do it in the evening, but what do I do with it now? Simeon! I turned around, Slavia was in front of me. Whoa, what's that? She looked at the bag that I didn't manage to hide in time. Got red-handed, or more like sweet-handed. Time to prep for scolding. These are sweets? Where from? I stole them, damn it. Got them from Oliana? Oh, I see. Same old song and dance? What do you mean? It's not the first time she's stolen sweets. And why I'm not surprised? Let me handle this. Thanks. Slavia saves the day, yet again. She took the bag and headed to the buffet. I had no desire to listen what she was going to say while returning the sweets, so I started to look around the canteen looking for a place to sit. Seems that I will have to share dinner table with Electronic and Shurik. There were no more places to sit. What happened, gentlemen? Every time I had to deal with them, I got an itching desire to tease them, or at least to drop some cheeky or cocky banter. It might be too risky to behave that way, but the Electronic Brothers were my primary source of positive emotions. How are you doing? Fine, what about you? Hits and misses. Did something happen? Lots of stuff. Mind sharing? Nah, some other time maybe. Suit yourself. He made a helpless gesture. What is a helpless gesture? Like this? I don't know. We're going to the ball after dinner. Electronic Guild. I know that. Who would you want to ask out? I hadn't thought about it yet. What about you? Well, I. Zhenya, maybe? It seems that this question caught him off guard. Ask Liana, that would make you happy? And no thanks. Electronic firstly await his hands. And usually, you gotta ask Alisa out. What? Since I will pass. He looked calmer than his mate. Come on, guys, it'll be fun. And in any case, we've got things to do. We still have to finish the robot? Oh, that's a marvelous idea. Ask your robot out. Can it dance? It can't even walk yet. Should probably miss the point completely. Why, it would be a great demonstration of our achievements in front of the camp. And why and what would we show to them? Yeah, you're right. The boss started their plates disappointingly. Dinner was over and the pioneers started to disperse. What will you wear for the ball? Asked Shuriken Electronic. We don't have anything special to wear, we'll go as we are. He indicated his pioneer uniform. They don't seem to care about their appearance at all. Well, why should I care then? Wearing my winter clothes isn't an option, so I go just like this. When does it start? After 9 o'clock. Got it. But we are not going out. Must do something else, isn't it? I left the canteen and deeply inhaled the fresh evening air. I remembered those rare dances I used to go at school. He even did this? Me? Never. Hesitation, insecurity, and fear? Maybe once, but I really not into dances, I hate them. I don't understand why they exist. Well, like training exercise to lose some weight, yes, but in general, I don't understand it. I couldn't dance, I didn't know how to react if someone had invited me. If you couldn't dance, you can just learn it. And still I see this car. By the way, it's vulgar, what? Anyway, I didn't know how to react if someone had invited me. I wouldn't dare to invite someone myself. Invited you, nobody will like you. All in all, I felt pretty uncomfortable about it. And it was even more unpleasant to watch others having fun. It wasn't envy, more like it was disconcerting feeling that people were able to enjoy something so odd for me. I thought that there was still lots of time till the ball, so I could sleep a little to be fresh in the evening. Entering the camp, the nurse cabin, I flopped into the bed instantly and shut my eyes. And strangely enough, I got up right on time even without an alarm. The clock was showing 9. Such a rare thing to happen. I felt sluggish, though. Probably it wasn't the best idea to sleep during the day after all. I'm going to see Alisa instead of the dance. So it's time then. A few minutes later, I approached the stage. Maybe it was a bad idea accepting your offer. Just talking to Dvachevskaya means danger. On the other hand, I wasn't eager to go to the dance. What can I do there? I'd only disgrace myself. No, I'm better off listening to Alisa play the guitar. Oh, what's going on? Hello there. Is it a cat? Coming closer, I saw a person sitting on the edge of the stage with your legs dangling. So you came after all. Alisa put the guitar aside and jumped into the ground. There was even a trace of joy in her face for a moment. Playing for someone is surely more interesting than being alone. But a second, Ball is not here? Okay. As you can see, by the way, we must check them up about it, but I cannot open it right now, isn't it? What are we going to do? What do you mean, what? I'm asking you? Well, you want it? I got a sudden idea that this situation is one of your usual pranks and I should never have expected to hear any guitar songs. I'm going to bed, bye! I turn around and wave a hand intentionally slowly. Hey! Alicia grabbed my sleeve. What? Don't you want to listen? Listen to what? You yourself don't know what you're going to do. Of course I know! She took the guitar and hit the strings with a plectrum a couple of times. Do you like Russian games? What? Well, you mean Russian games? How many Russian games exist? I know only this one? Oh wait a second, Morotopia, right? I tried to play it, but problem was that at this time my PC was kinda lame and slow, so it was pretty hard to play it, and so I didn't play it. I spent maybe 2 hours on it and that was all. I will play it someday, and stream of course. But other Russian games? Well, Heroes now is a Russian game. Not in the past. Like Heroes of Might and Magic 5. It was okay. Still I was not able to finish it. There were several quests, but I was not interested in quests in the past, and nowadays I don't think that I will like them. So this particular game, yes of course, it's very nice. It's much better than Doki Doki Literature Club that I played last week. That's it. Alright, so she took the guitar and hit the strings with a plectrum a couple of times. Sit next to me. I did an object, and in a moment I was sitting beside her. It's better this way. Miss the dance, leave now, and then what would I do? The role of stranger was more suitable for a passive observer and not for the eager seeker of answers, who I wanted to be so badly. Stalker. Oh yes, Stalker, but wait a second, it was originally a Ukraine game? I'm not sure. What I know about this, it would never be finished if not the manager from the United States who actually had a business trip and actually tried to progress in this, because nobody actually wanted to do anything. It was a production hell. So Stalker, yeah, this game is good, but it's not pure like Eastern European game. 70% yes, but not the whole. So I show you how to play this song now. Just like that, right away. And yeah, of course I'm waiting for the Stalker 2. I'm not sure when it will be released, maybe soon. And in this case I will play the previous Stalker games. I played only the first one, I know that the second and the third are pretty bad. Anyway, I finished them all, that's for sure. What do you mean right away? I haven't had a guitar for a long time. She could probably guess how long it had been since I had one. My skills were enough to make a cat laugh. It's not difficult. I threw an intense look at Alicia. It decently seems to me now that she just can't express her feelings. She could lose her strange self-control for a moment and I'll get to see a casual and even funny and friendly girl. And then when her self-confidence and impudence turned back on, it was beachness as usual. And Beach is the real one. Hey! What? Stop daydreaming? Oh yeah, sorry. So, are you watching? I am. What song is this? The one I played this morning, of course. Okay, I'm listening. Alisa made up her mind and started to play. That's it? That's it? Where was the song? Do you get everything? I may have understood it, but I probably won't be able to replicate it. How shall I put it? It's okay, practice makes perfect. She's undoubtedly right on this point, but I've had problems with practice all my life. Well... I took the guitar from Alisa and tried to play the first chord. It was hard, as if my fingers were tied in a knot and didn't want to be in the right place. I used to be better before, but now I wouldn't even be able to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star on the guitar? Well, wait a moment. Looks like you won't be a rock hero. She laughed kindly. Maybe better this way. I hissed, while trying to remember the order of strings to press. Well, the guitar started to make devilish sounds, resembling the groans of wanted dinosaurs. Wait a second, you actually had an electric guitar before, why this acoustic one is now here? My left hand fingers constantly missed the right frets, and my right hand didn't strike in rhythm. Let's call that progressive rock. Progressive? Well, give it back. She took the guitar away, and it sounded completely different in her hands. I felt embarrassed by the clumsiness. For a moment, Alisa's skill may not be on the level of professional guitarist, but nonetheless, she played simple things like this with confidence. She must have had a lot of practice. Did you get this time? She finished and offered the guitar to me. Well, I did better the second time, but it was still a long way from Alisa's level. Or from any decently adequate level. I was aware of how totally worthless I was compared to her. It seems so simple, just play a song with 3 chords. The tune is too simple, though. I put the guitar aside. Alisa was lost in thought for a moment. Even a preschool kid could play it better. I really doubt about this. Thanks, I tried. So I noticed she might be trying to demonstrate her evidence superbly at playing the guitar. It's not like everyone can be a musician. Not really. Alisa looked up at the sky. So you can be one, that's for sure. Why is it? You should have hurt yourself. I started to regret coming here. Well, don't mind me. Why does Alisa need to do this? It's obvious that I'm a horrible guitarist. Obviously. But if I had some practice... So, will you practice? I don't know, maybe I will. The guitar was the least of my problems, though. I'm stuck in a strange world I can't escape from. That's more important than a stupid argument with Alisa. I suddenly felt an unknown self-pity, apathy, and an urge to leave this place, to forget this evening. Those feelings left a nasty impression and a burning desire to do or say something stupid, as if it would change anything. What? Me learn to play the guitar? You surely couldn't. You'd strum the guitar for a couple of days and give it up. Alisa's words burst my heart. You know what? Well, should she know? Is it any concert of yours? Am I reacting this way just because it's true and that it's Alisa who spoke the truth? You can't know how to do everything. Probably not. But you should be able to at least do something. So, are you saying that I can't do anything? How should I know? You know, I what? Should I tell you about my computer skills? About the books I've read and movies I've watched? Oh well, this is a pointless conversation. That goes without saying. You're only concerned with having fun. And you do nothing but whine. Forget it. I jumped down from the stage and walked away from the content area. Go then! I heard Alisa yelling to me. I'm already going, I hissed. The path led me back to the square. There was lava in the center of it, sweeping the area at night. Also, man, hi! I thought everyone was already asleep. No, what are you doing? Clean up after the ball? Why didn't you come? Just... And where have you been? I hadn't the slightest intention of telling Slaver. How I embarrassed myself on stage with the guitar in front of Alisa while the whole camp was having fun at the square. I took a walk. Okay, but you should have come. It was fun. Glad you enjoyed yourself. I've been sweating like a pig today because of worries or just the hot night. Hey, do you know where I can have a bath? Certainly, go straight and a bit to the left by the path, then to the right, and there will be a bath house. Should I accompany you? No need, I'll find it myself. I totally didn't want to burden him more. To the woods, seriously. I walked along the forest path in the direction Slavia showed. My whole body was itching. How didn't I notice it before? And more importantly, what else hadn't I noticed? If things keep going like this, then I have to stay in this world forever. I shivered at the thought. Probably at the idea that I didn't feel any terror or even just fear. Just like it's all the nature of those things. I could see a bathhouse behind the trees. What? Kinda interesting. And why do the pianos have baths here? Wikipedia had said something about repairs to the showers, though I don't remember any repairs. No reason to worry about it now. There were soap and clean towels, so I quickly washed myself, went outside, and breathed in a chest full of fresh night air, and let me save here. Just in case. Who knows when will this game crash? Oh, it's so wonderful that physical cleanliness brings spiritual cleanliness. All of my problems, if not went away, then at least became less important. It's like the water washed away not only dirt from what body, but also the anxiety from my mind. I suddenly started yawning, so I headed to the leader's cabin, rubbing my eyes. What the heck? I didn't take even a few steps before Alisa jumped out from the bushes. You! What are you doing here? I was just washing myself. She came to her senses and spoke again. And what? How should I know? Then why do you speak if you don't know? All my peace of mind vanished in a moment. Only the irritation and the awareness remained. Okay, well, if you don't mind... Wait, now what? If back then on stage you thought that, well, I didn't want to offend you or anything. It's okay, I'm not offended. I just can't play the guitar, nothing special, a lot of people can't. I felt that there were obvious signs of irritation in my voice, but I couldn't do anything about it. I wanted to say everything to your face, right here, right now. Exactly, you can't. Alisa obviously restrained herself from laughing. Oh, I already had enough of you. She totally drove me out of my wits at that moment. In another second I would have started to yell at you. Of course. Wait, did you just leave me alone? Alisa followed me but didn't try to stop me. I really didn't want to offend. Some invisible power made me to turn around. Okay, can I go now? Yes, of course. In the moonlight, Alisa looked very beautiful, with a brief, guilty expression on her face. If she could only keep her mouth shut. What are you smirking at? Also, nothing, I just thought that if only you were a little bit more polite... Then what? I shouldn't say such things, people could get ideas, depending on their intellectual abilities. Then, nothing. You should finish what you started. There's nothing to finish, I'm very tired and I'm going to sleep. Stop right there, criminal scum. Don't make me run away from you. As if you could. She may be right, I'm already exhausted from this day and naturally had no intention of running after a bus. So what? What? If only I would be more polite, then what? Try it and you'll see. Why should I do anything for a fool like you? Then don't try. What does it have to do with me? I sighed and dragged myself to the square. And what about you then? What? I replied without turning to her. Well, if I would, then you. I don't know what are you talking about, but let's think that I would, if it's easier for you. Arisa yelled at me and headed to the bathhouse. The square shined with the cleanliness of a German road, which were washed with shampoo, or so people said. What? German road washed with shampoo? What the heck? Never heard about this. That's life for you. I just argued with Alice and nothing else. What for? As if it was really necessary. And her behavior. In any other situation, I would have surely said that Alisa likes me and just hides it behind her realness. That's not important right now, though. Relationships, love, anything. Maybe she isn't even a human. And what if she was a human and all this was happening in the real world? I drove those thoughts away and headed to the leader's cabin. Tiredness and overwhelmed me. Had overwhelmed me. It was like an invisible obstacle stopped me in front of the door. Olga Dmitrievna certainly would like to know where I was and why I missed the dance. I'll get a full interrogation for sure. Cutting the absence of Alisa at the dance too, it wouldn't be hard to guess that we skipped it together. If actually you can remember every single kitten the scam. On the other hand, should I even tell her that instead of going to the dance, Alisa practiced playing the guitar and I just went along with the flow? Nothing special actually. Doesn't really matter why I left. So, at the same time, I thought that it could be better to keep silent. Well, I decide on the spot. I signed and pulled the door handle. What the heck? Olga Dmitrievna was already waiting for me, wearing a dress. So, Semyon, where have you been? It's a tough choice. Tell her that you've been with Alisa. Make up another excuse. Oh gosh. What should I choose? The truth? To tell the truth, I was at the stage with Alisa. And what did you do then? Playing the guitar? Okay, that's not important. Why didn't you come to the ball? Well, frankly speaking, I don't like dancing. So what? This was a calm public event, which means every piano had to attend. She looked at me intently. You could just sit somewhere quietly. I'm sorry, I said. Okay. The leader softened. Go to bed quickly. The storm had passed. I tossed and turned but couldn't sleep. My heart was full of thoughts about music, guitars, and Alisa. I wondered, could I become a professional musician? And do I even want to be one? Why should I want to? It certainly would be pretty fun, but nothing else. Or is Alisa the reason? She really is like an energy vampire, sucking all your juices. My eyes started to close and I fell asleep a moment after. Is something terrible will happen? It's day 4. Okay. 4 is a very terrible number. Japan. I woke up. Who's the hell is ringing inside my head? Why it's so loud? The ringing seems to be coming from the depths of my consciousness. But after I came to my senses, I realized that the cause of this ringing is my alarm clock. I can't even see where it is on the picture. Wait a second, I see it now. It's on the window. Strange. Where did it come from? Why is it standing near my bed? There's nothing near your bed. It was 7:30, according to the clock. Olga Dmitrievna had already left and there was nobody to force me to go to the lineup. Thus, I can sleep a bit more. I closed my eyes, but seemed like my consciousness had already had its coffee and was ready for a long, productive day. I need to get up. I should plan my day out. After all, I need to at least find out something today. But still, nothing came to my head. Fine. I need to wake up completely and wash myself. On my way to wash things, I met Zhenya. By the way, we didn't go to the library, and my question is why there was not even an option. What got you up so early? Anything wrong with being up early? She looked at me as if I had insulted her. No, nothing, just curious. None of your business. Gosh, Jenny isn't sympathized. Wait a second, say using my word. Gosh, which I'm using constantly every single day. Okay, even when she's in good mood, but today she just looked furious. She could waterburn me up. The fog in my head dissipated, and my thoughts started arranging themselves. Curiously, I started to worry about finding a good place in the content, more than about finding answers. I brushed my teeth and was going to leave when a quiet sound wafted past my ears. It's probably a squirrel or some other animal. I heard another sound, this time a bit further. I walked 10 meters along the path, searching for the source. Nobody, just the morning forest. I turned to the wash stand and saw Miko, who was looking for something in the grass. Noticing me, she smiled and jumped after me. Oh, hello, good morning. I accidentally scattered my tooth powder, just trying to get it all back up. What? Being in grass didn't seem to be helping matters. Are you sure that's a good idea? Well, why? What else can I do? I don't have any more. It was the last I had. She pouted like a child who had just had her favorite toy taken from her. Yeah, I'll give you mine. I dug into my bag. No tooth powder there. Strange, didn't I just put it there? I walked away for just a minute and now it's gone. Listen, it looks like I have forgotten it. I didn't want to tell her that it had just gone missing. Knowing the sensitivity of this girl, it was safe to assume that vanishing households goods would impress her so much that her brain would reset itself in order to avoid overheating. Well, I'll be off. Yeah, cheers. Visit us, visit me in the music club. I'm still alone there. But wait a second, what about Alice? Alisa? Miko's voice faded in the freshness of the summer morning far behind me. Getting back to the leader's cabin, I took my cell phone and looked at the battery meter. Enough power for a day? Maybe even less. Wait a second, just turn it off, and how is it working for several days? Of course, it wouldn't help me much in here, but still. Finding a charger in the 80s would mean inventing it. How are you sure that it's 80s? So regardless, the morning was shining and beautiful. The bright sun was shining over the space, and time-displaced pioneer Camp Savionok, warming its residents and filling them with energy to spend the day productively. Or in my case, to waste it in futile efforts to find explanation for everything happening here. There was an unusually large crowd near the canteen. Of course, there was no other place in the camp that pioneers loved as much as the canteen, but why were all crowding on the porch? I came closer to find out what's going on. It looked like all the camp had gathered on the porch. There were all the familiar girls all got meeting and electronic. They were having a lively discussion. I drew closer. Oh, Simeon, have you seen Shirik today? No, what's the matter? We haven't been able to find him since early morning. Disappearing pioneers, well, that's something new. But he was with you yesterday? She was talking to electronic. Yes, he was. So you woke up with this morning and he wasn't anyway to be found. By the way, it's kinda interesting plot started right now. No? Why didn't you come to me immediately? Well, I saw that he got up early and went to wash up or something. Did he mention anything yesterday? Interjected Slayer. For example, that he was going somewhere, for instance? Nope. What exactly is so horrifying about that? It's only 9 AM. He might have decided to go for a walk. You don't know Shurik? She looked over at me seriously. Well, no, I don't. But I didn't see anything suspicious in this situation. Okay, let's stop panicking. We'll find him. How could he miss breakfast? Uliana grinned. Exactly. Time to eat anyway. The pioneers proceeded into the canteen. Yet again, I had no choice where to fit in. The only place was at the table with Alisa and Uliana. Take a seat. She pointed at the chair next to her. I sat down. Aren't you gonna get your food? Good idea. I hadn't thought about that. Today's breakfast didn't look much different from yesterday's, but it looked more appetizing. Or maybe I was just very hungry. Or maybe I was eager to finish it off as soon as possible to avoid yet another Liana prank. Wanna go to the beach with us today? When? Right after breakfast. Generally speaking, relaxation wasn't on my agenda today, but if I was going to spend my time thinking, why should I do it while getting a sundae? Sure, why not? Oh, cool. She smiled nicely. I bet you planning another prank. No, not at all. Juliana waved her hands at me. She sure is. Alisa grinned. She's always like that. I looked at Alisa attentively. I suddenly remembered yesterday evening. Her strange behavior, our quarrel. But now she looked like usual? Maybe there's no need to say anything to her. So I wasn't going to. At the end of the day, everything that happened that night stopped seeming unusual, as if it was all just a dream. No way! I think she's right. Nobody believes me. Uliana took her tray of dirty dishes and stood up. Enjoy your meal. She said in such a way which left no doubt nothing good awaits me today at the beach. Me and Alisa were left alone. You know, I guess I shouldn't go with you after all. Why is it? Well, I've got something to do. And what exactly would that be? She looked in my eyes, and I couldn't even find an appropriate excuse. I don't even have a swimsuit. Try mine? What? You think it will fit me? Give it a try? I don't think it's worth the effort. Don't be a wimp. You'll find you some swimming trunks. Those words only added to my fear. Wait for me by the canteen. I'll be back soon. Okay. There's nothing wrong with waiting for her, is there? Finishing my breakfast, I left the building and sat on the stairs. Pioneers all having their own business. Hard past me, one by one. No one stopped by me. No one even looked in my direction. It seemed they didn't consider me a stranger, but exactly the opposite, just another teenager their age, their comrades, you could say. I caught myself thinking that I had started to consider the camp in its inhabitants with not as much caution as I had on the first day. Still don't understand why do they have this car on the right. Yet Alisa was back in a couple of minutes. Ready? Ready for what? She gave me the trunks. Though you hardly could call them trunks. They looked like pin boxers decorated with butterflies and flowers. Actually, they were boxers. I was afraid to ask, but where did he get this? Too scared to put them on? Well, you know, I have not the slightest intentions of doing so. I appreciated her joke, but wasn't going to make myself a laughing stock. Put them on, she said softly. Why don't you try them on instead of me? I think that the color of this swimsuit would set off your eyes very nicely. Let's make a bet. I had no desire to accept your bets. No thanks. Alright, you either go to the beach wearing them or you swim naked. When the person counts, even the second option seems better than the first. I'm not planning to go anywhere at all. And I'll tell everyone that you left these trunks in my cabin. Why would I do that? How should I know? She burst into laughter. I didn't want to argue with Alisa, so I decided to go to the beach in the end. But not in those flamboyant trunks. Okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Don't be late. She ran off after saying that. I dragged my feet to the leader's cabin to get a towel and to hopefully find something like trunks. Olga Dmitrievna was waiting for me in the room. Semyon, did you hear anything about Shurik? Same as half an hour ago. I walked to my bed and took a towel. Are you going somewhere? Yes, to the beach. Wait, do you have swimming trunks? You came here without any luggage, as I recall? Strange that fact didn't seem to surprise you during our first encounter. No. So, what will you wear? Good questions. What? I don't know. Wait a minute. She walked to the wardrobe and unlocked a drawer. In a moment she had a pair of normal black trunks. Where did she get those? More importantly, why? Someone from the previous session might have forgotten them. Considering all the strange things in this camp, it wasn't really surprising to find men's swimming trunks in Olga Dmitrievna's room. Thanks. The trunks were just my size. I got changed behind the cabin and went to the beach. A lot of pioneers had already gathered there, but I recognized only Alisa and Uliana. Come here. I walked over to them and sat on the sand. I see you found something better. She stared at my trunks and smirked. Wait a second, how can you have this outfit in 80s? It's impossible. As you can see. Come on, let's swim. I don't want to. Maybe later. I was not a fan of swimming. Suit yourself. The girls ran into the water. Why did they come here? Why did I come here when I'm not out looking for answers? Should I care about it now? Forget about answers already. You're wasting your time. Savionek seemed normal. Certainly a lot of strange things have happened to me during the 3.5 days, but not one of them, taken separately, seemed at all supernatural. Especially since I didn't get any closer to finding so much as a clue. On the contrary, everything that has happened has only confused me more. What alternatives do I have? I won't get any truth from the local residents. So I doubt they even know it. Should I try to leave this place? But how far can I walk considering that I don't even know where I am? It turns out that my only option is to wait. After some time the girls came back. Uliana held something in her hands. Look! I looked up and saw a crayfish. Just a normal crayfish. Uliana lay next to me and just started to torment it. Leave the poor animal alone. Why? Just a crayfish. So what? It has a right to live too. I'll rip its claws off and ask the cook to boil it for dinner. As if we have nothing else to eat. I look at Alisa. She seems to be... You're looking at her bed. She seems to be totally uninterested in Uliana's fun with the poor sea creature. Tell her! What's wrong? It's a crayfish. Deserves it. It looked like the girls missed their lesson on nature in primary school and lacked empathy for the environmental. Give it. I snatched the crayfish off Uliana. Suit herself? I was a little surprised she didn't resist. I looked into the eyes of the poor animal. They didn't express anything at all, but I thought that if it could speak, it would certainly be outraged. Maybe it would even go to the UN Convention of Human Rights. To tell the truth, I wasn't sure that I would help. Would eat. I took the crayfish to the river and set it free. It's a river? I thought it was a lake with islands. And wait a second, I see in background. You can't see. Wait a second. Oh, I need to hide this first. So there's a train in the background. Seriously, so you can leave if you go to this island? I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea. It's very strange. Never mind, I'll catch more. There are plenty of them here. Said Liana. No doubt about it. I mumbled. Time passed, and I was getting sleepy. I fell asleep. I don't remember what I was dreaming about, if I was dreaming at all, but I woke up when someone shook my shoulder. Olga Dmitrievna stood next to me. Did you come to see me too? I asked, still half asleep. No. And what about this suit? Oh, it's definitely not so yet. No, it's almost time for lunch and we still can't find Shurik. The leader said, standing before me in a wet swimsuit. And I want you to look for him. Seems like I'm the only pioneer on this entire camp. I was sincerely outraged. Every time, it was getting clear that Olga Dmitrievna considered me, your errand boy, to be used like a slave. Or vice versa. If I came to you, then I want you to help me. Why exactly me? However, after giving it some thought, I decided to agree. After all, my shoulders and back got sunburned while I was sleeping, and searching for Shurik would let me get acquainted with an explored location of the camp. Okay. It was not exactly right to wander around wearing only a swimming trunks, so I should get changed first. 10 minutes later, I stood outside Olga Dmitrievna's cabin, deciding where to go. Okay, so it's a river now. It's definitely Iceland. So, I don't know, it looked like lake. It can be a bus stop, boathouse, or number 17 with... I don't know who's the second one. Wait a second, it's me maybe? No, it cannot be me. So they living here, those two living there. What is this cabin? Can I save and check this out, but if it's ours, it's... Why should I go there? Well, he's definitely wearing his betard mask. So it might be Simeon? Let me check it. Yeah. But still a stupid idea, let me load it. No, we are not going there. Yes. So Bastov? Why it should be a Bastov? Forest! Oh, it should be forest. What house I doubt. Let's go into the forest. The auspice is that Olga Dmitrievna and her pioneers have already searched every nook and cranny of the camp, roamed the length and breadth of it. So probably it's not worth looking for Shurik in the canteen or on the beach, or in the Cybernets Club. It was his second home, or maybe even his first. Thus it might be worth looking around the surrounding forest. I didn't want to go far into the forest, otherwise it might be me who they'll be searching for tomorrow. I didn't really visit the countryside often. I just stayed in the country because every summer during my childhood. But that one was really close to the city. But in this camp, it was possible to find everything I hadn't seen for so long, Ohelman vegetation, singing birds and fresh air. I found a meadow and sat on a stump. How peaceful this place is. But where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Oh, Shurik. Wait a second, I was surprised to me that Sandiego actually a thief. It's a antagonist, not protagonist. Actually, he could have been taken against his will. His camp is far from normal, so pioneer disappearance should not be all that strange. And triggering possibility, could it be the work of whichever force sent me here? Or is it just some separate local entities doing? Lost on my own thoughts, I didn't notice how the grass before me started moving. What? I looked closely and saw a square. Ah. It approached me carefully and stared at my hands. Probably used to getting fat here. Sorry friend, I don't have anything with me. Could the squirrel could not understand me and continued to just sit there, waiting for dreads. I felt sorry for it because I didn't have even a crumb of bread in my pocket. Released that I'm even ashamed to look it in the eyes and decided to move on. After some more wandering, I came to the washstands. Turns out that he's not in the forest either, at least not in the surrounding area. Wait a second, there was a building, abandoned building. There was no option to check it, isn't it? I'm not remembering. And going further is just frightening. I walked to the washstands, took off my shirt and tried to wipe myself down because I was all sweaty. However, it wasn't so easy. I won't be able to get into the wash bowl, and this isn't even a ladle. Suddenly I heard footsteps from behind. I turned around. Electronic was walking my direction. Looking for Shrek? Yes. You too? Me too. Listen, you know him better. Where could he have gone? I don't have a clue. He answered sadly. Well, I just don't understand why everyone has made such a fuss during the night. Wasn't he in the cabin with you? Then he can't have been gone for too long. Maybe he went for a walk? You don't know, Shurik, said Electronic excitedly. He's fanatically dedicated to his work. His life consists of robotics and cybernetics. People like him are one in a million, no, a billion. His talent is boundless. I look up to him. He's a man of steel. No, simply a triumphant. At that moment, he looked like Hitler making a speech in front of a crowd of thousands. Even his gesture matched, is it? Okay. So what? So what? You don't understand, do you? No. He spends all of it, you see? All his free time in our club. Whoa! So disappearing just like that is unusual for him. Of course. Seems like Electronic calmed down. Okay. He looked at me intently. Are you going to wash? Not really. Just rinse off a little. It's hot. Me too. He looked around. I wish there was a bucket or ladle. Something to get more water with. Yeah, I know this already. Then let's do this. He walked behind the washstands and pulled on one of the tubs. To my surprise, its end turned up, and rather than pouring into the wash bowl, the water splashed up at almost 90 degrees. You could manage to wash yourself that way. What the heck? Meanwhile, Electronic took off his shirt and then squatted, so it seemed like he pulled down his shorts. I couldn't really tell because the wash stand he was behind concealed him up to his waist. He directed a stream towards himself and started to sing something quietly. Gosh. Oh, let's clean my chimney, chimney sweep. I stood astonished, not knowing what to do. He seems to notice it. I'll wash myself and then let you use it. Gosh, I got such a massive chill. Gosh, I mean. Well, you know, I just remember that I have something to do. Got to go. Out of all the eccentricities of electronics, the moment I just saw was the weirdest one. Hey, what's up with you? A cold shower on such hot days, like the best thing ever. No. That won't do. And anyway, I have to go. Finally. I put on my shirt quickly and ran back into the forest. I wonder what's got into him. So all being is not available. Our own house not neat and says nothing else to check except boat house? So he's living here, he can leave and go to where? Boat house. Maybe Shrek decided to pick up stones near the water. In the worst case, I'll find his corpse. But I'm sure that it won't end up that way. I was crossing the square when somebody called out to me. Wait. Alisa came up and smiled. I immediately sensed a trap. Where are you going? I'm searching for Shrek. What could be you ask me to? And how's it? Exciting? She looked intently into my eyes and I turned away awkwardly. Not really. But a pioneer is missing. Surely you are not freaking out over such a minor thing? What do you mean? Only a few hours have passed. Maybe he just lost track of time while having a walk. Certainly I'd had the same idea, but I wasn't telling you that. Yes, that's true. But who knows what could have happened? Let me help you with it. With what? I got suspicious. With looking for Shurik? But I can do it. Oh, come on. She smiled at me, but there was something malevolent in that smile. Naturally, her smile was cute enough, but it really seemed to me like there was something behind it. Well, if you insist. Since I could not understand what's on your mind, I had no real reason to refuse. But before we go, I have to get one thing from home. Okay, I'll wait for you. You're actually serious about just standing there? Let's go. Okay. Wait a second, this is your house and what is this flag? Oh gosh, let me save here. Something terrible will happen, isn't it? We approached Alice's cabin. It would be just like all other cabins, if not for the Jolly Roger on the door. By the way, Uliana is my roommate. Okay. We enter the cabin. Look at this. Wait a second, it's from this Japanese anime? What is go? I don't know. Я поливаю вам танцевать? And is it Stalin on the right? Well, you can see, of course. Let me hide myself again. And some okay, and wait a second, it's Kitten Gaff, isn't it? On the right. Nice. Nice. I really like how they created the background. Okay. So many stuff that you actually want to look at it. Search something. Some teeny objects. No, it's very nice. Super nice. I like it. Okay, we enter the cabin. The complete chaos inside really reminded me of my old flat. Is it a chaos? It's pretty nice for me. Though why I thought of it as old. In general, I would imagine a girl's room differently. Snow white sheets, walls, floors, and ceiling shining spotless. But when you consider the two most exemplary panels are living here, by the way, all the SUV cables are inside, not between the walls, and does it mean that it's only one wall? Okay. I don't know, for very hot weather, you should use a double walls. Wait a second, for winter as well, for just normal weather, it's okay. Just this. And what did you need to get? Seems like I interrupted Alice's thinking. Yeah, it's not here actually. Wait here, I'll be back in a minute. She smiled and ran out. She seems really like him today. I began to examine the room. I wouldn't say that there had been an explosion. It was just a decent mess. Wait a second, I actually know what will happen. Did she actually lock us here? Well, at least by looking at all this mess created in one piano session, I can surely say that I'm not the messiest person in the world. The decoration of my apartment took years to be completed. I wasn't thinking about anything in particular, was just looking around the room. Posters of Soviet artists, some books on the shelves, various household items. And then I realized that everything is wrong. That's for sure. Let me say for one time. Holy shit. Something will happen soon! Something bad! Why did Alisa leave me here all alone? There was something I had to discover. My gut told me that it's dangerous to stay here. I went to the door and tried to open it. Locked! What a surprise, but very expected. How did she manage to quietly lock me in? I don't know what's on her mind, but I need to get out of here. I went to the window, opened it, and climbed out. Now I can go and take care of business, or I chose the second option and waited. What is the reason she had me locked up? I wanted to know what was happening, plus I really wanted to see Alisa's face when she finds her room empty. I hid in the bushes next to the house and waited. After some time, I heard footsteps. Alisa and Olga Dmitrievna came to the house. "You see everything for yourself!" She opened the door and went in. A few seconds later, she ran back out. Alisa's face looked as if she just won the mouse catching competitions, but at the last moment found out that it's not a real Olympic sport. So, he just disappeared. Olga Dmitrievna asked skeptically. I did the right thing by closing the window after myself. Oh no. I understand everything, Bachevskaya. You and your roommate, every time the same thing, haven't you had enough yet? But it's true. Really, one story after another, Semyon in your cabin, Semyon harassing you, why do you keep lying? That's horrible. Alisa seemed really upset, and to my surprise, wasn't trying to argue. On the one hand, it was funny to look at, but on the other, I felt a bit sorry for Lachevskaya. She deserves it, so. Our leader finally finished scolding her and left. Gosh, she's very wet. She's very frightened. Alisa was mad. She clenched her fist and trembled. Her face was flushed. It seems to me that she was going to explode. I sat in the bushes and laughed quietly. Eva was wondering what was on her mind and came out of my hiding place, not afraid of being beaten. So what exactly did you want to show the leader? Me? Alisa turned and looked at me with disbelief. At a moment, surprise turned to anger. You! What about me? She calmed down a bit. I wanted to get even with you, she smirked. Meaning? You lost a bet? So I wanted to show the camp leader how you're stalking me. I wonder what's wrong Olga Dmitrievna could find in this situation. But let's move on. I see. Maybe you should apologize to you, I asked sarcastically. Screw you! It was very loud. She went into the house, slamming the door. I wasn't angry at Alisa. In the end, I'd expected her to do something like this. Anyway, I got through it without consequences. I was very lucky. Her confusion and embarrassment just made my day. Chuckling, I left Alisa's cabin, which was about to become my death trap. Went for lunch with mixed feelings, with a sense of accomplishment and with a realization of time wasted. The canteen was crowded. I couldn't stay unnoticed. Olga Dmitrievna called me. Semyon, come with us, if you want to leave. The camp leader, Slavia, and Electronic were sitting at the 4-seat table. I nodded and went to get my food. This time I had to spend several minutes in the car. Today's menu didn't really differ from the other days' menus, and dishes looked the same at least. When I sat at the table and wished bon appetit to everyone, all got me in a seat. So, what are you thinking? About what? We searched for Shurik all around. It's noon, and he's nowhere to be found. I took a note, was a rip, but didn't want to point it out. We looked all over the camp. I went all around the neighboring forest. All got me to look at me. And I helped too. We must call the police. Maybe we should wait until the evening? I asked Leslie. Maybe he went home? That can't be. Shurik lives thousands of miles away. By train? The nearest station, wait a second, the nearest station is actually on the other side of the river. I saw it. She paused. It's far off. Strange. Now it was getting interesting. Every time the conversation reached the point concerning ways I could leave Savionek, all the camp inhabitants started changing the subject. Okay. How far is far? Really far. The camp leader looked at me, indicating with her expressions that asking more questions was not advised. So we should go deeper into the forest, maybe he got lost? Shurik always takes a compass, chipped in electronic. I wonder what else could be found in his magic vest, assuming he has one. If I were to get lost in the forest, a compass would be of no real use. Police! We should call the police in the evening. Not right now, at least. Okay, so you'll do it later. They were all silent. We should be able to find him before evening. We still have time. If he really got lost, we have no time to lose. You can't be sure. Then where's he? Where? There was some truth to the counselor's words. Hiding the whole day, just like that, is suspicious. Why would he do that? Shirk seemed to me to be quite a serious spinner. Rihanna would have been a better fit for his behavior. So there's a good reason to believe that he was gone. All that can be done has already been done. We'll just have to wait. Slavia Electronic and Olga Dmitrievna looked at me thoroughly, but didn't say a word. I finished my lunch, took the tray back, and left the canteen. It's still the first half of the day. What now? The camp was drifting off for an afternoon nap. Only Genda stared at me through his glasses. Of course, he was staring somewhere else, but I had a feeling that he was constantly watching me. I bet he knows where Shurik is hiding. He just can't say anything. The disappearance of the cybernetics club's leader made me think. Maybe it's got something to do with my case? Oh, Banner? The nurse stood in front of me. I looked at her curiously. Go and take my place in the infirmary. I have an urgent call. Somebody is injured. Me? Yes, you. Take the keys. The nurse threw me the keys and ran away. Why me? Isn't there anyone else in this camp? What exactly should I be doing? What if something happens? Oh, what do I do now? I missed my chance to refuse. I stood in front of the door uncertainly. On the one hand, there's nothing to worry about. I'll spend half an hour or so here and she'll be back. But if someone comes for actual help, with a broken leg or head injury, okay, in this case they can wait. I began to worry too much. I was that there's no injuries more serious than bruises and scratches in this camp. But at the same time, I could not shake the idea that in a serious situation I would be absolutely useless. I don't even know how to perform CPR. A magazine on the nurse's table caught my attention. A good way to relax, I guess. This is labeled Soviet fashion? The publication date or months were absent. However, this was not a surprise. There were much stranger things happening here. Didn't know much about Soviet magazines. Maybe they actually didn't have publication dates on them. No, they had, I remember this. Models dressed in old-fashioned clothes stared at me from a glossy pages. Nowadays, nobody would wear such clothes. I smirked. I wonder if Slavia, for example, considering this fashionable. I can only imagine what would happen if she appeared in my time wearing something like this. Imagine we're walking in hand. I'm wearing my coat with the hood, and she's dressed in a lavish dress covered with lace and things. Seemed like I'm already imagining Slavia in my world, with me. And not only Slavia. This dress better suits Uliana. This cute surfer would look good on Elisa? Really? This skirt and cardigan would look nice on Lena. If only they could be real. No, I saw them, heard them, could even touch them. But still, their hair and I simply don't belong in this place. It's alien to me. I'm just waiting for a chance to get out of here. Waiting because nothing is up to me anymore. I sighed, put my head on the table, and fell asleep. I was awoken by the noise of the door opening. Lena stood at the door. The nurse isn't here? Then I'll come back later. I'm something student for you. Since I'm responsible for pioneers' lives, I should do it with full responsibility. Also, in fact, I was just afraid of something bad happening because of me. Any health complaints? Tried to give Lena the most professional smile I could in order not to confuse her. Nothing special. Just a little headache. Let's do this. Some painkillers maybe. Because I wasn't aware of where to find required medicines, so it took me a while to find them. Finally, I handed a metamizole tablet to Lena. What is metamizole? Never heard about it. Thanks, she smiled. It was completely unexpected and I lost touch with reality, staring at her. What? Lena turned awkward in an instant. Listen, I've been wondering, do you like this? I don't know what got into me, but I grabbed that magazine from the table and showed her the picture of a skirt and a cardigan which would really suit Lena, in my opinion. Maybe I went completely nuts thinking about all the girls being in my world. Maybe I wanted to distract myself instead of just waiting for the nurse to come back. Then I looked at the picture. Yes, I guess. Is stuff like this in fashion? I guess. She got confused and started blushing. Why do you ask? Really? Why? I think it looked gorgeous in it. Just asking. Just asking. You were quiet for some time. How's your headache? Much better, thank you. She smiled. I'll be off. Good luck. Lena went out and I continued to look through the magazine. After a while, somebody knocked at the door again. Seems that the infirmary is the most popular place to go. Wait a second. Before door was just open, not knocked. Suddenly decided to roleplay nurse. Just a male version. And said, "Come in." The door opened and Uliana enters the room. Wow. Did I miss the moment when you decided to start knocking? Anything wrong with me knocking? She frowned. Why does it hurt? Why on earth would I tell you? Where is the nurse? Right in front of you. I presently crossed my legs and looked questioningly at her. I'd better go. I'd better to die than to be treated by you. She smiled mischievously. You didn't even let me try! Uliana thought for a moment. Though you could give me some pills. What's bothering you? It took her some time to reply. A heavy stomach? Sure, it's not an empty head. I muttered under my breath. What did you say? Nothing, give me a second. found the pills in the first drawer and opened. I opened. Thank you, doctor. She smiled cheerfully. Watching Eliana, I could not imagine how such an optimistic and active child could have any health problems. Well, I'm more than sure that Simeon do not understand how he should work. Usually in Soviet Union, if you go to a nurse, you'll get simply nothing from her. You shall go to the toilet and maybe your headache will go because they too afraid that they will do something wrong and will simply kill you. I know this for sure. Well, it's not nurses. Simeon, he has problems. Or those of stolen candies, right? Or got food poison from the canteen? Let's check this one. Considering the local cuisine, it's not that surprising. Maybe, she smirked. I see you still alive and kicking. Well, I'm not complaining. Bye. It's too slow. Liana ran out of the room, slamming the door. Again, I went back to studying Soviet fashion trends. Time passed, but the nurse was still absent. I wasn't searching for Shurik, wasn't looking for any clues concerning my situation. Forget about this. I was just sitting and flipping through a magazine. Just for a moment, I felt quite satisfied with this situation. So far, everything that has happened here could be seen as just a trip to a summer camp, and if nothing changes anytime soon, then I can start worrying. Again, somebody knocked on the floor. Well, door, of course. Did I miss the outbreak of an epidemic? Slimy was standing at the doorway. Oh, hi, isn't the nurse here? I know she's not here, I'm taking over for today. Great. I'd like... She hesitated. What? No, it's nothing. Strange. I wouldn't even think that such an open person as Slavia would keep something quiet. If there's something bothering you, tell me. That's why I'm here, to treat people. I smiled wildly. No. I mean, yes, but no. Hadn't that made anything possible, even version by zero? Wait a second, I know what you need. So, how can I help you? You? I guess you can't. She smiled and was going to leave, but suddenly stopped. However, could you step out for a minute? Why not? Okay. Step out of the infirmary and leaned against the wall. I wonder what might she be doing, something that I can't even see. The minute the door opened and Slavy came out. She was carrying a small bundle. Do not ask. Good luck. I shouted after her. Thank you. She gave me one of her sweet smiles before leaving. I looked at the time. It was getting late. I read the magazine backwards and forwards, but the nurse still wasn't here. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Alisa rushed inside. She looked at me personally. Oh, what are you doing here? Sitting, I admitted honestly. Okay, then, it's even better without the nurse, she murmured. Are you sick? I asked acidly. Alisa didn't answer and came closer to me. Move over. Why? So I can open the drawer, isn't it obvious? For what? What for? She got angry. None of your business. Well, I'm kinda in charge here. She gave it a moment's thought. Then give me some activated carbon. Stomachache? Yeah. She grinned sharply. I got the feeling there was something wrong here. Wrong here? But what can be wrong with this? You can't do anything with this, isn't it? Give? But you never know. What if she really has an egg? Okay. I reached into the drawer and got out a packet of activated carbon. Thanks. She wrested it from my hand and ran away. It was 15 minutes till dinner and the nurse still wasn't back. I guess just leaving the place like this wouldn't do. She asked me to look after it after all. And who knows what might happen if I leave? Though, who would want to steal anything from here? Except for Lisa's still activated carbon. Opened the magazine again and began flipping through it for the nth time. The fashions of the 80s weren't fun anymore. They only got me several times. It was already 6 o'clock, so dinner has already started. Of course, I had to be on the watch till the end, but my stomach seemed to have its own opinion on the matter. I stood up and steadily headed to the exit. A rustling sound came from behind the door. Could it be someone else who got poisoned, broke my arm, or something even worse? Said heavily and pulled the door knob. However, there was no one out there. Seemed it was just my imagination. Wait a second, who was this? I returned inside and instantly noticed that something had changed in the infirmary. Whoa, what? I see nothing. To be precise, an apple had appeared on the table? Oh, really? I just noticed this. What the heck? But windows are closed? Or maybe not. But where from? Fruits can't just materialize from thin air by themselves, can't they? So in this camp, anything is possible. Chances are someone just brought it here. Maybe Lena wanted to thank me? Given that she's all shining? But wait, how could she just slip past me like that? Lena wouldn't climb through the window after all. So there must be something else. Suddenly we're held by fear. Wait a second. No, seriously, how can you get able here? What the heck? I don't understand. It's very strange. What if the apple is poisoned? So don't eat it, what's the problem? So why would someone complicate things when I'm here totally helpless and can be killed way more easily? Or it might be an apple which Eve tested in the Garden of Eden? Okay, it's in this case it's apple of knowledge, you should eat it. It's good for you. Seriously, if you think about this, they did nothing wrong. You're supposed to eat the apple, so who actually, what was this, snake, devil, etc., did a very good job. You must thank them. In this case, I certainly shouldn't eat it. The same second, my stomach reminded me it was there by rumbling traitorously. However, it would take time to close the infirmary, to reach the canteen, to get food. And yes, music here is very nice, especially this one. But every single one. Can't believe this. My stomach is about to eat itself. This game belongs to PlayStation 4, Xbox and other consoles. Not so much people knows about it, it's very sad. There's nothing wrong, I guess. Once again, I tried to remember if this apple was here before. And in the end, it must have appeared from somewhere. Maybe it got here through the window? The shutter was slightly open. So someone must have reached in and put it here. Nothing serious, however. Oh gosh, it's a tough choice. Let's see it. Finally, hunger prevailed, and I started chewing on the ripe green apple with gusto. It tastes seemed normal. So I don't think that even the strongest poison can be tasted. But it's too late to think about that. It was time to go for dinner. Along the way I ran into Electronic. How's it going? Did you find Shurik? No, still no sign of him. Don't worry. You'll find him. I tried to cheer him up. Too much time has passed. I'll just keep on searching. What about dinner? No, finding Shurik is more important. He muttered softly. I left him at the crossroads and wished him good luck. So we actually... What about nursery now? So we'll Eat this apple and don't go anywhere. But okay. Okay. Painters crowd in the doorway. I quickened my pace, trying not to be the last one in the line, at least for the day. And I was lucky. In the far corner was an absolutely empty table. I took my dinner quickly and sat at the table. Tonight's dinner consisted of fruit soup and a pair of buns. Fruit soup? Wait a second. First, I actually tasted the fruit soup maybe somewhere in Alushta? Which is Russia right now, but it was Ukraine before, and before it was even different country. Don't remember which one. So, was it in Soviet Union? I very doubt about this. I wonder what was in the original text. This set surprised me at first, but the taste was actually nice. I concentrated on eating. Lena, let's go here. Look, 3 free chairs. Lena and Mikul stood in front of me. This taken? Wondered Lena. No, take a seat. Of course, I wish she were alone. Thank you. As soon as Lena said that, Zhenya jumped out from behind her back. I'll sit here. There are no places left. She said, putting her tray on the table and sitting down, not even waiting for my answer. Sure, make yourself at home. I muttered softly. What? Nothing. To tell the truth, I wanted to reduce the whole company to just Lena. So neither Miku nor Zhenya were causing much trouble. Wait a second, if I select myself, it would be Miko. Except one was too talkative, and the other was too arrogant. But nevertheless, they were absolutely harmless, especially comparing to some others I could name. Oh, seems like I forgot my key. Don't worry, take mine. I was surprised by Miko's short reply. Do you live together? Of course, then you know together. Our cabin is the rearmost. I mean, the farthest from here. I mean, the last one. By the way, Miko reminds me of Lola, the bunny. Well, this game was released before she became talkative, right? Maybe. I wouldn't have been surprised if somebody told me that Lena lived with Slavia. Or with Zhenya, at worst. Even electronic? It's not possible. But silent shy Lena and excessively talkative Miko as a pair. That's really a surprise. Did you find Shurik? It's strange that Zhenya is disturbed by someone's problems. No. Surely he is at the village buying cigarettes. Or vodka. She snorted. A village? At that moment, the conversation got much more interesting. Got a problem with villages? Zhenya looked amazed. You mean there's a village nearby? I think so, she said uncertainly. Wait a second, so maybe she is actually like me. Out of this place. Because it's not the first time when I'm thinking about this. Something in her words. I look at Lena and Miko, but they were busy with their meals and did not pay attention to our conversation. You mean you don't know exactly? Why should I care? Jane started her dish. But there must be something nearby. Listen. Listening. I don't know. Will you let me eat? Seems like I won't get anything from her. Though there's a chance that she really doesn't know. The remaining time was spent listening to Miko talking about some nonsense. I was just going slowly mad in silence. Obviously, the first thing I did after getting out after that was inhale a great breath of fresh air. The sun was setting. I decided to take a walk. It's highly unlikely that I will find anything more exciting to do for the rest of the evening. That way something interesting could arise quite unexpectedly. What the heck? I was approaching the square when I heard a loud bang. It seems like something had a spot. Wait a second, you can't do this with activated carbon, isn't it? I was paralyzed. I'm in a hostile environment, not knowing the rules and laws of the place. It would be better for me to run, but at the same time I was curious. Probably I would have just kept standing here, but somebody grabbed my hand. It was all convenient now. Why are you standing here? Let's go and see what happened. Can't you even manage without me? I begged her peacefully. Shouldn't be anything serious. I hope. Is there any difference? Can't really see. When we came to the square, there was already a crowd of pioneers. Oliver Pigeon vigorously pushed through the crowd and approached the crime scene. Obviously something had tried to blow again though? But the attackers failed, the monument was still standing upright. There were only dim ash traces on the pedestal. Well, who did this? She looked over the crowd of pioneers. Sure, it wasn't done by an organized terrorist organization. Wait a second, to make a bomb you need actually yachts and... I mean yodium? Amiac? Maybe that's enough. But activated carbon, I know nothing about it. These guys all came here just to look at what happened. I noticed Uliana and Alice in the crowd. And it looks like our camp leader noticed them too. You two, come here. They approached reluctantly. Why always me? If you think so. Show me your hands, Vachevskaya. What's wrong with them? I looked close and saw that they were smeared with black. Now it's clear. What do you make a bomb with? The junior terrorists seemed to hesitate, or whether or not to confess, but then blurted out proudly. Wait a second, you need not a carbon, you need a coal. There's another way to create a bomb with coal, but you can't replace it with this. Or maybe I don't know something. Well, authors know better, isn't it? So, I'm wrong. Junior terrorists seem to hesitate over whether or not to confess, but then blurted out proudly. Activated carbon, salt, pepper, and sulfur. What? Salt, pepper? Wait a second, still, I know this one, but carbon will not work, he must have a coal. It's actually different. Well, maybe this works, I don't know. I need to try myself. Why exactly the monument? What did this honored man ever do to you? The fighter for the rights of... Besides, he gave me activated carbon. She pointed at me with her finger. The whole square stared at me. Thoughts about the pointlessness of this act due to the small bomb's size left me at that very moment. Wait a second, I misclicked. Where can I check? Are you kidding me? Where was this thing to check the previous one? I don't remember. How did they use... Oh, this one. She pointed at me with her finger. The whole square stared at me. Thoughts about the pointlessness of this act due to the small size left me at very one, so it's okay. She stole it! I did nothing! Even if he gave it to you, I'm sure that Simeon would never take part in such disgusting antisocial act. Yes, exactly! I agreed. Could hardly imagine how long she would have kept in scolding Alisa if Electronic hadn't popped out at that very moment shouting, I found it! I found it! Everyone turned towards him. He held a boot in his hand. Here! Electronic bossily shook it over his head. It's Shurik's boot! Okay, calm down. Tell us in detail where you found it. In the forest. On the way to the old camp. Wow, this old camp? Whispers run among the pioneers. Old camp? The old camp? Are you sure? Absolutely! What's so special about the old camp? I jumped in the conversation. It's nothing special. Really? She stammered. One of the Savionix legends tells the story of a young camp leader's ghost living there. She fell in love with a pioneer, but he rejected her and so she killed herself. She committed harakiri with a kitchen knife. Next day, that boy was hit by a bus. Liana ran out of the crowd. Bus? I refrained from asking about the road number. But since science doesn't acknowledge the existence of ghosts, so we have nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, somebody should go there. Scandal out a little bit. Suddenly, the crowd started to thin out. What could be there now? It's almost night. Maybe tomorrow? I turned around and saw Slavia and Lena. What if at night something happens to him? No, today, right now. By the way, where is this place? Electronic closely described me the directions and told me the story of the old camp. The camp leader looked at me attentively. If you think that you're the only man here. I look around the area. Of course, Electronic was quick to flee. I still didn't want to walk in the woods alone. You asked me, I would. Oh gosh, there's a choice. Go alone? Lena? Uliana? Slavia? Alisa? Obviously her. No doubts about this. And Wachevskaya goes with you. It was as if Olga Dmitrievna had read my mind. Seriously, she actually read my mind? Interesting. Let me save him. Why is that? Well, who tried to blow up the monument? And if that wasn't enough, who also tried to slander Simeon? She said it in such a voice that Alisa did not dare to argue. Happy now? She wondered once we were left alone. What do I have to do with this? Was it me who tried to blow up the monument? Alisa grunted and turned away. I'm not going anywhere with you. Oh, please don't. Great then. Excellent. We stood silently for a while, not looking for each other. I dared to break the silence first. Is it all? All what? All that you wanted to tell me? Yes, that's all. Do you mind then if I ignore why you tried to blow up the monument? I was bored. Alright, blowing it up would have definitely cheered you up. Alisa seems really reluctant to go with me. As for me, however, I've decided to find Shurik after all. It wasn't him who interested me the most, but the abandoned camp. For some reason I had feelings that I might find out something there. And I really did not like the idea of going alone at night. So, you scared them? Are you daring me? She gave me a sarcastic smile. Oh no, I'd never. Good luck if you stay then. Turned around and started walking in the direction where the old camp should have been. Alisa caught up with me at the forest edge. So it was right, it's this forest. Wait up. I'm going with you. Why did you then to change your mind all of a sudden? I asked ironically. You don't need to know. She snarled and handed me a flashlight. That was quite wise. I don't know what I would have done there alone in the dark if it wasn't for Alisa. Wait a second, why Olga Dmitrievna didn't actually come with us? It's kinda strange. Electronic had told us the old building was built right after the war. Okay, and what about Electronic? All four of us must go, isn't it? It's kinda obvious. It looked like a kindergarten or like a barracks I expected, and definitely could hold fewer prisoners than today's camp. It had been abandoned for about 20 years. Wait a second. After the war, 20 years. So it's 65, it's not 80s. The night forest was completely unlike during the day. Just a couple of hours ago, it seems like just a small grove where even a blind man wouldn't get lost. However, as the darkness fell, the trees seemed to grow up, the bushes suddenly took up all the free space, and the paths, so white in daylight, turned into barely visible waves in the dark green forest ocean. The panel strokes to this picture where the birds, the insects, and the beasts were giving a concert, each with its own instrument, creating together an amazing yet frightening nocturnal symphony. Walk slowly, Alisa a bit ahead and me in her wake, trying not to fall too far behind. She acted self-assured to a fault. Absolutely not like me. Every last of bushes nearby or hood of an owl overhead made me cringe and look around timidly. Of course, it was obvious that there was no much to fear here. The local woods weren't likely to be teemed with wild beasts, and since there were no people at all in this world apart from those in the camp. However, the fear was there on the instinct level, and I tried to walk carefully and to stay as watchful as I could. Discretion is the better part of valor, after all. Alisa stopped suddenly, so suddenly that I nearly bumped into her. Now where? Well, straight ahead, I guess. Are you sure? I tried to figure out the directions. It looked like we were going the right way, or at least the way suggested by electronic. However, without a map, without a GPS or GLONASS navigation, I wasn't even sure that we were still on the same planet. Wherever it was. I haven't taken any tours, we've been walking straight forward all the time, just as electronic said. Then why haven't we made it to the old camp yet? How should I know? Alisa's rude way of talking was already getting on my nerves. Are you already lost? Why would you say that? We're barely a kilometer away from the camp. So what? She looked visibly sadder. So nothing, if you don't like it, you can go back? Alisa eyed me disappointedly for a while and then her face changed sharply. Well, I will then. She suddenly turned around and started marching briskly back toward the camp. Good luck there! I shouted as she was going. However, Alisa may be right and we are in fact lost. In which case, it's not a good idea to stay here alone. The cool night breeze blew stronger and I shivered. But going up the hill would mean losing face, even worse, admitting she's right. No, I'm not ready to accept that. I could have probably spent until morning arguing with myself about this if it weren't for Alisa's scream. My legs carried me on their own towards where she went. About 20 meters on, I nearly fell into a hole just managing to jump over it at the last moment. As for Alisa, it looked like she had not managed to. I was about to point the flashlight into the darkness when I realized that she'd taken it with her. Well, that had to be expected. Are you alive? Yeah. Her muffled voice sounded up from below. Did you break anything? Hell if I know, idiot! A light flickered in the hall. I stepped closer and went to it to examine how deep it was. The crumbling hole went about 3 meters into the depths, but it was pitch black below. Help me get out! Alisa yelled angrily. And how do you imagine I should do that? I don't know, I think of something. Well, what do you see now? Describe it. Well, it's sort of a tunnel and... No, just a tunnel. A tunnel? That's weird. Come on, get down here! Is it the best idea you have? There's a run to the camp for a rope? You gonna leave me alone here? Alisa's voice lost much of its indulgence. But you're alone down there anyway. Hey! She cried out loud and directed the flashlight right in my eyes. Well, don't panic. Trolls aren't gonna eat you there. I'll be back in a flash. Alisa was screaming herself into a fit from down below, but I couldn't make out the words. However, I only managed to take a few steps before the ground yielded under my feet, and before I knew it, I was tumbling down. I grabbed a tiny, thin root that somehow slowed down my fall. but it snapped under my weight and went flying down with me. Is it so deep? You alive? Wait a second, I know this place. I was here before, I mean, in real life, and it was in Minsk? Abandoned factory? Definitely, yes, the same cables, etc. Wait a second, they actually took this. And I was here in 2008 or 9. That's for sure. Actually, I like this place. What is this? I see something like letter on the floor. I opened one eye as I felt a searching spotlight after me. Put it away. Alisa was squatting next to me and looking at me in a nervous manner. Any limbs broken? I don't know. I've moved my hands and feet, everything seems to be fine. Given the height, I was pretty lucky to make it down alive. What about her? She also fell down, like this. I barely managed to stand up and examine the crash site. Indeed, you went some kind of long corridor. There was some kind of heavy wiring all along the walls and lamps encased in heavy metal holders attached to the ceiling. In any other situation I would have guessed that it's a subway service tunnel, but it was hardly likely that Savionok has already reached such a level of infrastructure. Where are we? I don't know, but we have to get out of here. Climbing the crumbling wall was hardly an option. In fact, I was wondering how we even survived a fall from such a height. Well, it seems that we've got to find an exit somewhere else. How do we do that? Alisa asked, slowly turning pale. Not a single trace of your usual arrogance remained on her face. Well, I guess there's gotta be an exit here, right? Probably, but which way do we go? No, that's a good question. At first glance, it seems like a good idea to head towards the camp, at least in the direction I thought it was, but I hadn't seen anything there that resembled an exit from the catacombs. And that means that we should rather try the opposite direction. Wait a second, why? You hadn't seen anything that resembles an exit? And the other direction, so what? Give me that. I snatched the okay, I got the point. So maybe the exit was on the other side. You mean on top? I snatched the flashlight from Alice's hand and pointed its light into the darkness. That way. We were slowly proceeding forward, with Alisa keeping a firm grip on my hands. In other circumstances, I might have been surprised, embarrassed, and even rejoiced. How should I know? But right now I was just eager to get out of here as soon as possible. Wait a second, it reminds me of Session 9 that I watched. My impressions from the fall were taken. The boat was pulsing my head like a heavy pendulum. Even the flickering spotlights that kept illuminating the same cement walls continually wasn't exactly raising our morale. Now, there's also Shurik. What? Why did we go into the night forest in the first place to find Shurik? Oh, just forgot him. He might have fallen down here just like us. Because Alisa has a point. This wasn't exactly the best time to engage in a search mission. If we don't manage to get out, there would be a search mission for us instead. But I couldn't just take my mind off this thought. Wait a second, but everyone knows where we're heading, so they will find us very quickly. It was as if Shurik was standing right before my eyes, giving me a reproaching look. So, wait a second. In Session 9, the main character, it might be a spoiler for someone, so don't listen to this, got some serious damage and actually went nuts. So if Shurik fell down here, got some damage, he is actually crazy as hell and might kill us. Now look out. Lisa yelled. Almost crashed into a massive metal door. A biohazard sign immediately caught my eye. What? On the right poster with медицинские мероприятия. It means what you need to do if you get injured or something. And I see several stuff that you can find, modern kids can find in the Escape from Tarkov, but they were pretty regular for me in the past. In 80s. Definitely 80s. This means that we're in a bomb shelter. I mumbled under my breath. Yeah, I've heard of something like that. You have? Why didn't you mention it before? How would I know it'll be important? I guess you're right, fine. I grabbed the door's wheels and pushed it as hard as I could, trying to turn it. The rusty metal grated but refused to budge. Wait a second. Okay, maybe he actually fell down somewhere on the other side, but if you think about this, it's better not to open this door and go back. Maybe he's on the other side. I don't know. Stop slacking, help me! Alisa hesitated a little, but then grasped the handle and started to pull. Finally, we managed to turn the wheel and the door opened. This light here? It was hard to mistake the room we entered for anything else. It was definitely a bomb shelter with working light. Nice, this place is very nice. Actually, Droid was very talented. It's awesome. Nice. Cabinets full of gas masks and dry rations, lots of equipment. Bunk beds and air recirculation systems. There was everything one would need to survive in a nuclear war. Well, at least to survive the first blast. Alisa clenched my arm even tighter. What is it? What? She blubbered on her brace. I'm scared. What are you scared of? Indeed, what of? We tumbled down the abandoned bomb shelter. Now we are wandering here in the dark trying to find an exit. Oh yeah, nothing to be afraid of. Those thoughts made me squirm and I instantly drew near to Alisa. She didn't say a thing, just blushed a little and turned her back to me. Well, in any case. What? We have to keep searching for an exit. Well, there's another door. Indeed, there was a door in the far wall, just like the one that we came in through. However, no matter how hard I tried to open it, it was stuck. Need some help? No, it's jammed for good. I glanced around the room, trying to find something that would work as a lever, and noticed a crowbar in the far corner. Great! Alisa gave me a blank stare. Watch it. However, I still couldn't move the handle an inch even using the crowbar. Totally exhausted, I flopped on a neatly made bunk and gave a sign. We have to walk back. But we just came from there. Alisa seemed to regain a bit of her self-control as well as her usual orderliness. Well, you can stay here if you want. There's water, ration kits, probably the radio still working. She looked at me, spitefully, but said nothing. My whole body acted terribly. It was only now I tried to relax that I began to realize how badly. A deep wound on my leg. Wait a second, there must be a medkit, so we can use it. Deep wound on my leg was bleeding profusely. My hands were heavily bruised. Blood was thickening in my hair. And are you okay? I asked Alisa. Is it just out of courtesy or because I was really worried about her? It took her some time to answer. How can we be okay in a situation like this? Well, I mean that. I pointed to the one to my left. Oh, cried Alice. We need to sanitize it urgently. No need, I'll survive. Oh, stop, you must do it, or you risk it getting infected and then they'll take your leg off? My granddad lost his legs that way in the war. Lisa looked truly concerned and decided not to argue. Okay, but it's kind of a long way to the infirmary. Hang on. She smiled and started to rummage through the cabinets. There was a fair chance of finding some kind of medicine in a bomb shelter as soon enough Alisa pulled out a first aid kit with a triumphant look. Okay, hold still. Bellowed Trey. Treating the one with a iodine-soaked cotton swab felt like the touch of a red-hot iron. Flinched my teeth hard and hissed with pain. Come on, it's not that painful. By the way, you should actually put it on exact the place that was injured. Nobody knows this. You must do it around, not inside. Inside you must use what is this liquid? I forgot. Anyway, the white one that actually hissing, but you're not actually feeling it. This one you can use. It is. Maybe you should try it yourself. It was easier with my other ones, and soon enough I looked like a leopard, all covered in brown spots. Thanks. Don't you think that was anything special? We just had to treat your injuries. Alisa snorted and turned her back on me. Sure, sure. I refrained from arguing and got up from the bunk. Having a short rest had definitely been good for me. Well, shall we go? Alisa clenched my arm, walking close in step with me. We headed back slowly, carefully looking for a hole in the ceiling. The tunnel seemed endless. We couldn't find the place where we fell down, not after 5, no, even 10 minutes. Are we lost? Alice asked suddenly. It might be possible to get lost in the forest. It just came to me that this is exactly what we'd accomplished half an hour ago, so to refrain scaring her in fast I continued with confidence. But this is a single straight tunnel, you can't get lost there. So, where are we gonna end up then? My words didn't seem to calm Alisa down enough. We'll get out of here, there's always an exit. Oh, really? Of course there is. The workers that built it somehow got back up to the surface, didn't they? Yeah, I guess. It appears that she was trying hard to look as bold as usual, but it wasn't turning out well. In the dim light, it was evident that Alisa was shivering. A look of extreme exertion was plastering on her face. Fine, let's move forward. What the heck is this? What is this hole? In a few minutes I noticed a hole in the floor. Wait a second, can I see tracks? For the train? It looked like a shell crater, large enough to get ourselves through. What's down there? Hell if I know. I knelt and pointed the light downwards. Dump ground, some kind of rail tracks. Must be a mine? Alisa looked at me questioningly. Of course, we could easily sidestep the hole, but my instincts insisted that we wouldn't encounter anything good proceeding down the tunnel either. There would be either a dead end or yet another jam door. On the other hand, it was naive to believe that we would find an exit in the mines. We should give it a try. In the worst case, we'll just come back. It's low enough to let us climb back up later. Her face took a suffering expression. Then Alisa turned away from the light and quietly said, "If you say so." Holy shit, it's really mine. As I thought, we were in a mine. Miles of rust-eaten tracks stretched far away down the corridors, could virtually see the overloaded minecarts. Clearly along these tracks ages ago, the walls were propped out by rotten beams and water occasionally dripped from the ceiling, so there should not be exit. Old mines are actually burned, isn't it? I wasn't sure whether it was scattered here or in the catacombs of the bomb shelter above. There's almost no water. And now it's empty. It said that up there it was like a post-apocalyptic setting, and down here I called medievalism reigned. In any case, I was even more eager to get out of here and do so as soon as possible. Alisa didn't utter a word after we descended into mine. She just walked next to me, clenching my hand so hard I started to worry. "Are you alright?" "No," she said quietly. "I understand that it can be key, but how are you holding up?" "Fine," she replied with an indifferent voice. "That's good, because..." I really wanted to say because if you go nuts too, it's gonna be a massacre. "Because we will find an exit. You'll definitely find one." Yeah. Seems she wouldn't last much longer. We should go faster. I quickened my steps and we reached a fork after a couple of dozen meters. The fork? Well... So which way? Alisa seems to have completely disconnected from the outer world and didn't worry about what would happen to us. How we could leave this place? Well, let's think. To the left or to the right? And what if we get lost? I decided to put a mark on the wall in case we get lost and return to the spot again. Soon a large cross, scratched with a stone, decorated one of the beams. So, now we are ready to go. Left to right, right to left. Despite that it's showing left, I mean this sign. Trex is going... Oh, it's actually going left. Go left. It seems that there's another fork in the road. Another one! Left. We came to some kind of miners' camp. Pigs and helmets everywhere, and rusty wagon stood in the corner. All the items were so old, they dated from the beginning of the 20th century rather than the middle. So this really is a mine. So this is really the mine, which means I could wander around here for ages without finding a way out. But I sensed that exit was somewhere nearby, and so we went further. It seems that there's another fork in there. Are you kidding me? He left. And another? 1 second. How many lefts do I need to use? Following the curve, I saw a wooden door in the torchlight. There you go, here's something. You think so? Alisa looked a little refreshed. Sure. Frankly speaking, I really wasn't sure that there would be an exit behind this door. Let me check this door one more time. I can't check it, I see here. Alright. But wasn't like we had any choice anyway. I pulled the handle. What? Blenka Dura? Blenka Baka? I don't know how to translate Baka into English because stupid is not a word. Wait a second, donkey? Donkey. Dorky, right? Dorky. That's works. Oh, beams, right. You can't say it again. Yeah, it's right on the right. Obey. We found ourselves in some kind of rooms that are resembled after a boiler room or a quiet utility room under the bomb shelter. Empty bottles, cigarette butts, and other bits of debris littered the floor. That proves that there is an exit from these caves. I scanned the room with a flashlight, and in the farthest corner I saw. How did they find you? We are checking only left side, so if I go right, there would be something else. Shurik doubled up and trembling all over. Shurik! Who is that? He stammered. Shurik, we've been looking for you for all night, and you just sitting there here. Get up! I'm not going anywhere. He started quietly, but with every word, his voice gained strength until he was shouting at the top of his lungs. No, I won't go with you anywhere. You don't exist. You aren't here anyway. It's a hallucination. It's unscientific. Yes, unscientific. What do you mean by you aren't here? Here we are. We came searching for you. Indeed. Alisa had remained silent till now, but then she let go of my hand and took a few steps towards Shurik. What are you doing? I asked quietly. She hesitated for a moment but proceeded as if not hearing me. Finally, having come close to the lost pioneer, Alisa fetched him a sketching slap across the face. Nice. We nearly died while searching for you, those downed woods at night, that bomb shelter, these freaking mines, and one mess of brothers thanks to you. And you just handing out drinking booze and seeing pink spiders, you bastard? Spooders. Shurik stared at her with a bemused look. Now then, get your ass up and move! No, I began to whisper quietly. No. Somewhere deep inside me, at the very edge of my awareness, I got a feeling that something really bad was going to happen now. It happened. A premonition, intuition, or just an analysis of the situation from the way Shurik was sitting or the expression on his face hinting at his following actions? What the heck? And probably all of that together, I rushed to Alisa. The light furiously jumped all over the room and highlighting Shurik's face for a second twisted with madness as I see it in session 9, totally the same. He was wielding a metal rod, and if I had been a moment too late, he would definitely have smashed in Alisa's head with it. But I made it. Everything was like a dream. The distant shout of a girl, a howl tug, the flashlight going out, and the eerie silence except for the heavy breathing of Shurik. It took me a while to come to my senses. What are you doing, you jerk? I shook my arm and it felt okay. The blow landed on the flashlight. So now we were in complete darkness. You won't get it. Won't get me. Shurik, hysterically laughter, was quickly fading away in the distance. Hey, where you going? Get back here now! Won't get! The yell vanished into the distance. What a freak. I've tried to fix the flashlight in the darkness. No way, Shurik has smashed it into pieces with his rod. Then I suddenly thought of Alisa. Are you okay? I've heard a quiet sob, and at the same instant I felt her embrace hugging me tightly. Okay, it's all over now, everything's fine. And in fact, nothing was fine, but I needed her to get a grip on herself, otherwise we stood no chance of getting out of here alive. I tenderly caressed her head. I wonder, Alisa crying, is it a funny thing? Maybe in different circumstances. I'm scared. That's okay, I'm scared too. Notice this drunken sudden transformation in Alisa. But what the heck, anyone would be scared in these circumstances? Moreover, she's a girl. But why aren't I scared? No, not scared. Why I'm still able to keep my mind clear and speak sense? Might it be because I have to worry about more than her more than just myself? Well, I got it. About more than just myself. It's just straight translation. Very strange. Okay, come on. We have to get out of here anyway. Hold on, just a second. Said Alisa quietly, and the room became illuminated by the dim flicker of a lighter's flame. Where did that come from? The statue. She forced a gentle smile and handed me the lighter. Alright, wait a second, you cannot use lighter for too long, If you keep going it like 2 minutes, it will become overheated and, well, you can get the launcher, but the second scene, it will be destroyed. I know it for sure. I quickly swept my eyes over the room, searching for something that could be used as storage. So if it's plastic, it will explode because plastic will be destroyed. If it's metal, like uh what is this? What is this famous lighter? Oh gosh, I can't remember. Anyway, zipper, yeah. So it's also be destroyed in the. Well, you can check the YouTube video how this lighter can be destroyed, but plastic one it will explode for sure. Okay, we are using the torch. Yeah, quickly step my eyes over the room, searching for something that could be used as a torch. That's very good. There were some tattered rocks. And wrote among the debris on the floor. One of the bottles contained some liquid that smelled like industrial alcohol. Industrial alcohol. For better or for worse, in a minute, I was holding something that resembled a flaming torch in my hands. Why didn't you say just white spirit or something? Don't know how long it will last, so we got to move quickly. Where to? Alisa seems to be returning to her senses. Let's go back. At least we'll reach the bomb shelter. For one thing, there's light here. There. She gave me a quiet nod and took my hand. The torch was burning poorly. We had to reignite it every other minute. One didn't have to be an oracle to predict an extremely short lifespan for the drug we were using. I became more and more afraid that we wouldn't leave the darkness in my mind. We couldn't rely too much on just the lighter. However, we reached the hall that led up to the catacombs quite fast. It seems that I memorized the road after all. We struggled to get up, scrambling over the rocks almost blindly. Okay, where are we going now? I asked Alisa, getting her brace back. What about Shurik? Is he dead now? What do you mean? We are going to that room with the bunks and cabinets. Which way is it? Opened my mouth to reply, but suddenly realized that I had not the slightest idea. The hall looks the same from all sides. Actually, it's not but okay. Just like the walls, the door, and the ceiling, we had not a single hint to indicate the right direction. Well, don't you know? Alisa asked sadly and sat on the ground. By the way, on the ground you can find your steps, isn't it? No. I replied quietly, put out the torch to preserve it, and sat next to her. Are you going to die here? She rested her head upon my shoulder. Well, there's a hole top of you. So, during daytime you still be able to see what's going on around you, isn't it? Alice's voice sounded flat. One might even say calm, but I could feel that her body was trembling. Is there with cold, or with fear, or with both combined? Don't be silly. Sure, things are gonna getting worse, but they're still pretty far from we're gonna die. They will come and rescue us in the morning. I'll get meet him there. We'll call the police, so... I would love to believe that myself. I see. Yeah. I lost track of time sitting there. I was afraid to go forward or backward. I was afraid to make a choice, as our torch definitely wouldn't last both ways. Wandering in total darkness, without any source of light, was definitely worse than waiting for the rescue. Wait a second, you have a torch that, if it's off, it's still a stick and you can use it on the wall to actually move around. Middle is quite clear, so just hit the wall with the stick and continue walking until you reach something. If it's wrong way, of course, you say it's a boss way. Alright, there's a way, at least we would have some light left for an emergency. Suddenly a alarm started echoing in the distance. Well, hey, is that emergency? It was definitely the clank of door bolts mixed in the rumbling. Get up! I harshly pulled Alisa to her feet and lit the torch with shaking hands. What is it? She asked in dismay. I don't know, but it seems there is someone. We have to run. To be honest, I wasn't sure that it was such a good idea. What if the mad shriek is there? And in fact, that's the least of all the evils I can imagine. But we had no choice left. The stones scattered beneath our feet. I desperately tried not to fall down, holding my hand with the torch out in front and dragging Alisa with the other. She ran along in silence, breathing heavily. I really wanted to look back at her, but didn't have the strength or time. Finally, the outline of the open door appeared before us, and I leaped into the bomb shelter, readying myself to fight any foe that was there. But the room was empty. So who actually opens the door? Stepped my eyes across the room, trying hard to spot hidden monsters, Shurik, or any other evil entity, but it was all exactly the same as it was the first time we'd been here, except for the door. The second door, it was open. Somebody has passed through there. Here, I spoke up triumphantly. Who? Don't know, maybe it was Shurik. But how did he manage to open it? Who the hell cares? Come on! There was another corridor behind the door, and it was ascending slowly. So we are getting closer to the surface. I was right. After several hundred of feet, I stumbled upon a ladder leading to a small hatch on the ceiling. It didn't take much effort to open it. What's up there? Who cares? It's better than staying down here anyway. Okay, who gave us the apple? Who actually opened it? I don't know. I climbed on the ladder and found myself surrounded by gloom. However, this gloom was definitely lighter than the darkness of the catacombs. As my eyes got more used to it, and outlines of the walls, the ladder, and the door leading to the outside were emerging in the pale moonlight. I helped Alisa to climb up, and we literally sprang out of the building. This old camp also reminds me of something. Wait a second, I was watching some anime, I don't remember this. Doesn't matter. The icon from the catacombs was located in some sort of ruined building that resembled either a nursery or country school. It must be the old camp. Alisa sat on one of the swings and wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. I see, so we found it after all. I smiled involuntarily. What are you laughing at? She frowned and pointed with displeasure. To put it shortly, she'd returned to her usual self. So, it's not so scary here anymore. I wasn't scared there either. Oh, come on! That's right, I wasn't! Whatever. I was angry. I really felt hurt because of Alisa. If not for me, she would have still been down there in the damn mine. Where are you going? She asked in a less self-assured voice as I turned around and walked slowly toward the camp. Back to the camp. Hey! What was this, love? Alisa jumped up right away and started to walk next to me. For a moment I wanted to say something nasty, but I wasn't ready to start the next argument. I found the path we had taken before surprisingly fast, even the two holes we'd fallen into. It was only about 200 meters from the old camp. I stopped at the square and turned to Alisa. Well, well. She looked uncertain, even confused. Then, sure. Deep inside I wanted to yell at her, to scold her, and even to insult her. On the other hand, I wanted to have a meaningful conversation. In the end, I just kept silent, turned around and slowly headed towards the leader's cabin. But something... What the heck is this? But something persistently disturbed the quiet of the night. I keenly listened to it and realized that it was the snoring of Shurik, who was sleeping peacefully on a bench. Hey! Called Alisa, who hadn't walked too far away. Get up, you! Shurik slowly came to his senses and stared at us blankly. Oh, is it morning already? Morning? Yeah, sure. Sometimes one acts first, thinks later. Of course, it all starts in the brain, since the current comes through the neural links, thereby transmitting the command to the body. But sometimes the subconsciousness just works faster than the consciousness. That's exactly why my fist swung and smacked Shurik in the guts, and it was only then that I realized what I've done. He coughed, trying to catch his breath, and writhed in pain on the bench. What the hell was all that about? I already felt bad about it. I shouldn't have treated him so rough. What are you talking about? Shurik looked at me in shock. In the mine? What mine? He turned his head, completely confused. And why am I here? And why are you here? Stop fooling around! Alisa barked into the conversation. You nearly killed me there, and now you're going to pretend like nothing happened? What happened? You really don't remember? Not a thing? Okay, so what is the last thing you do remember? Shirk tried to concentrate. Well, I was on my way to the old camp in the morning. I knew I could find some hardware for the robot there, So? And that's all? I don't recall anything since then I just woke up here. I let out a heavy sigh as I turned away. Well, go ahead. Sweet dreams. Hey, where you? I ignored Alisa and stumbled away to the Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. She stayed arguing with Shurik. Wait a second, very nice. I sit in the deck chair and look up at the stars. This night they seem to be brighter than usual. There's so many mistakes in the text. Perhaps they seem so because not too long ago my only source of light was a dim flashlight. And then the torch. The stars are brighter than a flashlight and obviously a torch. Most of the stars, I guess, are even brighter than the sun, but they are so far away. So, why have you come? I asked without even turning my head. Alisa's footsteps could be heard well in advance in the silence of the night. Well, what did Shurik say? He said that he doesn't remember anything, that it's unscientific and nonsense like that. I think he really doesn't remember because of shock or stress. Who am I to say? I was in the same boat not too long ago. I'm still in it, so... Do you have amnesia? Well then, why did you come here? Then again, I guess I knew the answers. That's exactly why I hadn't gone to sleep but waited for you here. Well, Alisa sat down next to me. Kind of wanted to thank you. After all, down there, no problem. I said gently and leaned back. Well, alright then. She got up and was going to go. If you think that I'm angry with you, I'm not. Everything is okay. I didn't actually think that. Alisa got worked up. Fine then. Okay. Yeah. Then, just go already, said kindly and waved my hand. I'll go when I want to. So, now you don't want to? I want to. Well, is something preventing you from going? Moron. Alisa stamped her foot and quickly walked away from the Dider's cabin. I took a deep breath and stood up. My head was terribly dizzy from fatigue. Well, at least Olga Dmitrievna is sleeping already and won't have to explain anything. Wait a second, why is she sleeping? However, it wasn't that easy. The camp leader was standing in the middle of the room and was obviously preparing for a lengthy conversation. Or rather for the briefing. Would you care to explain? What's the matter? In fact, you didn't mind when we were going to search for Shurik? And what, have you found him? It looks like she was more concerned about me coming back late than the fate of the lost piano. Yes, we have. By the way, why are you standing here in the darkness? What? I said, why in the darkness? Because it's time to sleep. I couldn't agree with her more, also I was slightly surprised by such an abrupt mood swing. I just barely started to my bed and collapsed on it without undressing. But still, Alisa, I just didn't know what I should think of her. It wasn't because she'd been acting strange recently. No, on the contrary, all of her behavior was quite consistent and understandable. Even her return to Saint me. I thought of Alisa much more than anything else that had happened tonight. Also, if you get down to it, there was nothing supernatural about it. Uncomfortable, sure. Frightening, even spine-chilling, sure. Something related to my arrival here? Hardly. These thoughts put me to sleep. Is it day number 5 now? That's right. So we're going to spend here the whole week or something? We ran. Ran with the last of our stage. Like those who run for their precious lives. Like a doomed person knowing that there is no hope to save his life. He'll still fight the inevitable and his own fate. What the heck was this? I barely managed to close the heavy metal door behind me. I have no idea how deep this bomb shelter is, or if it's able to withstand a nuclear blast, but we have no other place to hide. She gripped my hand tight. Don't be afraid. Bits of the ceiling were falling and the walls were shaking. I was prepared for the worst. But this is the kind of thing that you can't ever be prepared for. But suddenly, complete silence fell. It rang even louder than the explosions. Maybe it's time to say goodbye. She was smiling. I wanted to comfort her somehow, but realized that there's nothing I could do. Yes, I know I. That was super loud. A horrible bang almost split my eardrums. It seems that I'm under a piece of collapsed ceiling, but I don't feel any pain. All I want to is to not let you go. We still here. I woke up in a cold sweat, short of breath, and gasping for air. Look, it took me some time to come to my senses. It was a dream. It was just a dream. My questioning mind, however, refused to believe it. But who was that girl with me there? So, wait a second. So, there must be some secret girl that we don't know about. I didn't want to let go of her hand so desperately. Sadly, I couldn't recall her at all. The clock was showing few minutes past 10. I slowly came to my senses as reality started to stake out its claim in my mind, and my stomach fully growled. Alright, words were, but lunch should be served in due time. Turned out that Olga Dmitrievna wasn't here, she must have decided not to wake me up. Well, since go on to our camp leader for this. After yesterday's adventures, I had to have a rest. Last night remained a blurry memory which I really didn't want to think about. It's now more important to find something to eat and to wash myself. Exactly. Because a pioneer must always be clean and tidy. So I would agree with this principle even if I wasn't a pioneer. And as a matter of fact, I'm not. On my way to the wash stands, I met Electronic. He started to wave his hands and ran up to me. Good morning. Thank you for finding Shurik. Without him, I don't even... It's nothing. I was a bit embarrassed. No, really, don't be so shy. The country must be proud of its heroes. And what about Shurik? How did he look this morning? Is he alright? After yesterday's craziness, I thought such question was completely valid. Yes, absolutely. The only thing is that he can't remember anything. Can't he? I wasn't surprised at all. He says that he went to the abandoned camp yesterday and then woke up in his bed in the morning. What? I mean, he remembers nothing between those two events. You got ghee? I see. Alright then. You missed breakfast, right? come to our club. We'll feed you. I have something special. Electronic smiled in a conspiratorial way. Since I'll come probably. I had to wash myself first anyway. We'll be waiting. He waved at me and left to carry out his own business. Of course I have no water. There was nobody near the washstands. The water turned out surprisingly warm today. It's been warmed up already, I guess. Having my face washed, I realized that it wouldn't be easy to wash the rest of my body here. Maybe I should go to the showers. But since there's nobody here, I turned the tap in such a way so water streamed parallel to the ground and started to take off my clothes. And what if somebody sees me? Well, I'll rinse and dry myself quickly and put on my clothes. The water, which seems warm on my hands and face, felt bone chilling cold on my body. The whole washing process took no longer than 10 seconds and I started to wipe myself quickly afterwards. But I didn't manage to finish anyway. There were voices coming in from the direction of the food bus. The only solution came to me. In a split second, I grabbed my clothes and dashed into the bushes. A moment later, Alisa and Eliana appeared near the washstands. You would have done it by yourself. Why did you bring me here? It's a big deal for you? Fine, let me... I peered at them and noticed that they were both covered in red paint. What a surprise. I wonder how they managed that. Did they actually paint in the statue? Alisa opened the valves and started to rub Juliana's back. Take off your bra! What if somebody sees us? What, is there anything to see? She grins. And they actually removed the skin type picture, I believe. Okay, just be quick. It was true that there wasn't much to look at, but even so, I stared at these girls narrowly. They removed it. It was a pity that they were standing with their backs to me. A minute later, Alisa managed to wash off all the paint. I'm down. I don't know how can you do this with water, but okay. Thanks. Maybe it was water painting? You're welcome. Alisa replied lazily. Listen, let me try on yours. She pointed at Alisa's bra. It won't fit you for sure. Well, I'd like to try anyway. But out here, there's nobody here, right? Juliana looked my way and smiled archly. I was absolutely sure she couldn't see me in the bushes, but... Enough with this nonsense. Juliana wasn't listening to her anymore and grabbed Alisa's bra and was with a dexterous move instead. Now I have no confess. I had something to look at. I watched the two girls chase one another around the washstands with a bated breath. Alisa covered her breast with her hands so I could barely see anything at all. Wait a second, why did you remove all this? I leaned forward and stumbled over a stone, falling out of the bushes. Alisa and Liana stood frozen, staring at me. I tried to cover my nudity with my guilty face. The tumblr lasted for a few seconds, then Alisa took her shirt and somehow put it on in an instant. Yeah. Her face gone from red to purple. It looked like she would explode in a nuclear blast any second. The only thing I wanted was to disintegrate into atoms and to get as far from the epicenter as possible. He was sitting there the whole time, so she noticed me then. And I accidentally, if you know what I mean. Alisa rushed at me. Covering my butt with one hand and holding my clothes with the other, I ran in the woods. It seems that the best solution to me at that time is as showing up naked in the middle of the camp, accompanied by the two screaming girls, wasn't a good idea. I ran without looking back, and stopped a few minutes later to catch my breath. It seemed that there was no person. so I managed to save myself, but at the cost of lacerated, scratched, bleeding feet, as I had no time to put on my boots. I sat on a tree stump and sighed. Sometime later, having dressed already, I left the forest. I need to decide what to do next. My feet are hurting, so I should go straight to infirmary. But on the other hand, my stomach isn't going to wait either. Maybe I should accept electronic stimulation, or head to the canteen in the hope of finding something left to eat there? Well, it's kinda obvious that we must go to the clubhouse. Let's go. I was desperately hungry. I always took good care of my health, and even better care at the times when something started to hurting badly. And now I was able to walk and my feet weren't even hurting much. So my feet will heal up eventually while my hunger can't wait. I said to take advantage of electronics invitation. In the end, knowing the local pioneers, it was smart to assume that there wasn't even a piece of stale bread left at the canteen, and the cybernetic club actually somewhat owed me. With such thoughts, I approached the club's building, and heard screams coming from it. I tried to listen closely but couldn't figure out anything. Oh, wonderful. Okay, I definitely need some coffee. Right now we still have 1 hour and a half to play, that's for sure. I don't know if I reach the first ending, but be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's continue this. Give it back. Wait a second, so there was a secret, I don't know what it is. Condiments, etc. And no, I won't. Liana was running around the room with a coil of wire in her hands. She's by Shurik, wait a second. It's a coil of wire? Actually, so that's some sweet? I don't know. Guys, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but get back! They didn't even give me a bit of attention. No, I won't. Shuri completely caught up in the chase, slipped past me, almost knocking me down. Hey! Liana was running in cycles around the room, laughing cheerfully. I wonder what she needs this wire for. Meanwhile, the head of the cybernetic lab was looking fine, even after yesterday's madness. One could even say he was looking fresh, but this probably wouldn't help to catch Juliana. She was smaller, more agile and faster after all. She could easily drive him to exhaustion. Hey! Juliana ran up to me and hid behind my back. Shurik in his turn left the club, slamming the door on his way out. He was offended, it seems. Hey, what's wrong with you? You won't catch me. She looked at Electronic, who was silently observing all this scene running, and stuck out of her tongue at him. Simon, take the wire away from here. And why do you need it in the first place? You don't have enough wire or something? He was trying to catch Uliana, who was hiding behind me. He moved to the right while she moved to the left. He moved to the left and she moved to the right. In the end, I got tried. 1 second. I can just sit here. I need to feel my nerves. Alright. In the end, I got tired of this and grabbed the wire from Uliana with one dexterous move. Give it to me. Give it back! She shouted resentfully. No, I won't. Stop horsing around. I held the wire above my head so Liana, with her height, couldn't possibly get it. Thank you. Okay, fine. She snorted and turned away from me. Why do you need it in the first place? That's none of your business! Liana looked at me slyly. Do you want me to tell everybody that you... I shut your mouth with my hand and dragged you along to the exit. Okay, we need to go. I told Electronic while giggling stupidly. And what did you come for? Once outside, I let the kicking Uliana free. Hear me out, you realized that it was an accident. Even more so, it was caused by you. I know nothing. Facts are facts, you were watching us. What could all get me to think? On the one hand, I did not want to gain the slightest that the camp leader would say, but on the other, everything was against me, and in my position, it would be better to not get myself into such a situation. Fine, maybe we could make a deal somehow. She started to think. I know. I anticipated the worst. What? And hello there? No. Well, right now, I'm in Texas, and I'll stay here forever. But originally, well, it's Belarus? So no. And definitely not English. Not at all. I anticipated the worst. You'd bring me that wire. But what do you need it for? I need it for my needs? Needs. Wait a second, they're trying to blow up something else, and what about the red paint? It's very strange. Okay, let's assume I get it. You won't tell anybody? I give you the word of a pioneer. I could hardly believe you. But on the other hand, it was just a coil of fire, so why should I try? Wait a second. Let's refuse. No, no fire for you. Enough already. Then I'll tell everything. You tell everything anyway, or Lisa will get lost. Yeah, sure, as if it was my fault. It is, you were watching us. No, I wasn't. But no matter how you slice it, I actually was. Accent? Which one? I mean, which one of many? Lisa doesn't think so. She doesn't agree with me about a lot of things. And Olga Dmitrievna won't be happy either. You know what? I started to lose my temper. I mean, if you say it's Russian, it's actually not, because I didn't speak Russian till 17, that's for sure. But Russian, no. Even in Russian, I speak with some accent. This is slight one, but still. I was using it more than 10 years in straight, that's for sure. Oh, but until 17, I barely was able to. Well, I can't say that I was barely able to say it. No, it's wrong. I just was not using it. So, Belarusian language a lot, constantly. It's kind of strange, but I was in gymnasium and every single lesson, subject, etc. was in Belarusian language. Every single one. So when finally I went into college and where there was a main Russian language in it, Russian languages, they actually started dictations at the very beginning. I got just 0 out of 10 mark. It's maximum 10 marks. Because I was not able to spell anything and didn't know grammar, and I still don't know it. That was the problem. So, you suppose you know these strange accents, like Ukraine accents or something. So I have this one. Especially with the G noise. But yeah, that's it. It's better say Eastern European accent. The Eastern European. This one, for sure. Anyway, I decided to make all my streams in English no matter what. I'm doing this 2 years straight. And yeah, 5 years ago I didn't know English at all. Well, I know it in general, but I have never speak it, so I didn't know how to pronounce all of this and read this. Maybe in 10 years in future finally switch to English because, well, it's the main language now. That's right. Anyway. If you want to tell everything, go ahead right now, and don't forget to mention that the government's default, world depression, global warming, and the Genesis flood are all my fault too. What is Genesis flood? What is Genesis flood? Wait a second, what was in the original? I have no idea. Come on, stop overacting like that. I was joking. Joking? Suddenly realized that I really was wound up too much. Your jokes are stupid, and what am I supposed to do every time? Guess if it's for real or a joke? Yep, she grinned. It's more funny that way. Liana turned around and ran toward the square, waving her hand in pardon. Still, you can deal with her in harmonious way. I sat and went back into the club's quarters. Electronic was building something with rapt attention. I'm done with everything. So I thought you could get me something as you promised. My voice sounded a bit... what? Sycophantic? Wait a second. In this translation they used some words that makes no sense because nobody is using them in normal life. Anyway, doesn't really matter. Sycophantic, seriously, which was enough to drive me mad. Of course, I'm not insisting, but 1 minute. He turned himself away from his work and got a pair of buns from the drawer and a classic, pack of kefir. Be my guest. Thank you. While I was busy eating, Electronic didn't turn away from his device for a second. He was rolling up the wire, which I had taken away from Eliana, onto the coil. So, what's this? An inductor? An doctor? Join our club and you'll know everything. He looked at me and smiled slightly. I'll think about it. Of course, I wasn't going to join anything, but taking into account that he had fed me, I had to be polite. By the way, as I said, I have something else. Well, yeah. Wait a second. He went into the adjustment room and came back after a minute with some kind of package. Ta-da! And gave it to me. There was a big bottle of столичная vodka inside. What the heck? I get it, but it's still morning. Or does Electronic share the motto of get drink in the morning, take the entire day off? What are you talking about? I am not suggesting we drink it. Have it to clean the optics. What the heck? Clean the optics, yeah, right. Internally. Okay. I gave him the package back. I go then. Come back anytime. Now, of course. The moment I want to have a drink. Actually, I thought it will be something special, but not buns and kefir. Walking out, I questioned myself why he wanted to show me the vodka in the first place. Suddenly, my hunger returns again. For sure, a meal of some buns and kefir was awesome, but it's not enough to fill me up. Luckily for me, I heard the bell sound, calling Penners for lunch. The day has just started and I've gone through so many things already. But I did it and now have legitimate ground to fill myself up. Today I wasn't the last one, so I could choose a free table. Lunch included pea soup and mashed potatoes with fish. It was a major disappointment to me as I don't eat fish in any form and hence will get fewer calories than usual. Wait a second, what? Fish is very awesome. Good. As Slava and Lena came to my table. And me? She smiled nicely. Yeah, sure. I stood up and pulled out the chair for her. Please. I was in excellent mood at that moment. Enjoy your meal? Saying that, Lena began, staring at me, and continued for some time. By then, after realizing how odd she looked, switched to her plate. You too. Do you have any plans for the day, Simon? Nope. I gave you an honest answer. Indeed, I had no plans. Except for searching for answers. TM. But that was more like a global goal. Do you want to take a boat ride to the island with us? The island? Well, I think I've seen it from the pier. Wait, this guy saw actually a train station here, or at least train. So it's kind of strange that they say that's pretty far away. For what? Olga Dmitrievna asked us to gather some strawberries. There are a lot of strawberries there and they're so delicious. I could imagine the taste without even eating it just by looking at Slavi's face. I don't know how. Strawberries. And what is those for? I don't know, but it's indeed a great idea. Well, indeed it is. Well, or I haven't been to the island yet. Yeah, sure. Within minutes, we were already standing at the pier. Well, hit the boat. Hang on, I go and fetch the paddles now. I was left face to face with Lena. Do you like strawberries? Well, not really. But they're tasty. Then I smiled. Wait a second, is it strawberries or wild strawberries? Obviously wild strawberries, and they're not good, that's for sure. I see. I didn't know what to say next, how to continue the conversation. If Slavi didn't come back, we could probably sit here till the evening without saying a word. Here you go. She handed me a pair of hefty paddles. Yeah, thanks. We got into the boat. I untied it, pushed out the shore and tried to start paddling. And where exactly are we heading to? Right there. She pointed her finger at the island. Say, actually 2 islands, isn't it? That island is named the closest one. I wonder what captain gave it such an original name. Well, the island is indeed close to the shore. Aye, Captain. If only I'd known what was waiting for me ahead. I was an experienced oarsman. I drove the boat just once or twice my entire life. It was less than a half a mile to the island, but we were making our ways in signals thanks to my skills. By approximately the middle of the trip, my arms hurt so badly that I dropped the paddles to get some rest. Well, aren't there any strawberries anywhere else? I mean, in more accessible places? But the tastiest ones grow there. Slavia gave me a puzzle look. Is it hard for you to roll on? Lena, unlike Slavia, understood everything straight away. Oh, it's nothing. Anyway, I couldn't let a fragile girl help me. The rest of the way I spent concentrating on staying alive while getting to the island. Slavia and Lena, what's Lena now, discussed something, but I wasn't listening. There was too much for me. At last, we arrived. Completely exhausted, I got out on the shore and looked at the boathouse. And by the way, it's very, very close. What do you mean by half a mile? It seemed so far away that I felt like a first person on the moon watching the Earth rise. Here you go. Slavia handed me a basket. It was a small island, barely 100 meters long, and it looked more like a birch grove with even rows of trees covering its entire surface. A calm green sea spread beneath our feet, with wind causing lonely waves on its surface from time to time. Okay, what will happen here? Another disease? I don't know. This island looked like a lost paradise. It's no wonder that the most delicious strawberries grow just here. We've got to split up, that way we'll do the job faster. Yeah, sure. But there are only 2 baskets, said Lena humbly. Oh, you're right, my bad. So, how are we going to split it up then? It doesn't really matter, Lena. Let me go with you. Let's go. Okay, that's fine. Slavik grabbed the second basket and marched to the opposite side of the island. Well, let's go. Yeah. Lena smiled. Just pay attention, don't leave a single berry behind. You don't. So, it was harvest time. Indeed, the strawberries here were delicious. Wait a second, you already eaten them? It's no good. I could probably eat them, or if I didn't stop myself in time. Despite being wild-grown, the berries were close to garden ones in size and had a rich red color, so it was clear that our visit here wasn't vain. Lena followed me closely as we had only one basket for the both of us. I felt like a real mushroom picker examining each shrub and carefully pulling the growth. Hell, you're much better than me. Am I? Frankly, I'm not even counting them. Yeah, right you are. The basket was already half full. You must enjoy nature, right? I do. The bright sun rays pierced the treetops and blinded me for a second. I sat down on the ground and leaned against a tree. Still, it's so beautiful here. Lena sat down next to me. So close that our elbows touched. Yeah. We just sat and enjoyed the moment. It seemed like time stood still. The wind gently shook the tree leaves. Some bugs lazily hopped around the grass, and splashes of sunlight played on the faraway water surface. What the heck? Lena put her head on my shoulder. I was surprised at first, but then I heard her regular breathing and thought that it's just a matter of course. Probably she felt dozzy and wanted to take a quick nap. I just sat there and didn't think of anything for a few minutes. But then words started crossing my mind with ultrasonic speed. Lena, so close, sleeping, so warm, so gentle, feelings. I gazed at her. She had such a tranquil look on her face that it seems that right now she's not here but in some kind of a bad world. I don't know what would have happened the next moment if I didn't hear the voice of Slavia. Semyon, Lena! I shook my head from side to side a few times to come to my senses. Lena started to wake up. She opened her eyes and gave me an empty look. Have a nice dream? Huh? Suddenly realizing that she had dozing off leaning on my shoulder, Lena blushed. Oh, I'm sorry. It's fine. Slavik came over to us, so Lena rushed to get up. So, how much have you got? I said. That's not a lot. Her basket was filled with strawberries to the brim. Well, it's enough anyway. It's time to get back. I grabbed the basket and we headed back to the boat. The way back took less time as I tried to concentrate on rowing and ignoring everything else. My only wish was to get back alive, and the first trip hadn't gone without consequences, and now my hands started to hurt after only a few sweeps of the oars. Having tied out the board, I fell to the ground with no energy left. Slime and Lena leaned over me. You could have said something if it was so hard for you. Yes. No mind, it's fine. I'll just lie here for a bit and everything will be alright. Okay, then get those baskets to Olga-Dmitrievna, please. We have something else to do. Yeah, sure. I was ready to agree with anything at that moment just so I wouldn't have to get up. Slavia put the basket full of strawberries next to me and headed to the square, happily chatting with Lena about something. The hardest part is done anyway. That's what I thought before I got up and took the baskets. After the rowing, they felt like $7, even while weighing barely more than a few kilograms each. So the trip to the camp leader's cabin took much longer than usual. I had to stop every 50 meters to have a rest. Once I finally made it, I put the baskets on the ground and sat on the deck chair with difficulty. Olga Dmitrievna, I've got presents for you. There was no answer. I barely managed to get up and enter the cabin. There was nobody here. By the way, are we going to search finally what was locked here? We have no keys, but who knows? If you don't need them, it's up to you. Looks like not. I lay down on the deck chair and fell asleep. What the heck? I had to dream about a strawberry race. I was rowing a boat with my last ounces of strength, trying to escape huge bears that were chasing me. My hands were following me and I could barely say anything because of the sweat covering my face. Blood was hammering my talons and the strawberries were getting closer. They were burning their teeth at me. But wait, strawberries with teeth? Semyon! I woke up. Olga Dmitrievna was standing beside me, shaking my shoulder. I see you got a rich harvest, didn't you? Tried my best, thanks to the girls' help. Okay, but that's not all. Seriously, I was just anticipating the lovely rest I was about to have. Do you even know what these strawberries are for? Not a clue. What an honest confession. We'll make a cake out of them. I see. Well, that makes sense. You honor the miraculous rescue of Shurik, and it's all thanks to you. It was clear that getting the strawberries wasn't the last thing left to do. And why, please tell me, if I'm such a hero, why do I have to organize a celebration in my name of all myself? Well, I guess so. I have an important task for you. We are missing just flour and sugar, and need it all in the canteen before dinner. And those who will make the cake can't deal with it on their own somehow? I asked pitifully. Of course they can't. All of them are busy. And you are the only one in the whole camp who does nothing. Hey, are you sure about this? Well, your words were partly true. That doesn't make any easier for me now. Moreover, those words felt like a bullet to my head. So, I'll write it down. You'll get your same the emperor, flour in the library, and sugar in the clubhouse. Wait, I have no time, I'm in a hurry. Good luck. She smiled slightly and left. Because there's a lot of strange things in this camp, but... Just in the infirmary? Okay, I can deal with that, but... Flour in the library? And sugar? No, it's way beyond my comprehension. I spat on the floor. I don't want to, and I will not believe this. Tell me, just tell me you're pulling my leg. I would not be surprised if a crowd of fat green trolls would appear here right now beside me, and every one of them feeling obligated to laugh at me. So maybe to help with this cake, I weighed my options for some time. Now if such a major plan of all good business fell through, I'll be in a world of hurt, and it would complicate both my life in the camp and my search for answers which I've stopped for quite a while. It seems to I have no choice. Why should in clubhouse? Doesn't matter where we should go first, isn't it? It is. Feels like I've gone through more things today than all the previous days combined. As approaching the clubhouse, I had even forgotten to think about how awkward it must be to look for sugar there. Oh, what the heck, excuse me? This is hard. Shurik Electronic were enthusiastically building something. They were so busy that they didn't even notice me. I looked closely. It was some kind of a robot, or at least the body of one. Moreover, this robot was female and had animal ears. Wait a second, oh gosh. So this one, okay. Didn't want to make up theories about progress of such device for learners of Camp Cybernetics. I mean, as you remember, when on the end of the screen, actually, on the Quaid screen, you can see a cat girl, isn't it? Is she related to this? Even though the design looked practically workable, I had my doubts about this robot ever being able to conquer Earth, or at least being able to do anything on its own. But they seemed to be enjoying the process more than the end result itself. And that was something we shared, even though I didn't want to admit it. On the other hand, they weren't afraid of possible failure, criticism, or jokes. They were working toward their goal without paying attention to others, who would call it an unrealistic or even absurd. Oh, it looks like I'm truly comparing them to luminaries of the science. Hey guys, I greeted them uncertainly. Oh, Simeon, come in. We're always glad to see you. I was actually already inside. You know, sorry for what happened yesterday. I barely remember anything, but, well, No mind, it's okay. And what brings you to our humble ado- ab- abode? Electronic look at me slightly. Sometimes I feel that he makes such a face when he knows something about the other person, something he can use in the right moments. Sugar. I need sugar. An image from an ancient video game suddenly came to my mind where some kind of unit like builder or something cried out with all its 5 pixel stutter. Gold, we need more gold. We got it. 5 pixels now. There were more. Say Electronic calmly. Why would you want it? I felt that I shouldn't explain to Shurik that they want to bake a cake for him. I shouldn't spoil the surprise. I don't know. Olga Milena told me to get some. Okay, hang on. Electronic disappeared behind the door into the next room. And why do you have a sugar here? Why not in the canteen? When the food truck came last time, it was the last thing to unload. And given that our building is the closest one to the entrance, they decided to leave it here to save some effort. That's reasonable, isn't it? No. The door. Well, it was sarcastic notice from him. The door opened, revealing Electronic holding a huge bag behind him. I really don't know what the size of the cake will be, but that was obviously too much sugar. Well, thanks, but I don't need it all. But where would we put it? Electronic gave me a surprised look. You don't have a place for it. You asked for sugar, so take it. Seems that the previous smile of his wasn't then without a reason. Maybe you'll help me out then? It's not that far to carry. Maybe so. He pointed his hand at the robot. I guess it's Shurik. He owned me, after all. He hesitated and then looked away in shame. I sighed, took the bag, and headed to the door. Thanks, anyway. I sat at Barton, ascertain myself. But I didn't make it too far. Just after a mere 20 meters, I had to put the bag down to have a rest. Had no idea how much it weighed, but it felt like more than 20 kilos. On the one hand, it was just 200 meters to the continent. On the other hand, even such a distance with this payload on my shoulder, or turn to say in my hands, or in my legs, or under my arm, or even on my head, look impossible for me to cover. And as I resigned myself to move in minor sprints with prolonged pauses between them, so I could get there by night at least, I heard a voice behind me. Maybe I could help you. I saw Lena in front of me. I don't think you can. It was one of those moments when I felt painfully how dramatically I was out of shape. I can bring a handcart? A handcart? Why didn't I think of that myself? Yes, that would be great. Wait here, I'll be right back. She smiled and ran in the direction of the square. What would I do without her? It's good that Lena isn't always that shy and can take the initiative sometimes. I started to think. She seemed quite unusual now, with no trace of shyness on her face and actually the complete opposite, smiles and confidence. The offer of help wasn't something extraordinary by itself, but getting it from Lena? A few minutes later, she came back with a smallish handcart. I put the bag down on it. Thanks. Don't mention it. She blushed and looked down. Oh, the Lena we all know is back. So let go then. Yeah, see you. And sing to you again. Wait a second, and thank you again. Sounds not right. I shouted after her. Sometimes I have felt like there are two different people living inside of Lena. But the second one, confident, happy, and sometimes even bold, only appears when she talks to me. Or am I making things up again? I thought that it would be better if I get all the ingredients at once, so I headed to Olga Dmitrievna cabin with the handcar. Hmm, doesn't really matter. This one. I feel like I visited the infirmary too often recently. But what can I do? That's how things went out. I sat and knocked on the door. Come in. Nurse said with a trace of a sing-song accent. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Olga Dmitrievna has sent me to get some. I hesitated slightly. Yes. Oh, sure. She gave me a broad smile. Just that I don't have any. What? Pioneer. How so? She said that, well, I had some, but now there's none left. I didn't even bother asking why she had it in the first place. Well, don't you worry. You can have some aspirin, for example. That could be of some use to me, actually. Where do I get it then? That's it. Take this. She opened the drawer and pulled out some kind of bottle. I took a closer look. A Stankinskaya was a well-known brand of cheap beer in USSR. This I didn't know. Never heard about it. Anyway, had never been in Russia. It was a Stankinskaya beer. What's the matter? Beer is also a fermenting product. She gave me a deep gaze. Nobody will even notice. She had a point, but everything just looked so grotesque to me that I couldn't find anything to say. Are you sure? Absolutely. Like reason? The bottle clearly wouldn't fit into the pockets of my shorts. Well, thanks. I mumbled shyly, leaving the infirmary. Well, I said that I had never been in Russia, but actually I was here twice. So, I just now don't even remember what I was doing here except I was a tourist. Well, beer certainly could replace Earth. Even my limited knowledge of chemistry and biology was enough to accept this. But generally, walking around with this bottle in my hands looked like a silly idea to me, so I decided to bring it to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin and hide it there. But I had to reach it somehow without anybody noticing the beer. I hid the bottle under my shirt. And everything would have been fine, but Slavia called out to me as a square. Actually, they sprang out from behind me so suddenly that I even gave a start. How's it going? Oh, what exactly? You search for ingredients. Ah, so you know already. Yes, I do. Slavia smiled. It's going alright. I answered, trying not to give away my unrest. And what do you have there? She pointed at the bottle sticking out from under my shirt. How's this? She got me. Oh, it's nothing. I blushed with a silly girl. It's time to go. I was almost running, leaving the square with a puzzled Slavia behind. It's great that she's one of those people who don't ask unnecessary questions. I actually don't understand why he's hiding something, etc. Me, myself, would never cared about this. But there are people in this camp who like nothing better than to poke their noses into other people's business. Passing the penner's comments, I stumbled upon Uliana. What are you hiding there? She gave me one of her cheeky looks. I thought there was no point in denying anything, so I replied in a proactive manner. It's none of your business, a paper officer, bearing a message to headquarters. That's certainly a big message. I was carrying the bottle at waist height, so I was slightly embarrassed. You want some help? I'll deal with it on my own. I walked past her confidently and proceeded on my way. To my surprise, she didn't say anything nor try to pressure me. There was nobody at Olga Dmitrievna's cabin, so I successfully managed to stuff the bottle under my bed. Once I got outside, I sighed with relief. Really, I couldn't believe that I would ever worry that much about a single bottle of beer, like I was back in high school. It's a good thing it's safe now. Even if somebody finds it, I'll claim that it's not mine. I always think up of a suitable excuse from my enormous experience. Okay, library. If every other place on the key ingredient list made at least some sense to me, then floor from the library made none. I thought hard about who would put it in the library and why, but I couldn't find any sane explanation after all. Given Zhenya harsh nature, I'll better knock first. Open! Zhenya peered at me closely from behind her glasses. What do you want? Um, don't think anything wrong, but I didn't want to look like an idiot and decided to explain things carefully. I need some flour. Uncle Millionaire said that it's here. I understand that it sounds strange to keep the flour in the library, but I was sent to you, and it's needed for a cake to celebrate Shurik's rescue. Yes, I have the flour. What's so strange about it? Jenny replied with surprise. At that second, I felt like I'll been hit on the head with heavy weight and lost the ability to understand anything at all. Floor in the library. Sure, what's so strange about it? In Wonderland, Alice, now I'm gonna eat that magic mushroom and I'll be back home. Hey. Yeah? I was daydreaming. Wait here, I'll be right back. She disappeared behind the bookshelves while I folded my hands and started waiting. A moment later, the sound of a trapdoor rolling on its hinges reached me. Hey, you need some help? I inquired loudly. I'll deal with it. Jenny barked out to me. It seems to be in the basement, so I have to wait a little. Okie dokie. Few minutes passed by, Jenny still hadn't returned. Wait a second, why it's in the basement? It's kinda very high humidity in it, isn't it? I was starting to get worried when the door was suddenly flung open and Alisa came into the library. She looked surprised too, seeing me there. Here. What are you doing here? Not allowed to be here? I said rudely to her. Alisa was clearly a bit overwhelmed. Oh, what do I care? She snorted and headed to Jenny's table. And why are you here then? Alisa measured me with her eyes carefully and almost opened their mouth to say something, but then seemed to change her mind and turned away, hiding her hands behind her back. Return a book? I muttered the first thing off the top of my head. It's none of your business. She replied with a hint of hesitation. What book is it? Alisa was silent. Come on, let me see it. I wonder what Miss High Voltage Giveaway reads. It's none of your business. Your voice was even less confident. Okay, I don't insist or anything. In fact, I was quite interested to find out what Alice was reading. Moreover, I was quite amused to see a book in her hands. TV, movies, or a computer, if one were available here, all these things seemed to be much more appropriate entertainment for a girl like her. But she had a book instead. Did I snatch the book out of Alice's hand or stay on guard? Let's check. My curiosity won. I struck at the right moment when Alisa was looking away from me and snatched the book. Oh, she screamed. In the following second, her face took on such an expression that it made me question my decision. If I'm about to die, at least I will know what for. I held a copy of Gone with the Wind in my hands. It was the same book that Lena was reading that evening on a bench. I was so astonished that I completely forgot about my imminent death. Is it interesting? Yeah. Alisa answered without any enthusiasm, blushing. Okay then, handing the book back to her. Alisa threw it on the table and left the library quickly without looking at me. So, human things aren't aligned to her. Human things. Then she 2 years ago. After a quick review of everything that just happened, I concluded that there was actually nothing that strange. Finally, Eugenia's deep groan went out, reaching each and every corner of the library. Grab it! I passed by the bookshelves and beheld the perspiring librarian sitting near the trapdoor, leading to the basement with a small sack next to him. Well, they might have some sort of storehouse down here, there. Thanks. I took the sack and left the library. Thank goodness, it wasn't too heavy, so I carried it down to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin without too much effort. Finally, it seems that everything had been collected. I took the handcart with sugar outside and put the sack with the flour in it, followed by the 2 baskets of strawberries and that somehow fitted in between. And the beer was hidden under my shirt, just in case. The day was coming to its end, so I had to hurry, as cake itself will need some time to bake. Of course, I'd rather enjoy lying down, closing my eyes, and getting a decent sleep, but I just couldn't let Olga Dmitrievna down. Indeed, after all the trouble I'd gone to, I even felt personally responsible for the success of this event. Coming to the square, I stopped for a moment to catch my breath. It wasn't that the cart was heavy, What? That the car was heavier. It ran smoothly without any noticeable effort required. It was just that any physical exertion caused pain to me now. Was a physical and mental one. I sat down on the bench and closed my eyes for a moment. What's that? Didn't really give a damn who it was. Probably just a fellow pioneer or girl taking an interest in an unfamiliar companion in distress. What are you talking about? I asked her tiredly. She didn't reply. Those some the ingredients for a cake. Do you like cakes? I don't know. What? You never tried cake? I don't know. Obviously, the girl didn't get what I was talking about, but it didn't surprise me at that moment. The second they actually created this robot, I don't know. I really wasn't interested in the conversation. I was so tired that I had zero intention of classifying external distractions and tagging them as easy, common, or uncommon. I see. Come down and the canteen later and have a bite. Really? Really. And what are they made of? What? I asked indifferently. This. Cakes. Well, some flour, some sugar, various fillings. Now that's a strange question. Doesn't she know what cakes are made of? And you have it all there? There's a different feeling, so it's not a cake, it's a pie. Yes, sort of. And sugar? And sugar. Could you lend me a little? What for? I thought it was over the top. A sudden gust of wind made me grab the cart instinctively and open my eyes. However, nobody was there. What's going on? Am I daydreaming? I noticed though that the sugar sack was untied and a small heap of it had poured out. Could it be that she was scared by the wind and ran away? Having fixed the sack, I got up from the bench and continued on my challenging strawberry way. There wasn't a single person near the canteen. No wonder dinner was still an hour away. I brought the handcraft cart to the rear exit and handed their foodstuff to the camp cook. She must have already been told what to do with them as she gave me such an unpleasant look. I'm not sure how long it takes to bake a cake, but it seems she had to hurry. Wait a second, didn't get it. Camp cook? There's also a camp cook? Very strange. I just wanted to relax for the remaining time up until dinner. Shoot, I was so tired that I just sat on the steps and waited. My eyes closed themselves. I guess I got so tired throughout the day that I didn't even notice how someone came up to me until they patted me on the shoulder. Hey, Miko was standing before me. Yeah? I didn't need a mirror to imagine the expression of skepticism and annoyance on my face. Oh, excuse me, I must have interrupted you. No problem, I was just sitting here. Alright then. Miko being with a smile. I was just coming to dinner. I thought that it's time already, and then it appeared to me that it's too early, but I decided to check just in case. Maybe it's not me who's mistaken, but the clock is. Well, not the clock, clocks can be mistaken, it's just that I misread it. She seems to be ultimately confused now and fell silent. It's still about half an hour before dinner. Oh, that's great, then I'll sit here and wait with you if you don't mind. Frankly speaking, I do mind. You know, I have some matters to attend to. I stood back quickly and left without saying goodbye, ignoring Miko as I always did while she screamed something after me. A minute later, I go to the square and sat on the bench with the firm intention of finding a quiet and safe place here to wait for dinner. I think this is the first time in the last 4.5 days when I felt like this. I wasn't just irritated because of some insignificant details, but indeed I was really angry. I completely stopped caring about where I am and why am I here. I don't care about how to get out either. What's driving me mad is that I always have to carry out some stupid task given by our camp leader, and it's always me who gets into stupid situation and sometimes even ends up looking like a clown. If all of this is some alien trick or a plot of the universal mind, they better consult with their psychiatrist. I grit my teeth and clenched my fists. And most annoying thing is that everything that happens seems to happen by itself somehow. I'd be happier not having to carry around bags of sugar that weighed a ton, but I had no choice at all. I mean, any other options would lead to much worse consequences than a muscle strain or heart rate. Who are you angry with? Oriana was standing in front of me and smiled slightly. Nobody really, I answered absently. But my fist gave me away. Just like that. Okay, it's up to you. But tell me, why did you run around the camp the whole day with some kind of bugs? I had to, he replied reluctantly. I guess it was food. Maybe it was. Liana was about to say something, but at that moment the bell rang, calling the pioneers for dinner. I sighed in relief and quickly headed to the canteen, leaving Uliana behind. Sure, thank you very much. For what? Camp leader gave me a friendly smile. Was a cake, of course. Not sure. It was at that exact moment that I understood the true meaning of saying, keep your things to feed your cats. We didn't tell anybody? This ought to be a surprise. Yeah, that's my boy. And now off you go to dinner. I'll get Mitrina with her hands pointed at the canteen. I stepped through the doorway slowly and started to look for a free place. Turned out there were plenty today, so I got the chance to eat all alone. There was fish with mashed potatoes for dinner. What a misfortune, once again I'll be left half hungry. And didn't we have fish for lunch? Is it a fish only day today? What's the problem with it? I really like fish. and pushed my plate with the fried sea dweller away. I laid my head on my hands and closed my eyes. But soon somebody came up to the table. Hey, alright? I'm fine, replied without changing my position. Just tired? Yeah, a little. That's bad. Slavit said it seriously. Of course. Remember that we are going for the hike after the dinner, don't you? Have you prepared everything? What the heck? Why should we? What? Where? I opened my eyes and lifted my head up instantly. Lena was standing by Slavia. The hike? She was surprised. Didn't you know? No. I put my head down on the table and covered it with my hands. If only I could sink into the ground right away. The girls remained silent. I was left alone with my thoughts for some time, and that was fine by me. Maybe I could have said that way until the end of dinner time, but the strong voice of Olga Dmitrievna was heard from the opposite end of canteen. Guys, to celebrate the miraculous rescue of our friend and comrade Shurik, we baked this cake for you all. I lifted my head idly, looked towards the camp leader, but couldn't see anything beyond the pioneer's backs. A second, just a second, and nothing about me. Nothing about me rescuing Shurik or guessing the ingredients for the cake. As if that's how it ought to be. Well, it would be wrong to expect anything else from a camp leader. Let's go, or we won't get our share. Slavia smiled. Let's go, Elena agreed. Yeah, sure. I got up promptly and tucked along behind the girls. As we approached the crowd of pioneers, Olga Dmitrievna was just putting the cake in the center of the table. And now? And now what the heck is going on? And who's behind here? Olga Dmitrievna? You? I don't know. And it's kinda small cake for everyone. The camp leader wasn't able to finish as Uliana rushed out from the pioneer crowd and dived into the cake. She managed to nibble it a few times before she was pulled away. She was kicking and screaming. I started blanking from the outside at all this drama. Alisa smiling, Lena picking up some cream with her finger, all the furious pioneers around. I felt completely out of place here. I thought that if I closed my eyes now and opened them again, here I am back to the safety of my apartment in front of a computer. I blinked, but nothing changed, only the noise and the confusion became sharper. Oliana, that's the limit! I just... Well, in fact, behaving like this is a bit over the top even for her. Should it broke into the conversation? Or is it a card marshal? Please, Olga Dmitrievna, since the cake is celebrating my return, it's no big deal. He hesitated. Doesn't matter. The camp leader turned to Oriana. And you! Today I'm going to punish you the fullest extent, so you'll be helped next time. Oh, whatever. She snorted and turned back. You won't be going on the hike with us tonight. As if I wanted to. I was more than willing to switch places with Juliana and skip the hike instead of her, but who knew? If I have guessed beforehand, I'd have been the first one to go berserk and smash the damn cake. After a couple of minutes of confusion, the pioneers started to disperse. You have to get ready too. There'll be a line up at the square in half an hour. I looked straight into my eyes of the camp leader, trying to express my attitudes non-verbally, but it seems that I failed. Don't be late! Juliana was sitting at the table when I approached her on my way to the exit. So, why did you do it? She looked very upset. But she had a right to be so. I wanted to. Juliana replied abruptly. So, you're happy now? Of course I am. And you, good luck with the hiking. She smiled mysteriously, sprang up, and rushed out the garden. Well, a little bit of luck wouldn't hurt, so she actually wanted to escape this hike. Strange. What can you shall reach is what exactly this prowess that kept whirling in my head all the way down to the camp leader's cabin. Somehow I just couldn't manage to argue, to pretend that I'm sick or to just keep it without a reason. The events of this day taught me some miserableness, although sometimes whatever was happening made no sense to me. As I walked in, I had a thought. Well, in fact, how should I get ready? Clothes? Only have an overcoat and a pair of jeans? Anyway, I forgot to ask whether it's going to be an overnight hike or not. I couldn't think of anything better, so I grabbed the sweater that I had on me whenever I arrived in the camp. The night might be fairly chilly, and shuffled slowly over to the square. All the camp was already there, also it was about 10 minutes before the time Olga Dmitrievna had designated. I sat down near the edge and waited patiently. Night was falling. By the way, here, even at night, at winter, it still might be very warm. In Celsius, maybe 24 degrees or something. Depends on situation. Obviously, in summer it's always hot. If viewed from the outside, what a very comical picture we would make. A crowd of pioneers lined up out of sheer habit, like they were awaiting a silent comment from the bronze scanner. And all this happening in the scarlet rays of the sunset. And there he is, waving his hand and screaming "Attack!" as roaring soldiers with red neckerchiefs charging the battle against some ghostly enemy. That Olga Dmitrievna showed up and started talking stand-up gamer. Seems everybody is here. Great. I was so tired today that I couldn't even think about anything, so I ended up just listening to the camp leader. Now today we'll go hiking. It's essential for every pioneer to be able to come and rescue his comrades, to offer a helping hand in an hour of need, saving them from a hopeless situation. We have to learn to do all these things together. A whisper that ran through the pioneer crowd suggested that most probably this truly epic expedition would end in a clearing in the forest, several hundred feet away from the square. Somehow, I thought so too. You walk in pairs, so if you haven't chosen a partner for yourself yet, now's the right time to do so. Enos quickly caught on to the idea and started to march in pairs. It looked like I was the only one without a partner. Slavia was enthusiastically discussing something with Olga Dmitrievna, Lena with Miku. Electronic was of course with Shurik. Well, it might be not a bad idea to go alone after all. Simeon! The voice of the camp leader pulled me out of my thoughts. I went up to her reluctantly. I see that you haven't found a partner. Seems like it. Then you'll join Zhenya. She's alone too. I was struck with a special kind of despair that only a true loner can experience. So it appears that I'm left with the prickly librarians that I wouldn't risk spending a couple of hours with even if I was paid for it. Also, we both seem to be in the same boat now. I slowly approached Zhenya. Well, I guess we'll go in together. She looked up at me. Don't you even think that I'm glad, said Zhenya seriously. One as you should feel glad, I asked naively. Never mind. It would be much better if you just shut up. It couldn't get any better than this. She turned her back on me and followed the other pioneers. I still haven't seen any special reason to walk in pairs. Anyway, we were walking on the well-trodden forest trails and it would be quite difficult to get lost here even if I wanted to. Moreover, while we'd already been hiking for half an hour, we went rushing into the depths of the forest, trying to face all the dangers that could test our courage and harden our pioneer spirits. But instead, we just walking around in cycles? What the heck? However, if we take into account that Olga Dmitrievna was our chief, this hike could be compared to a hobbit's march from the Shire to Mordor. Just as Jenny insisted, I was following her at a distance in silence. The librarian seems to be perfectly okay with it. Hey, don't you know when we'll reach our destination? Our what? The place where we'll settle down and set up camp. The whole point of this hike isn't to set up a camp, but the hike in itself. You don't get it! Yeah, it seems that I didn't understand a thing about hiking. I guess you're right, but still, I don't know. She replied sharply and quickened her pace. Caught up with you and asked, "Listen, why you always so..." I was about to say mean, but stopped short. I haven't done anything bad to you, and I'm not going to. She glared at me in surprise. Always so what? Well, unsociable, kind of. Was it something about me? Oh, cut this stupidity out already. As you wish. I decided not to start a conversation with you for the rest of the hike. At last, wait a second, it's a new actually scenery in this wood forest. At last, Olga Dmitrievna decided to end this Sisyphean toil? What is this? Oh, Sisyphov. Well, gosh. It's time to halt. The place chosen turned out to be quite a large glade with a few tree trunks laid in half cycle to make an improvised arbor with the remains of campfire in the middle. So I must say I don't remember at all these parts, and I think they had never been an alpha version. Seriously, hikes? Even... I don't know. The second half is totally mystery to me of this game. Obviously, such hikes are a tradition of this camp. I was sent to gather firewood together with the other boys. Didn't take long because there were a lot of branches and logs of various sizes lying around. So this is some kind of tradition, but Zhenya she doesn't know anything about this. This means that she's like us? Maybe, I'm not sure. Eventually, Olga Dmitrievna lit the fire using some old newspapers. I was eager to know what was written there, but couldn't discern anything other than Soviet symbols. Pillars took their places on the fallen log benches and started to talk about things. It seems that the final goal of this event had been achieved. The only things missing were a pot of fish soup, aluminum cups of vodka, and a guitar. But I wouldn't be surprised if all of this would appear somehow. What are you thinking about? Slavia sat next to me. Oh, nothing special. Just enjoying the hike, answered sarcastically. You don't look too happy. Well, I'm not about to jump for joy, sorry about that. Okay, I won't disturb it. She sat with me for a while, but after realizing that I wasn't in the mood of talking, she left me to enjoy my introspection all alone. And all I wished for was to lie down in bed and fall asleep as soon as possible, whilst being surrounded by smoke and the useless chatter of pioneers around me instead. They were cheering and laughing, in general, enjoying this warm summer evening. At the far side of the glade, I noticed that Elena was arguing with Alisa intensely. And Lena seemed like complete opposite to me. Slavia had left to go somewhere after our conversation, it seems. Electronic and Shurik were trying furiously to prove something to Olga Dmitrievna. Looks like I'm the only one who doesn't belong here. try to find out what Alice and Lena are arguing about or do nothing? Just stay seated? No, 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 let's check this out. No, Lena and Alisa stood out among all the splendor. Well, of course, it was quite natural for Alisa to be arguing with someone like that. But hadn't Lena talked in a raised voice? I came close silently, trying to understand what was going on. No, you listen to me. Think whatever you want. I've said everything. It looks serious. I tried as hard as I could to not attract any attention and look like I'm just standing there with no intention of listening in on them. There's nothing to think about. Everything is clear as day. Don't try to wind me around your little finger like that. I know you too well. Why, of course. You know everything. Then why won't you tell him yourself? And I was getting angry. That alone was really a word, even considering that I didn't know what is double no, what they were arguing about. It's none of your business. About me? I doubt. Alisa snorted, turned around, and her eyes met mine. Second later, Lena gave me a look as well. The girl stood in confusion for some time. You are what? Why so much? Eavesdropping? Me? Oh, no. I was just, like, passing by. I put on the best smile I had, but it didn't seem to help much. By the way, today he was peeping at me. Alisa gave a malicious smile. Lena looked at me questioningly. First of all, why would she believe these diverse fox stories? Fox stories? I didn't peep. You know quite well that it was an accident. Juliana should be the one to blame. Sure it was. Tell that to the cops. Seems like my excuse was not working. Did you like my moves? I sure ran up my spine. Is that true? Lena looked at me abroadly. Well, you see, it was an accident. I didn't say anything there. You didn't? Well, I can show you again. Alisa cried in anger. I didn't know what to say. You see, I told you. Oh, no! Lena started to mumble and rushed away a moment later. Wait, what happened? I shouted after her. You see what you did? That girl is upset now. She gave her spiteful smile. First of all, it wasn't me who upset her. Second, I don't have any idea what you were arguing about. I was running out of patience. Why should I tell you? Seems like she thought that our talk was over and was about to leave. I grabbed her hand abruptly. Alisa glanced at me in fear, but didn't say anything. I was angry at that moment, really angry. First, I was wildly enraged that Lena was upset because of me, even though I was exactly kind of guilty. Second, I was enraged by Alisa's insolence. Third, I was so tired that I was about to lose my temper at the smallest thing. Happy now? I hissed, pointing into the darkness where Lena had run off. You only seem to have the guts to bomb memorials and hurt innocent girls. She looked frightened, saddened, and confused at the same time. She herself could hurt anyone. You just don't know her. The only truth here is that I don't know her too well, but I'm absolutely positive that she wouldn't hurt anyone. That's your job. By the way, I believe he's wrong. He's definitely wrong. He knows nothing. We stood in silence for some time. Held Alisa's hand and didn't know what to do next. The solution dawned upon me all by itself. You have to go and apologize. Why the hell should I? Alisa tried to act as arrogant as always, but it wasn't going to work this time. Cause I said so. I refused to hear any objections and dragged her to the side of the bonfire. Well, good meeting them. I'm sorry, we have some urgent business to deal with, so we have to leave earlier. The guidance officer tried to object, but I didn't listen and headed after Lena, pulling Alisa along with me. After some time, I released her hand. Any objections? All the pride and arrogance had left Alice's face long ago. If you want me to come with you, I will, but I have nothing to apologize for. I told her the truth. We'll see about that then. I cut her short. We had been walking in silence until we entered the camp. We came to the square and asked Alisa, where do we go next? How should I know? And who said that they know Lena well? Was it me? Alisa hesitated. Well, she could be in the island. She often goes there when she wants to be alone. Excellent. We headed to the pier. Night came down the camp while I searched for paddles and pottered around with the ropes. One boat was actually missing. Okay, today's your lucky day. You get to do several killer exercises that will build up your biceps, triceps, and other arm muscles. Nice. I said sarcastically. Okay, but wait a second. In this case, how Lena did this? And hello there. Nice to meet you. Are you serious? Alisa cast a fearful glance at me. Well, perhaps that was a little too rough. Even for her. Alright, I won't make you row, of course. It hardly sounded confident. Swinging the paddles appeared to be much harder this time. Well, that's not surprising, considering that today I must have already filled my annual rowing quote. 7 hours streaming and reading? It's not the first time, it's the third time. So every single Saturday I decided to just read the novel. And last 2 Saturdays it was Doki Doki Literature Club. That was kinda boring at the very beginning. And yes, indeed. I might spend even 10 hours last time, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's super hard, but still it's interesting to do. Yeah, it's very interesting. Well, that's not surprising, considering that today I must already fill my annual rowing quota. I stopped in the middle of the river to catch my breath. Nice picture. Breakfast or dinner or something break? No, the only break that will happen to me till be asleep after this. So I had no break at all except I'm drinking constantly this coffee. And eating nothing because it's right now it's night, it's almost 3 a.m. So I started at 7 p.m. and usually you shouldn't eat after 6, isn't it? That's it. The camp was covered by night, a trivial and ordinary night. It was one of those nights when the dark sky, stars and crescent moon don't make you feel anything special. And chirping crickets and twittering birds sound like they are doing a dull routine job, rather than performing an otherwise exciting nocturne. I was staring into the darkness, trying to make out the shadowy island. Where from then? Well, it's kinda complicated thing to say, but mostly I was living in Belarus. Mostly. So you might say that Belarus is my main country in the past. Well, the whole my childhood, that's for sure. So Eastern Europe. And yes, about English, I don't remember when I actually did put it. I mean, this newbie stuff. 2 years ago, right? So 5 years ago I was not speaking English at all. And hello there. But I'm not going to switch to Russian. Because it's actually the main goal for these novels to just keep reading this and getting knowledge of new words, etc. I'm getting them out of context without any problem. Well, you can use Russian, no problem at all. Many people who actually comes here using this language. And yeah, I was using Russian like not mostly in my life. So until 17 I was using only Belarusian language and nothing else. A little bit German, I believe, and thank you for the follow. At 17 I actually stopped at the end in the school. Well, second, I didn't finish it. It was a gymnasium. But I switched to college, and in college, the main language was Russian. I had many troubles with this because I knew nothing in Russian. I mean, mathematics, physics, etc. No, not even a single term. Anyway, it was still okay. And after 4 years, I actually started working for a Russian company, despite that I'm not from Russia and had never been here. Well, I was here, but just 2 weeks maybe in total. And somehow I get used to Russian language without any problem, even almost get rid of my Belarusian pronunciation. Yes, it was very terrible, especially gas sound. And that's it. That's the problem. My parents, when they relocated to Belarus, decided that I must only speak Belarusian, and they actually sent me to Belarusian gymnasium, where every single lesson, every single subject was in Belarusian language. No Russian at all, not a single word. It was not allowed. If you use it, you'll get a punishment in lower months, etc. And I did figure it out that nowadays the maximum of just 2 gymnasiums, 2 schools that are using this method. Every single one is in Russian, so 95% of population don't know Belarusian language. Except me. It's native language for me, seriously. This language is native, not Russian. And it's very rare. I'm actually feel myself like some kind of Indian, Native American. So you live in America, but actually English is not your main language. Well, it was not in the past. And now, I don't know. Now my main language must be English, because I'm living in Texas now. I relocated, by the way, without switching my job inside the company. Alright. No. Definitely not. Well, you might say that it's more like this, but no. I disagree. There's a lot of words in Belarusian language, I still don't know how to correctly pronounce it in English, that are from English language. No, you're actually wrong. No, months are different. They're not like not like in Ukraine. Student, yes, but Serbian, no. It's Kastrichnik, listopad. And as I said, most actually words are from English, like vacations, vakacije, and some other stuff is said as well. It's also close to Polish language, that's right. But I don't know, Ukraine it's using... No, it's totally different variant. Well, I must compare them. Like, for example, the months. Let me check the months in Ukraine. How can I do this? I can't even type in Ukraine. Let's see. Січень, лютий, березень? Not at all. So, январь is січень. You said студень. Студень is январь. But in Ukraine it's січень. So, not quite the same. Март, березень. Март in Belarusian is соковик. Апрель, красовик. In Ukraine it's квітень. No, months are totally different. Okay, let's continue. How did you get to know her? Alisa shivered a little. We grew up together. She answered slower after some hesitation. And ended up at the same pioneer camp. And by the way, Belarusian language is still pretty new. It didn't exist like 2 centuries ago. It was mostly Polish language and Lithuanian as well. and they actually made it up eventually. That's right. And they're still changing it. Every single year there's something new in it, and nowadays it's totally not the same as I was learning it in the 90s. Alright, and ended up at the same Pioneer Cup. What a fabulous coincidence. Wait a second, let me check. We grew up together. Seriously? All these questions, mysterious and first, that had been so well hidden so far, suddenly spawned in my head. Now I could just throw you out of the boat and drown you right there now. What? What the heck is he doing? I can demand answers. What is it? 2 centuries ago? Belarus and Ukraine were united? Wassanian language. What is this one? Never heard about this. I know that there was great kingdom of Lithuania, just I don't know when. 500 years ago? Until it was split up and became a Rech Pospolita. And Rech Pospolita is actually mostly Poland? And there was constant fight between Poland and Russia about these territories. And they were separated again, and how the Belarus actually appeared, like Belarusian Soviet Republic. Well, I'm not very good in history, of course. Despite, by the way, I had even 2 different subjects in school for Belarusian history. Can't believe this. Also, it could be dangerous unless I'm sure that I know what I'm doing. But still, I thought that this time I was playing with the white pieces so I could make the first move and not just parry the blows of the opponent. So, what kind of combat is this? Alisa stared at me blankly. Where are we? Why am I here? She kept silent. Answer me! I shouted. I don't remember this at all. Here, what's wrong with you? And by the way, this game I played it in alpha version in 2012, maybe or 10. Well, definitely 2 years before it was released on Steam. Which road? I don't know. I have no idea. I playing like the first cycle. Definitely I will try to get the true ending. So I have no idea. I didn't try to Google it, what the road is and so on. And I don't remember all these parts because they definitely were not in alpha version, especially this camp. Very strange. And they remove all the hentai, because I remember there was a hentai in it. It actually was main scene why I actually was interested in this game and playing it. Well, it was some kind of testing QA on the watch. Hey, what's wrong with you? If you want me to apologize to Lena, I will. That when I released how stupid I was acting, to say the least. There was. And yes, yeah, I believe you can download the mod. She could simply be involved in all that stuff. And what's more, and by the way, I think it will be allowed on Twitch to stream this because I know Ultra is totally a valid category on Twitch, and as I remember, there was a little girl on it, isn't it? And so many things, so. I hope you turned off. It's not possible to enable it by default in Steam. You must enable it, and did not. I did nothing. And if you have a category, you don't need to turn off anything. And what's more, one can't analyze it convincingly. Alice's fearful expression was yet another reason to believe you. Sorry. That was all I was able to say at the moment. Yet I wanted to keep my advantage. The last few meters, what this is, were really tough. Yeah, it's kinda obvious that Juliana will never have anything like this because this game, in this case, will be totally banned. Exhausted, I got out of the boat and lay on the cold ground. Alisa stood nearby, staring at me. And despite this, inside of Huda, how actually old was this girl? Because based on my memory, I played it like 10 years ago. She was maybe 12 or 11 years old, and there was even a rape scene in the game. And maybe I'll stream it as well. Just put it in 18 plus category. Alisa stood nearby, staring at me. I thought she was about to gaunt me or utter me some barbed what witticism. What is those words? Who's putting this? But since she remained silent, I assumed she was still shocked or something. Even though it was rather dark here, it would be easier to hide in my old flat than on this tiny island. Furthermore, Lena must have already had us as we were crossing the river, so by now it's already too late to ask Alisa any more questions, even though I still had some. Since Slavia 17, we got Lena 16, Lena 14. Lena 14, she doesn't look like 14. It's very strange. She looks like 11. Listen, I look at her but saw nothing. It was a dark night, and I didn't have cat's eyes. By the way, at the very beginning, there was a disclaimer that everyone is 18 years old, at least. Well, when we find Lena, you're gonna tell her you never wanted to hurt her feelings, and everything that happened in the morning was nothing but a misunderstanding, okay? And by the way, in Doki Doki Literature Club, there was the same statement, almost. My voice didn't sound as confident as it did a couple of minutes ago, but confident enough. Also, Lisa said nothing. It was clear by the look on her face that she agreed. By the way, it's already 3 am. Usually I should stop here, but let's finish this one. I stood up and we went off to find Lena. Your boat was tied to a snag on the far side of the island. That's very clever of you. One wouldn't see the boat from afar. I mumbled. Hello, Cloak. Yes, I will definitely get the true ending. I don't know is it 100% or not. But true ending, I mean the one that can be unlocked after you get other endings, will be done. And I'm sorry. It's still the first cycle. So you want to say that you actually finish it for 100%? I finished Doki Doki Literature Club for 3 different endings, but I must say it was kinda upset because this so-called secret ending was pretty short and useless, I believe. Just maybe 50 more words of text and that's all. I mumbled. Well, that means she's somewhere in the trees. Let's find her. By the way, are you going to stream this Sunday? Maybe not. Because we definitely need to read somebody. And right now, there's nobody online at all. Everyone is offline. So, I don't know who should we read. Yeah, and the only one which you can get after you find them all. Well, obviously we'll use some guide to get the others. The first one is what we'll get by choosing whatever I want to choose. Well, that means she's somewhere in the trees. Let's find her. I headed into the big grove, but Alisa stood still. What's up? I thought we discussed everything already. Actually, both of them are, like, not the best one, but the true one. Both of them will be unlocked, as I understand, after you get everything else. Just one is called the bad one, and the second one is the good one. Well, which one is the best, I don't know. Miku? We can get it next, after this walkthrough. Horror movie? What? I don't know. I have nothing about this. What's up? I thought we discussed everything already. It's not that. It's just that it's dark and there I had to strain my eyes to make out her face. The grove is smaller than my grandmother's daisy garden. What is there to be afraid of? By the way, if someone has any ideas who should be right after this, it will start maybe in 10 minutes. You can just tell me. Alisa didn't answer. If you want to know what I'm thinking, I would gladly just leave you here. I never know that what trick you're up to. Well, she came very close to me. Let's go like this. She took my hand. I hadn't expected this outcome. My cheeks turned red and hot, my breath was taken away, and I could barely say anything. The whole situation didn't favor conversation, which was probably for the best, since I doubt I would be able to say anything smart. Slowly we headed into the grove. In a couple of moments, I regained some control of myself. Come on, there's really nothing to be afraid of. We came here during the day, gathering some strawberries. No big deal, just a normal birch grove. It's really nice here during the day, I added after a short pause. Alisa didn't look at me, she was staring somewhere into the distance. Well, it's up to you after all. A few moments later, she pointed somewhere in front of us. There she is. I peered in the darkness, but could barely see anything. When we came closer, we saw Lena sitting beside a tree. She was crying. Why have you come here? She asked tearfully. And you? She looked at Alisa but didn't finish the sentence. That moment Alisa released my hand. Well, you see, I just wanted to apologize for being somewhat harsh and rude. Alisa interrupted me. Your voice had regained that usual arrogance of yours. It's because she didn't want to look weak in front of Lena. What a perfect apology. Not walking the walk, are you? How clever of you to insist that I'm doing a bad thing and then do that same thing yourself. Lena switched to shouting uncontrollably. You got it all wrong. I got what I've seen. You see, girls, you're arguing again and I seem to be somehow involved in all that, but I don't understand a thing. Explain to him. Lena said to Alisa with a grin. There's nothing to explain. Well, maybe you'll let me have a try then. Whatever. She crossed her arms over her chest and turned away. Well then, Simon, she blamed me for pursuing you. For a minute there was complete silence. Lena didn't look like explaining any further, and as for me, I stood still trying to assemble the scattered pieces of the puzzle into a whole. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. Something like that. That's not what I meant. Interrupted Lisa. Of course. You've always been like this. Then I burst into tears again. What? How come? So, Lena likes me? And you, what about you? You're trying to convince me that it's all wrong while you're holding his hand. What, so Alisa likes me too? Oh, come on. Alisa actually liking someone? This can't be happening. It's just, it was dark in here and that's so much like you. Always so arrogant, always trying to control others, but when it comes to yourself... Alisa didn't answer. I really felt like I had to say something to defuse the situation. Hey, wait. Perhaps we just got it all wrong? This has nothing to do with you. Alisa's voice was oddly distant. It was a distant voice. Judging by the conversation, this has everything to do with me. Yes, it does. Ask her what she thinks of you and why she told me not to go after you. I don't think Lena was actually going after me. I'm telling you once again, we had enough of your story already. Lena shut up and ran away in the darkness. I stood nailed to the spot, not sure what to do next. If I followed Lena now, what would I say when I found her? After all, I don't even understand what this all about. My cluelessness, his silly attempts to console her, would only upset her more. Guess we'd better let you be alone for some time? That didn't sound very confident. Whatever. Without another word, Alisa headed back to the bot. The whole way across the river to the pier was hell of a trip. I had to stop every 10 or 20 meters to take a break. Like, actually, make a break sounds better. Alisa was staring at the river and didn't pay any attention to me. Well, this seems to be the first situation here in the camp that is completely beyond my comprehension. No, I'm not going. So usually at Saturday I'm ending at 3 am, so I must end it right now, but we cannot end it in the middle of nothing. So no, every single Saturday we'll spend around 7 hours until we finish it, finally. But only once per week. It's too much. Spend so much time. So, Monday I will continue. Yes, Monday. I will continue this Red Dead Revolver. I believe I will finish it. On Tuesday it will be Maximum. Ghost to Goals. By the way, it's a spin-off to Ghost and Goblins. And by the way, it's still kinda hard game, but it's hard because you cannot save in it. Well, now I know that you can save and how, but it's some kind of secret, you must figure it out yourself. So if you really look like Ghost and Goblins game, you must play it Maxima on PlayStation 2 for sure. It has so many vibes of the original game, but it's in 3D, not 2D. The game is really good. Well, this seems to be the first situation here in the camp that is completely beyond my comprehension. Even though ultimately it's just a trivial, everyday situation. I wasn't this confused even during the all-night expedition to the old camp. After all, if you have a closer look, there isn't anything strange here at all. Lena is a very shy and perhaps even introverted person, yet she's human and can't completely avoid normal human developments. Considering that, her reaction fits the situation quite well. Even if I don't get the source of the quarrel, it's clear as day that the girls would not behave like that if they didn't have a good reason. And as things were standing, I was that reason. And that's the strangest part of the whole situation. Hey, I'm sorry it went that way. If only I hadn't overheard your conversation. Seems like I was feeling a pathological need to excuse myself. It's not your fault at all, she said absent-mindedly. It's just that you appeared in the right place at the right time and there started mechanisms that had stood still for a long time. I don't quite get it. Of course you don't. And actually you shouldn't right now. You'll get it later. She cast an intense glance at me. Damn it. Why does this always happen to me? Both at school and college, trouble seems to have chosen me as its primary target. Someone blocked the classroom's door with a mop. I got it right in reprimands in my mark book. Mark book? It's how you translated dnevnik. There was a fight, all things considered. I must have started it. Felt an exam? Well, of course, that's my fault, and the teacher who hates me has nothing to do with it. Even my parents always seem to prefer blaming me rather than unfavorable circumstances as third parties' involvement or the degrees of providence. At some point, I even started to believe that I somehow do attract trouble. Remember Murphy's Law? In my case, it was like if something nasty is gonna happen, it's gonna happen to me. For that reason, I always tried to stay out of any trouble where I could become the wiping boy. Well, Judging by today, I am not really good at it. It seems like you got an aura of some sort. You do attract attention. Surprised, I looked at Alisa. She was smiling. Looks like she can read my mind. Trouble? Mostly. Who knows, who knows? She said dreamily and stared at the river. It's a wonderful night, isn't it? Just like any other, if you ask me. I felt used up. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Just an ordinary night, nothing special. The best moment to make our most admirable camp leader really happy. She has to know that your favorite pioneer is a nasty pervert who enjoys speaking at naked girls. Something snapped inside me again. Uh, you aren't serious, are you? Why? Of course I'm serious. She didn't look like she was joking at all. Well, suit yourself, but do you really think this is the best time to do that? And you supposed to row? Early that our boat was still drifting in the river. Wait, don't judgment question. Dodge, dodge. Let's get back to the camp. I'll have a moment to think it over. Getting to spend an entire night in a boat wasn't something I would aspire to, so I had to apply myself to the paddles. We barely made it to the pier. I was exhausted, but both because of the rowing and because of Alisa's intent to tell Olga Dmitrievna about the morning's incident. If I know a camp leader, your reaction will be quite predictable. And what she will do, I don't know. Why are you here, Semyon? So, you're actually going to visit Olga Dmitrievna now, are you? Why not? She gave me her most roguish smile. It's night after all. She must be sleeping already. And also, she might well be awake. Come on, you know full well it was a coincidence, a simple misunderstanding triggered by Pollyanna. No, I don't. She flung her arms up and headed to the camp. I gathered all my remaining strength, jumped up and followed her. At first I considered grabbing her arm, but then realized it might not be such a good idea after everything that had happened today. Hold on. I trudged on energetically, alone next to her. Let's talk this over. Is there anything to discuss? We silently walked alongside each other for some time. At least she walked slowly so that I had no trouble keeping pace with her and was thankful for it. Hey, is there anything I can do to convince you to not tell Olga Dmitrievna? Not sure, but, well, there's one thing. We came to the square. So, what is it? Well, stop chasing Lena, for instance. For God's sake, what makes you think I'm chasing Lena? I started to lose my temper. Why are you making up such nonsense? You started that quarrel in the forest because of you. We had to go to that island and here we go again. Enough is enough. I'm not chasing her. Alicia stood still. Bright moonshine lighted up her face, which showed evident signs of resentment and displeasure. Like I don't see how you look at her. How do you look at her? Like that. Like what? You know. She shifted her gaze but remained standing still. Hey, stop seeing everything through your twisted imagination. If you can't stop making up nonsense stories, then at least keep them to yourself. Don't make others suffer because of you and your stories. I don't care if you pick on me, but now you got Lena involved. I really lost my temper for good, but Elisa didn't answer. We sank into an unexpected silence that was only broken by Alice's swear sobs. From bad to worse, now you are crying. Have you all gone mad here? I clasped my hands in despair. I could understand why Elena was crying, but seeing Alisa crying is unthinkable to say the least. Gosh, this music is very awesome. Again, a very, very, very awesome soundtrack in this game. I can even see your reasoning. At any other time, I would definitely be shocked, but at this moment, I'm just too tired for that. My mind was absolutely blank. To be precise, it was so heavy and full of stuff that not even a single idea would have the chance to dwell there. If I would compare my brain at its prime to a broad highway full of speeding thoughts or taking each other and causing giant chaotic crashes, then now it's nothing but a forgotten tiny path in a distant desolate forest which is only used in times of absolute necessity. Alisa kept silent. At least she stopped crying. If you really think it's so serious, go ahead and tell everything to Olga Dmitrievna. I hope it makes you feel better. Okay, I won't do it, she said quietly and turned to me. The tears were all gone, but her face seemed to express absolute sorrow at the world. I'm just feeling hurt. What hurt you? I asked her tiredly. It's always like that. She gets all the attention and always pushes me aside. I had difficulty understanding what she was talking about. Decided to play alone. Hopefully she'd finally leave me alone. That's not true. You do draw attention and people don't overlook you. I don't. I raised my eyes and looked at her. Her facial expression was a mixture of amazement and expectation. See? So you? Could you? All of a sudden, her voice became so tender that I flinched in astonishment. Alisa's face turned red and she hid her eyes. So, you really think that I am as good as her? I wanted to say something like, you better, but stop myself. Yes I do. Since she didn't understand that I said it all absolutely insincerely. Alright, time to sleep. Alisa suddenly yelled cheerfully. Now she was acting more like herself again. See you tomorrow. She waved her hands and ran away. I sighed in relief. Well, it was all for today. All my remaining energy was waiting on spring to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. By the way, what is her actually type? I mean, in Japanese term. Because she actually became like Natsuki from Doki Doki Literature Club, and it's definitely some kind of type that I really prefer in games. I don't know why. Let's see. Japanese girl types in, I don't know, literature. Let's see. Tsundere. This is, yeah, Tsundere. What about Yandere? No. Dandere. Kudere. No, Tsundere is very nice. I don't know. Do they exist in real life? I mean, maybe not. Because tsundere means that in general it's like a bad girl who's doing all the troubles to you, but at the very end she actually loves you and do whatever you want for her. It's like from the Shakespeare's novel. Yeah, he might be the first one who described this type. This famous novel, I don't remember what is its name. Let's check it out because I want to know. Let's see. Shakespeare's novel, The Taming of the Shrew. From 16th century. That's it. That's it. So how it was ended? Totally the same like here. All my energy was wasted on a sprint to Olga Dmitrievna's cabin. There was no light, so trying not to wake the camp leader, I undressed quietly and lay down. It's still interesting. What did Alisa mean? And Lena? It's become totally unclear what is going on with Sam and with me, as we got sucked into some sort of vortex which started to thrill with furious power. But what's going to happen next? And where will I be thrown then? Is it so? It's day number 6? How many days since this game? 7? Okay, 6 is like the last one, as I understand. And as we can see here, so this means it's her road. Her ending? Kinda expected. I woke up early when Olga Dmitrievna was still asleep. I stretched and sat up in the bed. I felt surprisingly okay. Also, I should have slept through the day after what happened the night before. Quietly, so as not to wake the camp later, I took the bag with my washing up stuff and went outside. I forgot to look at the clock, but it seemed like 6 or 7 in the morning. Okay, this kinda definitely the end for the day. Let me save here. I hope itself will work. Let's see. Man, day 6. It is. It's 3:25, it's very late. So, double checking that nobody's online. Maybe we should not rate anybody. Seriously, what's the point if there's nobody here? And to search somebody, we must search somebody who's playing visual novel. And is somebody playing Higurashi right now? Just interesting. I doubt, of course. Just videos. 3 days ago, yesterday, somebody played Higurashi. By the way, it was Russian channel. Interesting. No live channels, it's kinda obvious. I don't know, what about Harvester? Anybody online? There is online somebody. Somebody's playing Harvester. Okay, let's rate this. Lost TCS? Kinda interesting. CS. I can't believe that somebody playing this right now. Okay, that's all for the day. Thank you very much for staying by. Look, I don't know how to pronounce your nickname, Fusha. Anyway, and everyone who was here, especially Starlight, Diopai, etc. I don't really remember how many people were here. Anyway, thank you very much for stopping by. See you next time. So Monday, Red Dead Revolver. And this game I will continue next Saturday, of course. See you, bye.